ओ बाया ओ बाया ओ माया ओ माया। क्या हाल चाल है सोरन भाई? राम राम। क्या हाल आरपी पगलू? मैं आरपी पगलू? एक्सक्यूज मी, लगता है आप किसी गलत स्ट्रीमर के स्ट्रीम पे आ गए हो, लगता है ऐसा। बहन जो आज मैंने आपसे एक चीज पूछी थी दोपहर में, आपने कुछ बोली नहीं। हाँ, मीशा क्या चीज? अरे वो 10,000 देने वाले थे ना वो चेयर के लिए, मैं शायद चला गया रहा हूँ। क्यों यार? दीक्षा जी क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम, बड़े दिन बाद, कैसे हो यार? राम राम भाई सौम्य भाई, राम राम, क्या हाल चाल है जी? वेलकम वेलकम, कैसे हो? दीक्षा जी हाउ आर यू? सौम्य भाई कैसे हो? तो सॉरी, मुझे लगा सिक्पा जी के स्ट्रीम में हूँ, आरपी पगलू वो है। बकचोदी कर रहे हो आप? बेंच टॉपिक बदल रहे हो? ठीक है भाई, मैं नहीं कुछ करूँगा, ऊपर वाला तुरंत कर्मा देगा भाई, तुरंत कर्मा, बकचोदी नहीं। भाई पाजी बेंच 10-10 घंटा आरपी करते भाई, मेरा तो दिमाग ही खराब हो जाएगा भाई। उई, लैग हो रही कुछ? कौन सा गेम खेल रहा हो आज? आज वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ अभी। अभी वॉच पार्टी। मेरे को एक चीज़ बताओ चैट, मैं सच्ची सच्ची पूछना चाह रहा हूँ तुम लोग से, मैं दोपहर में स्ट्रीम किया करूँ या रात में स्ट्रीम किया करूँ? आप लोग फ्री कब रहते हो मुझे सच्ची सच्ची बताओ, मैं उस हिसाब से स्ट्रीम करूँगा। मेरे को अभी बताओ। कर दिया मैंने पीसी बॉक्स ऑर्डर। रात में स्ट्रीम, रात में क्या करूँ? आप तो आरपी में रहते हो, सच्ची सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, आप तो आरपी में रहते हो। हैं? ओ बायो, अभी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ दीक्षा। दोपहर में वैलो किया था मैं। आप कहाँ दोपहर में? कॉलेज वॉलेज रहता है क्या? सीन है? 7 तो नहीं, मैं 8 o'clock से कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि 7 बजे मैं पापा को लेने जाता हूँ। कभी भी कर लो, मज़ा तो उतना ही आना। बात तो है यार, मतलब नहीं नहीं, मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, जैसे स्वामी भाई आप दोपहर में नहीं आए थे, कहीं बिजी रहोगे, ऐसे ही लोग बिजी रह सकते हैं ना, इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्या सिस्टम है। आफ्टरनून स्ट्रीम और नाइट स्ट्रीम? क्या? आफ्टरनून स्ट्रीम स्लैश नाइट स्ट्रीम? ओ पोल डाल दूँ ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ? ओ रुको रुको रुको, अभी डालता हूँ, पोल लगा लो। हाँ, लगा दिया, लगा दिया, डन है। वैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ, देखो समझ रहे हो कि मतलब मेरे को पता है कि लोगों का नहीं रहता वो, मतलब मैं सोच रहा हूँ अगर मुझे दोपहर में करनी है तो मैं स्टोरी कर लूँ। मतलब अगर दोपहर में मुझे स्ट्रीम करनी है, जैसे मैं अगर ऑफिस का काम मेरे को नहीं है, जैसे 2-3 दिन से कुछ काम नहीं है, मैंने काम कर दिए हैं वो, तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं फिर दोपहर में स्टोरी कर लिया करूँ, रात में मैं वैलो कर लिया करूँ, और आरपी कर लिया करूँ, समझ रहे हो? ऐसा कुछ। ओ बाया ओ बाया ओ बाया ओ बाया और बताओ डिनर विनर हो गया भाई? आज मैंने वड़ा पाव खाया भाई, हैवी वाला, मज़ा आ गया भाई। एक भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम एक भाई, सच्ची सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, अगले महीने मॉनिटर के बोल के भेजूंगा, ये महीने लॉस हो गया भाई। बकचोदी ना करो बैंचो साला, 10K से सीधा 4K पे। एक्सक्यूज मी, 4K मॉनिटर भेजोगे? भेज दो यार, सीधा 4K का मॉनिटर ही भेज दो बैंचो भाई, हैवी मज़ा आएगा ना। एक स्पॉन्सर ही कर दो ना मॉनिटर, कितना ही महंगा है, 2K 248 कितना होगा यार? 248 व्यूसोनिक का मिल रहा है, बट 2K नहीं है वो। क्या बोलते हो पब्लिक? 10,000 में मिल रहा है वो। लेना चाहिए। बढ़िया। दोपहर में कहा था यार कि भाई आए नहीं स्ट्रीम पे, क्या सीन है? आए थे शायद, आए थे शायद। नाइट को ही करता हूँ स्ट्रीम, है ना? नाइट में मज़ा भी आएगा। चेंज भले करते रहो, जैसे आरपी फिक्स रहेगा बट वैलो और स्टोरी चेंज करते रहो। ऐसा कुछ कर दूँ, ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं। 10K का कब बात किया था? 5 और 4 के बोला था मैंने। हाँ भाई एलजी से नीचे मत लेना वरना अनसब्सक्राइब कर दूंगा। अच्छा नहीं, मेरे को वो जोरो भाई बोल रहे थे कि व्यू सोनिक अच्छी है, व्यू सोनिक अच्छी है। नहीं 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 आया था। आप नहीं आए थे? किधर थे फिर? कहाँ थे? ये जनता जानना चाहती है। मुझे ये गिरेबान में झांक के जानना है कि तुम कहाँ थे बैंचो। ओ भाई देख रो भाई, भाई हैवी। ये कौन सी एजेंट है बे? ये कौन सी एजेंट बनी है ब्रो? ये कौन सी एजेंट है बे? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। ये तो वेले है, ये क्या है? दोस्त लोग बाहर ले गए थे। हाँ दोस्त यार, दोस्तनी है, दोस्तनी बाहर ले गई थी। सेज है चचा? हैं? ऐसा कैसा वो सेज, वो आर्मर जैसा कैसा कपड़ा पहनी है? दोस्त भाई दोस्त, झूठ ना बोलो, मुझे सब पता है। आई रिमेंबर एवरीथिंग। भाई लाइट चालू करूँ क्या? वो रिंग लाइट, स्लैब लाइट? भाई मेरे को एक इधर ऐसा लाइट चाहिए यार, मतलब जो सीधा फोकस करे। ये साला एक साइड से लाइट आता है और बैंक इसका स्टैंड इतने छोटा है कि वो मॉनिटर के ऊपर तक भी नहीं आती भाई ये लाइट। कुछ जुगाड़ करनी पड़ेगी, या तो एक ट्यूबलाइट ही लगा दूँ सीधा बैंक मुंह पे एकदम। क्या बोलते हो पब्लिक? आपकी कसम बैंक, मेरे को मत मारो। इतनी गंदी नज़रों से देखा है। नज़र तो अच्छी है, देखने का नज़रिया बदलो आप, नज़रिया। वरना यही है ना, आंखों में डाल दूंगा, ऐसा घुमा दूंगा, गोटियां खेलूंगा। क्या नाम है, क्या बोलते हो वो, क्या डायलॉग है? मोगैम्बो नाम है मेरा, गोटियां खेलूंगा। क्या है वो बहनचो? क्या बोलते हैं उसको? मोगैम्बो ही बोलते ना? नहीं मोगैम्बो खुश हुआ है वो तो। उसका क्या नाम है? मोगैम, अरे वो क्या नाम है भाई? किसी को याद है? मेरे को तो याद ही नहीं है। ओ बाय बाय, ओ बाय बाय, ओ बाया, ओ बाय बाय, ओ बाय, ओ बाया। एनएच के रहने दो। अरे यार वो नाम ही नहीं याद आ रहा भाई। जो नाम है मेरा, गोगो, गोगो शायद, गोगो नाम है मेरा। आंखों से, आंखों की गोटियों से गोटियां खेलूंगा। क्या था बैंचो? गोगो नाम है मेरा। नहीं बे, कुछ अलग है। नाम गलत ले रहा हूँ मैं, कुछ तो अलग है। भाई मेरा फ़ोन लैग हो रहा है। मेरे को एक चीज़ बताओ, क्या करूँ? फ़ोन में कुछ भी नहीं है, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं उसको, कुछ भी पड़ा नहीं है। गैलरी भी पूरी खाली है, ऐसा कोई मूवी वूवी भी नहीं है, कोई गेम भी नहीं है। क्या करूँ? ग्रम्पी नाम है मेरा, वैलो एनएच के मेरे से। बकचोदी नहीं, बहुत अच्छा खेलता हूँ मैं वैलो। आज एक क्यूटी को इम्प्रेस कर दिया मैं सच्ची में। भैया क्या हाल चाल है? विशाल भाई राम राम, कैसे हो? ओ बाई, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बा... भाई ये जो पोल है, तुम लोग को वोट देनी है सीरियसली भाई। ऐसा बकचोदी में कुछ भी मत वोट दे देना। ये अगर वोट स्ट्रीम एंड तक अगर मेजॉरिटी जिसकी ज़्यादा रही, मैं वही चीज़ करूँगा। कल से लागू हो जाएगी, मैं अभी भी बता रहा हूँ, मैं अभी भी बता रहा हूँ। प्लीज़ किसके वीसी? अभी तक वीसी बैठा नहीं हूँ मैं। देखेगा क्या? वीसी बैठूँ? आया मैं अपने वीसी, आजा मेरे वीसी मतलब। ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया, ओ बाया। आओ आओ, मैं बैठा हूँ, आओ आओ मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड के पीछे आजा। बढ़िया हो गया। अब तबीयत खराब थी इसलिए नहीं आ रहा था। अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार, अभी ठीक होना यार, मेन मैटर वो करता है। रुक मैं भेज रहा हूँ। अरे वो थोड़ा ना लिंक एक्सपायर हो गया, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा क्यों। रुक जा मैं भेज रहा हूँ। इनवाइट अबे भाई, अबे क्या नाम है तेरा ये? हाँ ये रहा, भेज दिया। वो मेरा लिंक पता नहीं एक्सपायर हो गया है यार, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्यों। डीएम कर दिया। ये किसी किसी का होता है, लिंक से नहीं होता है। सारे स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दिए। लव यू यार, ये बात हुई ना बेंच। अगर कल मैं रात में आया ना भाई, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, कल मैं लास्ट ऑफ अस 2 खेलूंगा भाई रात में, अगर मैं आ गया तो। हेलो क्या हाल है बिरयानी भाई की?
बढ़िया भाई।
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं? तो पेपर एक्स फॉर द विन भाई।
नेक्स्ट ऑन टॉप बेबी।
हाँ भाई
ये मैच तगड़े हैं भाई, G2 फनाटिक है नेक्स्ट भी मजा आया।
हाँ भाई दोनों। इधर शेयर करूँ?
नहीं नहीं, मैं भी इधर ही देख रहा हूँ YouTube पे 4-2 के पे।
अरे उस पे देखो, ट्विच पे, ट्विच आगे रहेगा।
आगे रहेगा आज।
आप BGMI या ब्रॉल स्टार्स ऐसा कोई गेम्स खेलते हो? फ़ोन में BGMI है बट वो नहीं है मेरे पास। मतलब एक तो मेरा अकाउंट बैन हो गया, वो PC में लॉगिन कर रहा था मैं, तो 10 साल के लिए बैन दे दिया सालों ने। 32 में खुलेगा। और वो नहीं है मेरे पास, वो जो लगा के खेलते हैं ना उसमें कैप्चर कार्ड, वो नहीं है। वरना BGMI तो मैं गोट खेलता था भाई 4 साल पहले, कॉन्करर था मैं।
Is it going to be the same against the Periferals that will probably be super hungry for that final?
And you can hear the crowd. And the moment certainly does not escape that young man right there, who's looking to make history, not just for himself, but for VCT China to be another team to punch their ticket to a grand finals. That is not EDG. So for Super Baby and the rest of the squad, this is a massive moment and a massive achievement for this squad. But across that stage, they know
वैसे मेरे अकाउंट में कुछ है नहीं, तो मैं बेच सकता हूँ अकाउंट। मतलब एक ही स्किन है कोई, शायद एक या 2 स्किन है मेरे पास, जो वो प्रीमियम वाली होती है ना। मैंने भी ज्वाइन कर लिया वापस से। ई स्पोर्ट्स स्किन्स लेनी है वैलो में। BGMI चैम्प्स खेलूँगा अब। BGMI चैम्प्स, वैलो मोबाइल BGMI चैम्प्स खेलूँगा। ओ PRX विन ब्रो, PRX ना, लव यू आर स्पोकन भाई। PRX वोटेड। मेरे को बस ये बंदे से डर है, ये बैंच पिंकी कौन है ये, जो ये सीफू फैट, क्या नाम है इसका, सीयू फैट, जो बहुत हरामी है भाई। वो टूट के भाई डिमोटिवेट करता है भाई। चैंपियंस BGMI का है, ये भी होता है। आई लव दैट मोटो कौन मोटो भाई? मेरा मोटो किधर? अच्छा उधर पड़ा है। ओबाया। हाँ ऑनलाइन है, ऑनलाइन लैन। अच्छा अबे 1 मिनट यार, इधर चल। हाँ इधर से ही है ये। तेरे को ये कैसे दूँ यार मैं रोल? कैसे देते हैं रोल?
क्या रोल? नाम पे राइट क्लिक करके
दे।
Twist stage on their second half, on their attacking half.
उसमें ग्लेशियर M416 थी, बहुत गुस्सा आता है यार। भाई मेरे दोस्त को फ्री में मिल गई थी भाई M4 ग्लेशियर, और वो जीप वाली जो आई थी उस टाइम, वो जीप वाली आई थी ना, एक मोटो प्लेयर था ना,
फुल
हाँ फूल वाली भाई, उसको वो भी मिल गई। मैं बोला पहले अपना ऐसा था ना, वो 10 इकट्ठा करने का तो एक बनता है प्रीमियम वाला।
हाँ
उसमें बैंक जो बताओ नसीब। कुछ भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम कैसे हो? जोकर वाली, हाँ T1 खेलता था। अब साला T3 खेलते T1 जाना होगा। स्ट्रगल भाई फोन है भाई आपके पास भाई? मैं T3 T2 तक गया हूँ भाई, उसके बाद फोन T2 में ही लास्ट, उसमें जो होता है ना सर्कल, उसी में भेंच जो मेरा फोन ऐसा लगता है मुंह पे स्क्रीन मारेगा झापड़ एक। मेरे को फीलिंग आ रही है वो जीत जाएगी। मत करो महादेव, इतना आगे ला दिए हो भाई, जिता देना। मेरे अकाउंट पर 250 है। BGMI का सीरियसली कुछ भाई राम
staying calm in these situations, but GB, this is going to be a big one for them.
Oh yeah, Toronto, are you ready?
Yes!
Bracket final, and let's go ahead and send it over to two of the great.
इसका फाइनल कब है? 24 को।
It's Pansy and High Pop.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. Yeah, Mike, I think we have to kind of touch on what the desk was talking about there. This stylistic head-to-head is something to be excited for.
And it is, yeah, it's almost, I mean...
भाई मैंने एक चीज नोटिस की भाई जो भी कास्टर है साला सबके सब टकले बे हाँ जिन क्या खेलता है भाई मेरा शिष्य है वो मेरा
22 को है 24 को नहीं है
अच्छा परसों है
परसों है हाँ
मतलब
कल
संडे
लोअर फाइनल और परसों हाँ संडे
तेरी मजा आएगा
And again, for PaperX, I feel like everyone's looking like they're the underdogs in this.
Which is crazy, right?
Hey, do you remember them in Champs Finals? Yeah, they lost it. I mean, the perennial second place team, sure, but they are a grand finals quality team. They have to prove it once again today, up against probably the biggest Cinderella story run we've had in a long time.
I mean, poetic, right? Almost matching EG's run.
Very much so.
Could be the ones to gatekeep once more. The presence shown outside C initially.
इनके 2-3 है भाई
actually taking a ton of damage.
नहीं लग रहा नहीं है ये नहीं
now 22 HP. Not sure if it was confirmed on the side of Wolves, but certainly something to consider as the round progresses. He's actually relinquished all control here.
I mean, if it carries on in this fashion, Wolves have got a lovely beginning, and obviously for PaperX, it looks like they want to try and clear some of those question marks. Work behind this. It's taken a lot of utility though. See, the Paranoia went through, the Haunt went through, a lot of their kit got invested to clear that.
भाई चूतिया बना दिया.
Off the table here. Wolves rightfully so. Must have known that they found a point of weakness here, but why jumped into a lurk? Does he get dug out? Forsaken. Lazy clearance on the first hit. Jing, next one up.
Yeah, look.
One was fine, the second's ridiculous. And now they've got a comfortable post block. Remember all that utility the PaperX put to clear out towards rubble. Now, not going to have it. Going to have to go back in, guns in hand. Nice from something, needs some more. A lot of bodies to clear just on the site. Wants to just cycle back up, see if that baby has got to. Oh, it's lovely from a dreamy beginning. He's out of his chair.
ये हराम
ज्यादा साला. Statement of intent from Wolves here.
जब देखो तो खड़ा होता है भाई.
To kick off Lotus, and these sort of set plays towards rubble, exactly what I'm talking about. When PaperX try and find the timing, it's a massive investment. It looks a little funky, sure, because they don't find anything, but it's sitting out players like Spring, potentially Lysor, somebody trying to backfill that space. Actually, even this scenario, why you?
Yes.
They did try and dig him out, but instead a lazy clearance from Forsaken, and Jing just couldn't stand
up. आज ये हारेगा ना मैं चाइना जाके इसका मुंडन करके आएगा भाई सच्ची
something that was discussed earlier in the day, the fact that these at one point have been scrim partners too, some real awareness between these two sides. So I'd love to see if we continue to see this, you know, these gaps being found, these moments to potentially find ways to pressure each other. So looking at this purchase, plenty coming out for Wolves, and a very light reinvestment here from PaperX, so just that Sheriff for Divide. Otherwise, all classics. And so far, you're going to be looking at Wolves going through the protocol list. Mike Wright, try and keep this clean. They can afford to lose Spring, but they probably wouldn't want to.
Riskiest rounds versus PaperX are these anti-ecos.
Nice.
Good for the first here, Forsaken, redeeming himself from round one. Only a Sheriff recovered though, so almost a calculated loss on the side of Wolves.
And again, it's huge information. You've seen maybe two, perhaps a couple more players over there. You're going to read that as a stack. And they've already got pretty much the green light and a very aggressive post-plant hold. They want to stake their claim in some area of this. Make it harder work for PaperX. Make them invest a little bit more. I don't mind that at all, as long as they play together. It can get risky. Oh, you got to lock in on that one. Easy now, as we're in a 2v2 and Juicy's down low. This is the danger of PaperX. You're never quite out of the woods.
इस बार PRX ही लेगी भाई, बस जीत जाए आज का भाई.
Juicy's done really well to fight Jing, but Forsaken needs 4 to do this against me. Unreal.
अबे हर राउंड खड़ा होता है ये.
हाँ हर राउंड खड़ा होता है.
Second round.
Like I said, there's always a threat of these anti-ecos for PaperX.
भाई.
We play up against some smiles on
Rare
the
miss
stage.
by the goat.
A sigh of relief. Fat BB, ever the hero so far in Toronto.
Something को देखो.
To bail him out versus Forsaken.
Oh.
I mean,
कैसा गया?
very lucky.
हर राउंड खड़ा होता है ये जीती. हाँ every round. अबे उस दिन बुल 10-2 पे थी ये बुल. पिस्टल राउंड जीती तब भी खड़ा हो रहा है. लीड तो देखो कितनी है.
Outside of that, YU and Lysol just
जिससे
out
मैं
on
मारता है
pistols.
तो बेटर
I
रहता है
expect Wolves to maybe try and
मारेगा
pick up a kill here on the back of some Paper X aggression.
And I quite like the conditioning early on as well, Mike. It's been this kind of constant lead through towards C, a little bit of a default straight through middle, but they haven't really tested this A side. So again, if you're Paper X, you're maybe trying to get a bit of a read into that as well, something you're going to start reacting to. Again, you look at the spread here so far, depending on just that Omen cycling those smokes. So a lot of pressure, but already re-clear comes in, doesn't quite catch YU towards middle, and Patman wants that information.
Alarm bot though from YU places up pretty deep. I think on the back of dealing with that, they're reading Paper X rotating away, so it might just be a committed B hit here. So Patman will be called upon. Forced away by the utility, actually. He's look, he found a tag for the smoke there.
Oh, but Forsaken gets involved. Nice damage on the first, but a quick trade. The pressure now starts to let loose. The Paper X clearing out the side. Sufat BB a little too late to the party here with 25 seconds. There's a firing squad around that corner. This is Haunt in 10, but look at the timer. Very difficult situation. And there it is. Comfortable in the air. The Paper X handle that well.
Sufat BB positioned as the late
खाना हो गया भाई हाँ भाई आज होममेड बड़ा पाव खाया भाई
sure it was juicy. It was caught on the reload here.
Down B.
Really rough timing for him. Yeah, I mean, it's just nobody just comfortably that can swing onto that angle to bail him out.
कभी-कभी बुलडॉग है कभी-कभी नहीं
consolation potentially to find.
अरे भाई आप कब ऐसे
but just didn't find it. Juicy already on the showstopper here, so going to see him right a stinger into
मैं रोज ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ शॉट्स देखो जाके मेरी
expect too much of a pace shift here, but
भाई मेरा क्रॉसर
I mean on the talking about early round protocols here, Paper X dealing with the turret nice and early here. That's a set piece out. Juicy's been shut down.
Oh, what a lovely little play to bring out the back of contact. It's stunning. And it's rewarded them 2 kills. This is that evolution to Paper X we love now getting to watch, right? It's not just that mechanical talent, that aggression. They have these little set pieces they like to run every now and then, and it wasn't overly complex. And that was a mistake. What's that? Catching them asleep at the wheel there, Mike. That's going to haunt them. And unnecessary. This feels like a fumble, Mike. Now it looks like Patman might be the saving grace to this. Lysol has ready. Oh, he's down with him. This is a fumble for Paper X and a gutting one because it was a brilliant start.
2 players caught sleeping. And the spike is there as well. All they needed to do was reinforce that hole. Able to dissect that setup just outside C.
30 seconds left.
Actually find themselves far here. YU down 15 HP. You got the lockdown office as well, you're right.
Okay, a little bit of util as well for YU. It's Divine. Wading back through towards the site. Problem is there's utility in the way. To find it tricky. Position now given away, and you can see Lysol should be the checkmate. There's that layer of util from YU. Isolated and alone. And a devastating mistake there from Paper X. Credit to Wolves for engaging, but they cannot be dropping the ball like that.
Was it the timing on the smoke? I mean, this is exactly the sort of thing I talked about before this map started. Paper X being aggressive, picking apart this slow default and look for control, but here, I mean, both players.
Actually, Jing ने मार दिया था केजे.
Yeah. I mean, that's
timing हुआ यहाँ.
But both, yeah.
Alex, outrageous to see somebody caught off guard like that.
अरे नहीं.
On top of the box.
And John, insult to injury as well. They're up out their seats. Yeah. They're giving it. You know that's the ones that are going to tilt you. But back in, Paper X have a very strong mental. They're not going to break off that. Alex might, but they won't. So Paper X needs to kind of reignite a little bit of that focus here. You can't get lazy in this. You've got to stay lethal. Something. Nice to do a little bit of early work, but
outlaw लेके smoke के अंदर push कर रहा है guts पर.
Defaults coming out from Wolves, doing the diligent work, right? They've been doing what is necessary.
Even here, damage trade-off that come out on top. Weakens something. So the purchase not there for Paper X. And Prowler will force something even deeper here.
ऐसा ही मेरे साथ भी हुआ भाई.
I know I sent through. Juicy's tends to go a bit high to the TP comes across from Lysol, so I'll still have somebody to back him up initially. And actually, Lockdown invested here, fully respecting It's anti-eco once again. They're aware of the threat of that previous round. Yeah.
You've got to. I mean, Paperx, you said it right. Those sorts of rounds, sometimes they look the scariest in almost. But for now, Wolves finding stability here in the post plant. They've still got to keep it in mind that there is danger. Plenty through Waterfall. 4-1 split on the retake now. Juicy turns attention.
अबे एक-एक करके क्यों आ रहे हो?
From them. Laban on the
Patman's got two.
Patman has got two. Maybe a chance. It feels like it's dwindling.
भाई दो मारा.
These opportunities passing by for them. As it looks like 4-1 will be on the board. Can't wait to see a timeout soon enough.
Yeah.
As something's on one. Gotta get locked in. As this.
अबे यार पैटमैन ने दो निकाल दिए थे यार. Shit.
Silver lining, the best they can hope for as Wolves.
कोई नहीं.
To the ideal start, Mike.
गन भी मिल गई, दो बंदे भी गए.
Enjoying this Wolves run.
ये देखो ये भी खड़ा होता.
This is where it probably ends. You could argue someone said that about Gen G2, but
Yeah.
at 4-1, I'm paying attention.
I mean, I remember coming into that Gen G series thinking, if they can pull this off,
that's the one.
because they still effectively had a lifeline in terms of dropping. There's no elimination on the line. And even here now, it would be such a big sigh of relief to escape that once more.
Now you said
4-1 to kick off Lotus here. Paperx, I mean, you don't ever really humble Paperx. They will continue pressuring like this. Odin investment Forsaken though may lead you to believe it's a slower round. TP's actually stuck here, Lifestore. Bold in approach.
And that was pinged so quickly as well, it looked like. So aware of
this.
Whatever the set plan was, feels like Paperx read that.
Well, I think it's on the back of seeing 2 or 3 bodies swing out from B there. Maybe they feel like the extremity is going to be the weaker side of the hold, but Forsaken shuts that down.
Color correction.
3v5, I want to see discipline from Paperx here. I don't want to see fumbles. I don't want to see mistakes.
Great isolation.
It certainly was. Now, Forsaken is going to do some good chip damage as well. Look at CU Fat Baby down on only 26. Spring's position given away. Look where the spot. Oh! What is that? Ridiculous. And a 2v3 is not impossible. So they are just gunning it, right? They are running their little legs off straight towards C. They're going to leave one behind. Why you?
Actually, the tap of the spikes. Drawn out the ultimate from Divide.
I mean,
the plant as well.
Oh, the pathing is now getting really dangerous, but YU set up the motion.
Nice!
Divide, very diligent and nice from Paperx. They pulled it together there. You're starting to see a little bit of that synergy shining.
And the composure as well. Don't over-invest in this early round aggression. Able to peel away really quickly, and credit to Forsaken. I think potentially something up towards Evan. There was a couple of people charging out, like you said, instantly pinged. And you can't really fault the approach here, but bold to stick a TP into the back lines.
And it got close, but I love seeing those fundamentals so right? Doubling up, even in that chaos of potential plant on towards that B side. No, they popped the ult, they still stay very close. And credit to Divide. I know it's only 1 kill, but him catching YU basically keeps them safe. Otherwise, this kill right here from Divide, I find that to be the most imperative of them all. Very heads up work. Maybe feeling they would try to have left a player behind in search of the player. Still not fussed though, apparently. Still
here.
Yeah.
The attacking side as well. Back to the drawing board though here. Well, as close to a full purchase here as Lysol down on the Guardian. Wolves, Forsaken actually tagged up there. I'm not sure if he's actually confirmed any damage on the side of Wolves. Activity once more as well. This
could be nasty. Actually sees, and the pain shell is perfect. Jane gets out 2 for 2. How the hell did they get 2 back?
कोई नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ अरे वो टिकट बुक करनी रहेगी ना
favoring Paperx in that regard, but something going to be played in here.
Angles like that, this man hits those shots.
ऐसा मत बता देना कि कल ही आना
mechanically sharp as ever. Trying to read what they wanted. Similar scenes to before though.
आऊँगा डरना है भाई मेरे को उधर भी जाना है भाई खाटू श्याम भी जाना है मुझे
Trying to work the map here 2v3. Okay, testing. Okay, that's... I mean, they're playing such high risk, Mike. It scares the life out of me sometimes. 20 seconds and a 1v2 Divine and Forsaken. Where are we off to now? 14 seconds. His options are so limited.
10 seconds left.
They're both here.
Yeah, he's got to go for it. No chance. Well handled by PaperX, closing in on the scoreline.
So you've got to look for that composure again, building up a little bit of a cushion in terms of the finances. That's where you look towards some of these more sloppy kills towards the end of the round. Again, Jig finding two here to open beautiful little trap piece outside B. Wolves actually going to be the ones to pump the brakes a little bit. Come out round 8 again. Decent sample size, I guess, already in the first half. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment towards the latter rounds. See no purchase.
अच्छा हाँ हाँ ओ अरे यार भाई निकलेगी वो भी आगे तो चलना ही पड़ेगा भाई टाइम रुकता थोड़ी है किसी के लिए ना एक काम करो ना नीचे वाले भी इसी में ही चले जाओ ना अगर बाय चांस जा भी रही हो तो वैसे तो नहीं जा रही मैंने वो डाला है
In those high-risk scenarios, we're a bit more used to it, I guess, at this point, and so will they be now. A 3 to 4, just Sheriffs, and a couple of classics.
I mean, bigger picture-wise, both of these teams have so many reps this year on modes. I think it's 14 for PaperX and 11 or 12 for Wolves.
Yeah.
So even here on the attacking half, I mean, if you come out with a lead, doesn't matter what it is, you've got to feel really good about yourself. So we'll have to ride this out on a handful of Sheriffs.
Oh,
it's nasty. And Divide drawing all eyes on him. It is only pistols, but it's... Ah! Divide's like, no, sorry, something. You don't even get to play. Easily done. Happy with that. Confidence build is there.
A little bit of a reset here in between ahead of this buy round, and actually we'll have the pit. See if Fat BB has his ultimate. Juicy just one away as well. Didn't even need the second piece of this setup.
One enemy remaining.
Building some confidence here.
Dominance we kehde bhai.
Cobra round 4 Divide, who's actually leading the border 10 and 4, an early 3K I believe in one of the rounds.
Ooh, look at this stack. They're in the right place here, Mike. How far?
Bhai kya read kiya bhai?
Deep flash it up. Look at this outrageous approach. Oh, it's been absolutely red. Jing gets backhanded there, and they couldn't close down on any of the kills.
I mean, 2 pings on the reveal. Not sure how much that box just sponged, but no damage.
एक बात बताओ मेरे को तुम लोग को इनकी आवाज नहीं आ रही ना डिस्कॉर्ड की?
Taking a hit here down to 35.
सोरन भाई बताना.
Nightfall might actually be a bit of a red herring.
How much can Patman be expected to do here? That's a huge ult as well, right?
Has to basically hit the
and
panic
Forsaken,
button.
wait, Forsaken! Oh, they read it so smart. As soon as that Nightfall caught how many? 4 players? Instantly went for it. Now, not to beat, Wolves 2 heads up for that. And the dust hasn't even settled really, but the rotations are here. Device back over. He was solid before this nice high-low setup. Be very difficult to break. Or not there, Paranoia ready, there it is, forces them off. Spring, they seem so prepared for these holds. They've seen Batman as well. Position now given, and look at YU.
He's got so much space to play into.
His lurk is so nasty. And at this point, they want to pivot, they want to go back towards B. It does put into something's hand. Spring. Oh! It's gorgeous from Spring. Lurks on lurks, but something still stands. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go? Back towards C. Safety on that C site. You don't fancy walking into something like this. So the plant's in, and he's left in a 1v4.
Make an honest go of this here. You can see on the X-ray, YU already wrapping him. He's got a turret here to play contact off as well. Might even just Able to pop something in the back of the head. No. We'll get the sound cue regardless. I think now relaying that information. Yeah, that comes through.
God, his positioning.
Yeah, this is just, again, probably sitting back and watching this, Alex not going to be happy about this spray into the smoke with the audience. It's begging somebody to walk on it.
Yep.
And Spring just comes alive.
And it feels like this was a whole book in one round, right? Chapter by chapter. At this beginning, the box apparently being on Wolves' side. And the
देखो ना डबल बॉक्सेस पे था ना वो
coming out.
इसके ऊपर वाली बॉक्स पे पड़ गई सब
all of this was in the same round. And again, that paranoid being just tilted up, it felt like they were so aware. There's the wall.
On a reload.
मत दो यार गालियां सिंजा भाई क्या हाल चाल है राम राम यार कैसे हो
They're both
प्लेयर यार
I mean, there's
ऊपर
potentially bait into that. One person sprays, but something off Ricky around 10.
Obviously Paper X baby.
Timeout seeming to work well, at least for these early couple of exchanges, right? Something's want of space and wanting to play towards bound is fine, but you've started to see how Wolves are approaching this.
You've never seen Paper X really relent in that regard. It will continue, and that's where they catch teams off guard, where it's like, yeah, your aggression hasn't worked 4 rounds in a row. No, we're coming again, don't worry.
That 5th time, it'll work. And now we're seeing a bit of a tempo switch up from Wolves too. Very, very slow. Holding here, waiting for that re-aggress, which is coming. And again, they're so prepared, Mike. They've got the PRX playbook and they understand it well. Still got to handle the players on the other side. Great shot from Batman, but it's traded. And the numbers simply so advantageous. A quick rotate off the back of, once again, YU space.
It's always the one to backfill these sort of plays.
Ooh, tricky. Still not easy on this though, is it?
No.
It's Whoa! A shot!
बैचो क्या मारा भाई
once again, you don't see him on the site. You know where to be looking. Slow and steady, he herds them closer.
Bro,
they need a
he's
plant
iron,
for
bro.
17
Actually,
seconds.
he's iron.
And why you on his walkabouts? Divide dead!
ये योकाई बे.
On the line though, for sake of speed up here. Punish the plant, but no, can't quite catch him!
अरे ये केजे का नाम है ना यूको याकाई.
Beautiful mid-rounding here, Mike. This is stunning.
Blow for blow, this exchange is beautiful to just watch from the minimap. Spreading the needle once more. Oh. That's how it gets found. But again, it's a similar thing. Paper X, they lose one, they stack up 3 to actively re-clear that space. And ultimately, again, it feels like it's their demise in this round because of YU. Now sitting at 11 and 5, leading the 4 Wolves. Almost the execution.
मुझे लग रहा है ये लोग इतना बज रहे हैं, ये लोग इतना कड़े हो रहे हैं, ये कड़े होके चले ही ना जाएं. पेपर एक्स ऐसा कुछ खेलने लगे. इनको जाना ही पड़ेगा भाई. जाओ, उठो उठो कर रहे, उठो उठो ले बेच. क्या? नहीं. मैं अच्छा लास्ट वन का आया था मुझे. मुझे नहीं पता. हाँ क्या? तो मैं क्यों गांड बना नहीं कर रहा हूँ बेंच? ये कब आया लिखा हुआ? वुल्फ भी मस्त खेल रहा है पर भाई वुल्फ भाई गांड मार के आ रहा है भाई वुल्फ. #3 कैसे मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई वुल्फ चाइना में. और जो वो जाइली गेमिंग कौन थी वो XLG वो पहले निकल गए #1.
Which is actually what's so refreshing to see again on a
अपने स्ट्रीमर अनाउंसमेंट में आया था क्या?
Dark Horse, but actually improving game by game. Upsets along the way, sure, but actually showing they've got their head screwed on.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Now for Paper X, so once again you kind of go into the archives, right? As much as everyone likes to look at these guys as underdogs, they've had to rebuild. That is true. Bringing in Patman was fantastic. It worked. We've all seen the difference in their playstyle as of late. They're starting to look much, much better overall. But these guys have sat in finals. These guys have been in Champions finals. They know what this sort of pressure's like. They are never going to be the underdogs in my mind. They're too talented for it. So as it stands, they need to adapt here.
Just look what's happened here as well. Paper X already drawn a player across. I mean, Divine now reconsidering, but Spring looking to pressure up towards Tree. Divine again, counter 3, almost caught one here.
Now,
Again, shows presence on the other side. So ice towards the minimap. Look what happens. Immediately, Paper X looking to isolate the weaker side of this default, but they pick up the pace.
अरे मेरे को लगता है 2 तारीख को
I
मीटिंग
like
होगी,
the
2 तारीख को
intention,
मीटिंग
actually, I really do. But the problem is the stall out's fantastic from Paper X. Denying that space being taken freely. They're here quickly, popping the ult from something. Information galore in 25 seconds. We are now at pressure stations. Forsaken down on 30. Has to respect the paint shell. A spray through the smoke here doesn't land, but something does. They dwindle in numbers. SUPERLIGHT and Spring, the last two standing, and they are cornered here. This adjustment from Paper X.
Nice!
Stunning from them. They worked it so well.
Now that is a beautiful recovery, considering
इधर ये करूँ क्या?
paranoia showstopper, so much thrown towards YU. And in that situation, Wolves just kind of need to go, 1 for 2 in terms of approaching A site. They do that. Paper X still come back.
Something है बे something. कल ये क्रॉसर खेलेंगे something वाली हो गया.
Disciplined start to an extent, right? That dose of discipline at the beginning, the second contact rate.
A sprinkle of discipline.
Much as we're going down. That's as much as we're going down. But honestly, I like that though. And again, those quick rotations, starting to read what Wolves are doing, identifying where he was. And yeah, the trap was there, but even those rotations coming in so quick. Back into the mix of things. Both sides still lacking for some areas on Paper X's side. You're going to see that Guardian still in the hands of Divide.
अरे वो 250 लोग थे भाई, नाम ही नहीं दिख रहा, एक तो फोन से था.
Forsaken.
फाइनल में सेकंड वर्सेस
and a wanted punish. You can see they're starting to read this, maybe mound pressure, trying to maybe toy with those expectations off of that fade utility.
They kind of know Forsaken's the key stakeholder in terms of those set pieces outside C. Try to shut him down here. Again, beautiful read or assessment, I guess, of the previous situation.
And some people may look at these two teams and see them as just those mechanical monsters, but this is a really cerebral game so far.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Seeing these rotations on rotations, these adjustments.
क्या चीज वेलो?
Spring almost. And now a moment of quiet here.
That could slow things down potentially.
Yeah, they're not able to kind of pre-take, I guess. And the plant's going to come in. Now this should encourage movement here. Just going to kind of eat the Prowler. Still close range, still able to use the shorty just fine. Weapons not right, and the knife's not ready. So a 3v3 in the post. Look at the position from YU. That is, excuse me, coming in from CFAT BB. He is still on the way, but they've still got to slow things down. YU does well. Lightsaw still has to hold ground here, and now the silence goes different. The position becomes questioned. They don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a guess. CFAT BB does well on one. Draws to fire off the defuse. Just needs to keep his cool here. Everything for him, trying to play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock. And play him like a fiddle! See that, baby! Beautiful! For
अच्छा स्वैप है, अच्छा स्वैप है. हाँ? भाई अगर नहीं हो रहा तो मैं बोलो, मैं बात करवाऊँ फिर. अगर उधर से नहीं हो रहा, मैं बता रहा हूँ अभी भी कि है डैड के अच्छे खासे कॉन्टैक्ट हैं. तो कहीं दूसरी जगह देख लो अच्छी. नहीं देन टू यार, मतलब अगर कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा तो क्या ही कर रहा वो, ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ. अगर बॉडी में कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा. जो ये बता हमने इतना टट्टी क्यों है, पैसा नहीं है क्या गरीब भाई? पैसा नहीं है भाई, सच्ची में भाई. ये ऐसे बनाया भाई, जो बनाया उसने सच्ची. नहीं मैं खा लिया, अब मेरे को जगह नहीं थोड़ी भाई, सच्ची में भाई 1 रुपया नहीं है यार. क्या बोल रहा है?
I need PRX to win today, please.
Toronto, what are the chances do you think of him going bold? Come on, are Wolves going to win this event?
No.
Oh, it's not looking good for you, Mixel. It's not looking good. Now, some of the players on stage, we've really seen their personalities. SUPERLIGHT, BB, Forsaken, they're on their feet. They're hyping up the crowd. As a former player who also enjoys that atmosphere.
ये बोस्टन की गर्लफ्रेंड है, पता है बिरयानी? गया क्या ये? पेरेंट्स इतने सपोर्टिव कैसे हैं आपके? स्टार्टिंग में सपोर्ट किए, उसके बाद जब बंद करने बोले तब तक मैंने जॉब ढूंढ ली भाई, तो जॉब भी करता रहा और ये भी करता रहा हूँ, मतलब कर रहा हूँ। ये जो है ना लड़की, ये बूस्टर की गर्लफ्रेंड है। हाँ मेरे को मीमी बहुत अच्छी लगी थी यार, पता। मैं फिर मैं टिकट सब हो रही थी मीमी से मिलने की, बाद में मुझे पता चला बेंच और जेकन भाई टांग अड़ा के रखे। सल्यूट है तेरे को, लव यू मेरी जान। बस ये 2.81 के दिख रहा है ना, ये 281 के हो जाए ना, मज़ा आ जाए बहस के। एक ऐसा रील जुप करके ऐसा कुछ जाए, वीडियो या रील या कुछ भी। काकू का तो भाई हॉट है भाई सच्ची में। फनेटिक वर्सेस G2 में भाई चाहिए तो मुझे फनेटिक, बट पलड़ा उधर का G2 का भारी लग रहा है, क्योंकि वो साला जॉगमो हराम ज्यादा मारेगा भाई बहुत। जाएगी एक तो मैं भाई ये टाइम आउट वाला ये नहीं कर सकता भाई, कॉपीराइट देते हैं यार।
Back into getting a team back online, and we'll certainly have tapped into that here in Toronto.
All right, PaperX now on the attack, 5-7.
Oh!
Divine headliner, a big player in big games too. Don't forget what this man can do. 3 pivotal kills and a stark reminder of who PaperX can be.
We dictate the pace now. You can't sit back in the default. We'll bring the fight to you.
हाँ बॉस पे सही हो जाता है।
Why you in spring? Well, just why you left now in a 1v5.
Come back है bro, come back है।
Ace needed. The Jing gonna shut down any hope of recovery. Kicking off the second half with a flawless round victory.
And you're right, I think what you said. Controlling that tempo. Their own. Hard to handle on all occasions.
टाइटल भी मिलता है इसमें।
See if PaperX are gonna dial into that. And that's really, I guess, we've asked this before of Wolves to kind of stabilize a little bit in the second half and really get to grips with what their opponent's going to try and achieve here. Is again, no secrets on the way in from PaperX. Stack misplaced here, so.
अरे लेना गोटी ले।
Your second successful approach towards A. Hopefully.
Yep.
इसको दिलाया।
And I again look towards Devi here, 2 away from his ult so early on. I mean that could be there for the bonus, right? Huge.
भाई वाइज इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है क्या? क्यों लग रहा मेरे को वोल्ट 2-0 करेंगे?
That's brilliant.
नहीं भाई 2-0
नहीं।
ये मैं भाई रक्षण ना मजाक नहीं है।
मार रही है।
Coming to your first buy round to have that ultimate available is brutal. Wow.
Guys.
A response found.
Easy, Tiger. We shouldn't get more dangerous than this. Stop it. Stop it. Jing and Forsaken keep this in control. Stop it. What has gone on? Forsaken left in a 1v2. Come on, Forsaken. Surely you keep this safe. Backpedaling away, trying to play the time now. This should never have been this close. See if
Hey, Bhagwan.
Come down to a Red Bull clutch here. Just one rifle retained.
पैटमैन अच्छा एडिशन भाई, पैटमैन बहुत तगड़ा एडिशन है भाई। मोनेट के बाद पैटमैन इज अ गुड एडिशन।
Point here, but PaperX are able to get the purchase together. Jing.
वो अच्छा नहीं था, वो जो आया था ना गेको खेलता था, क्या नाम था, सिगरेट CGR
finding so much value here. Jing.
Okay.
Blood pressure check required for Alex.
We'll get the heart rate monitors out next time. Now again, keep in mind they do have Devi's ult here. So this is some...
Jord bhai. Abe kya ho
You've got to see them build around, be aware of.
Entry found, but it's a full 5v5 in the post.
Banda time being ke liye add kiye the.
Sketchy timing on this.
अच्छा मतलब
it looks like something wants to try and hold this back. They're willing to try and brawl on the site. They're not sitting deep at all here. Something Wants to draw blood.
CGRS के बाद ही तो ये आया something.
PRX still standing by. Oh, it's messy. And now there's an opportunity. PRX though, banking on Jing. And you know he'll give you a couple here. Beautiful from him. Now down in the 1v2. Incredibly difficult for Sufat BB again.
Anna!
Got that one all day long.
The tempo shift here on the half certainly suiting PaperX. Now one to the good, 8-7 the scoreline. Get this judge up close and personal.
Okay.
Sure, भाई.
Jing 4 on the round for him. Good progress towards
4090 ले लो भाई, best अभी market में. Best मतलब best. उसका price भी गिर नहीं रहा, बैंक तो 1.5 लाख के ऊपर ही है वो. एलेक्स भाई ना मान रहे. एलेक्स भाई आज तो जीत के ही रहेंगे भाई. बहुत हो गया.
It's Fat BB the closest, and well, actually, Lysor one away from the TP, but necessarily too impactful.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's a recoverable weapon. No one else is here, so the game should be given away to an extent. Obviously now, the hit being noted by YU, trying to buy time, but it's hard to hold this back, right? It's a flood of players, full kit.
Nobody was watching, don't worry. We didn't see it.
Yeah, we didn't see it. All good, all good. PaperX though, got to steady the ship here. Can still get a little bit scary. And now Juicy does have that Vandal, right? Can they play him in? The post plant is purely on the site itself, Mike. There isn't anyone sitting deep.
Well, I mean, he's got 4 sheriffs basically to rally behind here and try and make this rifle work.
अबे पर आप पे 3070 Ti है ना?
Okay, Divine now. Gonna have to do work.
तो क्यों ले रहे हो बैंस क्या? आजा, आजा, सिफू, आजा बैंस, आजा.
Blink and you miss it. One of the quickest aces I think we've probably ever seen.
Look at this. And they needed him. They needed this. It was all going wrong.
That is just
short, baby.
Magic.
Beautiful to watch.
भाई ये clip करो.
He's going through it.
They're getting close, Wolves, right? They're getting close on these rounds, getting a little bit scary. But the scoreline looking good for PaperX. 9-7, a buy back in hand for Wolves, though. They have to stop the rot fast.
This could be
भाई हमारे यहाँ तो 30-70 लगे
to
हैं.
find that response. But I can see Fat BB's ultimate. This time around, obviously retrieve the orb outside C. There's a bit of a gap here with Forsaken solo anchor towards A. Obviously, possibility here. Pac-Man and
भाई तुमको अगर खुद के लिए करना है ना बाबू भाई, नहीं बाबू भाई अगर पर्सनल करना है ना 4090 Ti लो बस. T-Bone अपना PC बनवा रहा है, वो भी 4090 ले रहा है, बताओ.
Don't know if that's going to reach. It does. So Lysor will be noted. Draws the paranoia. Okay, counter on counter. They can't hear a thing here. Divide though, unaffected, unfazed. 35 seconds getting close now. The paranoia burnt early. And Lysor needs to be ready. This is a lot of pressure coming his way. You're going to hear the ults coming out to secure the plant, but Lysor still does the damage. Can't do the dance though with Forsaken. And that's a beautiful catch from CFAT BB. Punishing Jing on the push-up. And now the plant gets hindered. Problems now mounting. Spring at the door, and now it's just on Divide. Position noted earlier, they should be aware. But this man's dangerous, but not today. Spring's got his number. Wolves back within touching distance.
So we needed them to find a response here. They finally stopped that string of rounds. Getting costly here on both sides. The showstopper shut down here from Jing, desperate to try and convert.
It's broken the money from PaperX.
Yeah,
rounds have been.
It's not necessarily been a walk in the park for that string of rounds, but Jing.
VCT देख के जिंग भाई ने मेरा गेमप्ले देखते जिंग भाई.
Start of round 18.
ऐसा से चल भाई मारता है.
Not too long ago.
Oh, look at that.
अरे बैट चल लोड़े लगे.
Oh, it's so sick. You think Wolves are just another team. They're certainly not very ready for what PaperX wanted to bring. Forsaken picking up what feels like the cursed rifle at this point. Just dropping hand to hand. Divided well last time in a scenario not too dissimilar to this, but not be able to get it this time. Yeah, handled. Wolves fully ready.
Something just walking into a blender. Was it both nanos actually into that corner? The alarm bot was there as well.
Yeah.
Obviously the vulnerable taking effect.
Second time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the second is here.
No escape really. God.
And actually, yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, Jing's forced into the line of sight as well. So.
One enemy.
Great little setup here from Wolves will actually get them a second round. Force a timeout as well from PaperX. So we'll be required to stand on their own 2 feet now for the remainder. 9-9 the scoreline.
I just keep thinking, oh, okay, PaperX back to that 4 in the row. You start to have Jing popping off. You've had Divide doing, acing out. It looked good. But then these last 2, Wolves never feel like they look like they're under pressure. It's always possible with them. That nice little setup, the last 2 rounds, very considered.
Find themselves in a really good position actually here in terms of defensive ultimates. They got 1 away from the lockdown. Springs 1 off the pit.
Oh, true, yeah.
Gigabyte jao.
2 more for Juicy.
Gigabyte
to find the showstopper. I mean, yes, options on the side of PaperX, but in terms of this defensive ult cycle, got to feel really, really good about themselves. So again, even with that string of rounds now, look at what's in the bank for PaperX. What's behind this purchase? Now, even here, a broken purchase, if you look at some of the shields.
This feels tense, though, because this was the one from the timeout, right? This is the one with the plan in mind for PaperX. The last check-in with the coaching staff, unless we get OT.
Wolves getting a little active here as well, actually.
Off the back of a timeout, why not? A traditional reaction. Is PaperX aware? Something.
भाई क्या fast ले रहे हैं भाई? आप public?
But will he expect all 3 quick enough to find 1? Great paranoia from Forsaken as well. Do they try and go on the hunt from this? TP's lovely. Big investment on that, but I like the idea behind it, taking a lot of space. But look at towards the site. It's, yeah, Juicy still standing here, pops the ult, plays it well. Oh, catching Jing mid-air! You can't get away from him. Brought back to life before from CUBB, and now he's standing on his own 2 feet. Divide left. All on his own.
MSI Asus Gigabyte तीनों अच्छे हैं.
Surrounded, and he doesn't even know it. You thought that TP might have cut right through him, it didn't. The Wolves still standing together, fighting together. Divide does what he can, putting up the stand for Wolves, taking the lead.
भाई HP होती तो ले जाता है, HP होती तो. ये बुल कौन सी टीम है बे? ये चाइना की है, X3. इस बार EDG नहीं आई ना सिंह साहब.
Get a crucial trade from Juicy.
इस बार EDG qualify नहीं हुई है भाई.
Second, the showstopper comes through. That splash damage. I can't believe that even catches on Jing. Outrageous scenes here.
You start to believe now. The way this half started, I thought it was going to go kind of par for course, right? What did expect?
इस बार #1 एक XLG थी, #2 यार मैं #2 का नाम भूल जाता हूँ हर बार. कोई तो थी और ये #3 है. #1 फर्स्ट गेम खेली और बाहर. बता अभी कितने 5 रीजन हो गए क्या? नहीं CN EMEA NA वैसे नहीं 4 ही तो हैं. NA ऐसे EU Asia and China. EU
got C's and his prowlers, but they are faster. His lights all caught sleeping, not expecting the pace. Juicy, a wild play through the smoke. Gonna find 2, but Spring's now here. It gets a bit messy, but it's working out at least for now in Wolves' side.
Billy की हाँ Billy की. तो 4 ही हुए ना, एक ही बात है. मैं U नहीं बोलता ना, मैं EMEA बोलता हूँ. EMEA बोलता हूँ.
Does have the ultimate here, but again, 2v3 doesn't feel good.
And that chip on Patman too, they're starting to feel it. Something's going to have to go nuclear. Try and save the day, but none of these fights, these engagements are fair for him. YU does well, even Patman with 21 HP, and not a prayer to be had. Wolves again now, round by round, taking this away from PaperX.
They hit 11 here.
अबे भोसड़ी के 4 रीजन है, NA, EMEA, ठीक है, पैसिफिक चाइना, ये ऐसे क्या है? साउथ अमेरिका ये क्या है? साउथ अमेरिका क्या है?
Ultimates are plenty.
साले बाउली गांड।
Defensive ultimates here for Wolves. See how
by decider है basically.
Take up the lion's share. Obviously, the round loss bonus is going to be a consideration.
यार 2-0 नहीं कर रही है ये। थर्ड जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है। ऐसे नहीं है, नहीं एनए नॉर्थ अमेरिका एंड नहीं साउथ अमेरिका नहीं है, एनए ही है बस। एनए ईएमईए पैसिफिक।
It all starts to compound here, but they're not.
तो चाइना से पहले क्या सिर्फ 3 रीजन थे? हाँ 3 ही रीजन थे।
Alt starting to build, money looking solid. We're gonna need a PaperX round. Gonna need someone to step up, and it looks like something wants to try and trailblaze its way forward. Good info. 2 spotted.
ब्रीच होता तो इधर मजा आ जाता ना। मेरे को चीज बताओ, अगर मैं यूरो के अल्ट में हूँ, हाँ चैट, मैंने बंदों को देखा।
Oh, the paranoia was fine on one, but it looks quite juicy. Still standing, still breathing. Forsaken gonna find the trade out towards Lights. Nice from PaperX, unwilling to relent on the site now. Spring and what? Oh my God, what a shot! Couldn't get the second. Forsaken wants this.
टेंशन मत लो, बिंग्स भाई ड्रिंक्स करके पीआरएक्स को जिता देंगे भाई। पीआरएक्स जीतेगी भाई।
Something special.
बिंग्स भाई ड्रिंक्स करो, मैं भरोसा रखता हूँ।
The lifeline for PaperX.
बिंग्स भाई तुम आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। बिंग्स भाई तुम आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
Time's been bought. Couldn't get the punish fast.
हाँ मैं क्या बोल रहा था, खाना पानी और सेट अप स्ट्रीम देखूंगा। क्या कहा है? मैं कुछ बोलने जा रहा। हाँ तो मैं यूरो के अल्ट में किसी को देखा, मैंने ब्रीच को बोला कनकस दे, उसने कनकस दिया, तो मैं अल्ट में कनकस होऊंगा क्या? ये बता ना, तुम आगे बढ़ो पहले भाई। आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ भाई, देख रहा है चाचा नहीं। पिछले 28 डेज में जो मेरा चैनल का ग्राफ है ना,
so sloppy on that first kill. The paranoia almost setting things in motion, but
और 10 गुना और बढ़े भाई, 100 गुना बढ़े, 1000 गुना बढ़े, 1 लाख गुना बढ़े भाई मेरे साथ।
Those were your last words.
Yes. 2800 पे अटके हुए हैं, पता नहीं कब से। नहीं भाई अभी तो हुए 2800। बकचोदी कर रहा।
Comfortable fine.
आज मैंने पनीर दो प्याजा बनाया एंड अपने लिए गार्लिक नान ऑर्डर करी और मम्मी के लिए रोटियां बनाई। वाह भाई नाइस रे भाई। जो लड़की मिलेगी अभिषेक भाई, मज़े भाई उसके तो। हाँ होंगे शायद। 2600 पर थे जब मैंने स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़ी, आज 1 साल हुआ है। 2600 पर थे? क्या बात कर रहा, सिर्फ 200 ही बड़ा भाई? नहीं भाई ऐसा थोड़ी हो सकता, पागल है क्या सच्ची में? हट रे चुतिया है क्या?
Around these ultimates, you're really looking.
दो सौ ही बड़ा है भाई, चल बे पागल। मेरा से 200 इतना नहीं। मेरा जब ये था ना, ये जब केबिन बना तब मेरा कुछ 2000 कितना था बैंचो, 2400 था कुछ ऐसा, कुछ 400 में 430 या 420 ऐसा कुछ था। 300-400 बढ़े 6-8 महीने में। बट ठीक है भाई, धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहे तो धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे। अरे सही में भाई 2600 में जब मैंने स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़ा 2300, जब मेरा केबिन बना था ना उस टाइम नाइस। भाई क्या कर सकते हैं सिंह साहब, तेरे को भी पता है। देखिए ये ऐसी चीज है ना कि एक रात को सोऊंगा और अगली रात को उठूंगा और बैंक चैनल के नंबर देखूंगा। ये वही सीन है भाई। मैं अपनी तरफ से 100 दे रहा हूँ। मैं एडिटर भी नहीं, खुद ही सब कर रहा हूँ भाई। शॉर्ट्स भी बना रहा हूँ, वीडियोस भी बना रहा हूँ। नहीं है भाई इतना पैसा मेरे को। नाइस वन। आज ही क्या हाल है रितेश भाई, क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम, कैसे हो यार? सब किस्मत का खेल है, वही तो मैं बोल रहा यार, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, किस्मत का खेल है। हो तो जाएंगे इतना तो पक्का है एस्ट्रो भाई, इतना तो भाई करना तो है। देखो मेरे पास पैसे रहते ना, मैं कब का एडिटर ले सकता, बट भाई जब नहीं है तो भाई बूंद बूंद से सागर भरता है। धीरे धीरे करके ही चलना पड़ रहा है, समझ रहे हो? धीरे धीरे करके चलेंगे, एक ना एक दिन तो पहुंच ही जाएंगे। गट फीलिंग तो है भाई, इस साल कुछ तो धूम मचाएंगे भाई।
Slower approach this time around.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? पेपर एक्स यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? ये साले लोमड़ियों को सपोर्ट करूंगा मैं, लोमड़ियों को.
Early on at least from Wolves. Exploration elsewhere. This is both YU and Spring though. Spring's gonna pushing forwards. Might even catch Divine Spawn.
Yeah, trying to almost sell this. Completely unawares. They hadn't seen this sort of look before. But if anything, it encourages.
मचाओगे आप पक्का? We are there for you. Love you यार. बैंच जितने भी आज देख रहे हो ना, सबको मेंबरशिप होगी. अरे सबको मेंबरशिप होगी.
Yeah, this is going to get tense.
सबको मॉडरेटर होगा भाई और चैट ऐसे बाकी में तुम्हारा चैट नहीं पढ़ूंगा भाई. जो मेरी 4000 का मेंबरशिप लेगा मैं उसी का चैट पढ़ूंगा. ऐसा दिन भी आएगा भाई. और लाना है मुझे ये करके ही रखना है भाई.
Rewarded. Nice from him. Man advantage and plant next on the
एक बार क्लिक होना है आपको फिर सब बढ़ेगा. सिस्टम बदलेगा. हाँ यार एक कोई बड़े आदमी से एक कोई बड़े आदमी के नजर में आ जाऊँ ना मैं.
Yeah, beautiful from him. They've got to react to it now. Something it wasn't clean enough.
माँ चूदा ने थ्रो किया.
Jing, what do you do?
He's caught.
What do you do?
They can just stick it.
Yeah. I can't believe it. YU just has to hold guard. And for Jing, he just has to stand back and watch as the 12 gets taken away in the final hour of regulation.
एकदम से 100 के थोड़ी होगा, धीरे-धीरे ही 10 के 50
the purchase going to be
इस कर रहे हैं भाई, मेहनत कर रहे
हैं.
मैं कल से इसलिए रात में आ रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि मेरे को दिन में थोड़ा टाइम मिल जाएगा पता वीडियोस बनाने के लिए.
Jing
का राउंड का थोड़ा हंस दिया. हाँ यार उसका केजी को लगा ही नहीं बहन चोद. मैं इसलिए कल से रात में आने वाला हूँ. जिन का टेबल में कितना कॉफी पड़ा है.
Wolves still have a pit, still have a shot.
Reload क्यों हो रहा? अरे बफर क्यों हो रहा?
Big tools to work with here in round 24. The moment of silence will drop.
Let's go. रात में streams होगा. हाँ कल से रात में आऊँगा. मैं दिन में नहीं आ रहा कल से.
Once again, it's like
हो गया भाई मेरा दिन का. भाई रात में सब भाई लोग आते हैं. देख 8 बंदे देख रहे भाई. दिन में बैंक आते हैं लोग आते हैं. बट वो ना फ्लक्चुएट होते रहते हैं. कभी 3 पे गिर जाते हैं, 2 पे गिर जाते हैं, फिर अचानक से 6 पे 7. अभी देख प्रॉपर देख रहे भाई. है भाई रात में टाइम मिलता है लोगों को. फैट एमर है भाई. एमर नहीं वो साला उठ के जब वो ऐसा बुलाता है ना बहुत गुस्सा आता है. रात को मजा भी आता है स्ट्रीम है ना. खाने लिए कभी-कभी ट्राई करके आता मैं भी दोस्त को. हाँ कोई दिक्कत नहीं. कोई दिक्कत नहीं. डन सीन है.
Oh my god, he's going for the heroics. Oh! He went for the heroics and it worked out for one. Not going to get a second. His PaperX now finds stability on the site. Into the post plant. Something playing a little further ahead. He wants a one and done and back away. No one's given him that yet though. And the time ticking for PaperX here. This is good for them. Still on play though. Juicy passes. You've heard that invested.
Short
on the site for something goes well. Gets one back to show something does well.
हाँ देख रहा है चूती है.
And the trade for Spring. It's into a 2v2. It ain't over yet. You're looking at the post plant for Divine and Jing here. Can they hold on to this? Paint shell posted by some seconds. They needed to stay Divine digging deep. And they're not dead yet. They're not dead. You should have killed them when you had a chance. PaperX.
लाइक करो भाई लोग, लाइक करो. आज 2820 भी हो सकते हैं यार. 30 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए. थोड़ी शेयर कर
दो. Of course we see overtime here on the first map of this series.
भाई बोला ना बकचोदी नहीं. PaperX है भाई. ओटी हो गया बढ़िया. ये भाई जिसको मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ वो टीम बाहर. आप किसको सपोर्ट करते हैं? TH को. एक्चुअली आई वाज आल्सो सपोर्टिंग TH यार. मतलब मेरे को ऐसा है कि एक ट्रॉफी तो मिले यार उनको. क्या सेक्सी मैच जा रहा है ना. प्रोसेसर 9800X 3D Ryzen 7. हाँ वही लिया मैं. मेरा NZXT का क्या नाम है. नहीं NZXT का कौन सा था यार वो. क्रैकन क्या कूलर में 3 है.
Timing's going to be critical on this. They've read it really well here.
Same piece we've seen previously.
And it worked out well for a 2-2 trade in the end, but this time, Jing!
Nice!
In unison! They're not going to let him even have a chance into this.
डिस्क्रिप्शन में सबका नाम लिखा है। अरे मैं उसका कल डिस्क्रिप्शन बैठ के ना उसको ये करूंगा, सबका लिंक डालूंगा। अरे मत मत करो भाई प्लीज।
They should find stability, Mike. The Wolves look there unwilling to back away. They don't want to go elsewhere.
They're expecting PaperX to rotate away from this and give up the space, but PaperX reading this perfectly.
Wall नहीं है, wall किधर है इसकी?
Still got both extremities controlled as well, so
it's so difficult. They need a freebie. They need something.
Nice.
It ain't happening. PaperX looking.
सिर्फ इन्फो फ्लैश था वो, सिर्फ इन्फो के लिए था भाई वो। भाई क्या? भाई PRX सपोर्टर भाई किंग जोंग उंग को थोड़ी सपोर्ट करनी है। नहीं किंग जोंग उंग तो उधर का है ना, साउथ कोरिया का शायद। भाई परसों था ना, हक दिया ना सेंटिनल ने। बस क्या कोई तो नया आदमी भी देख रहा है, उसे बोलो सब करे सारे 9 लोग नहीं बात करते हैं। भाई सब्सक्राइब करो भाई। नॉर्थ कोरिया का, अच्छा नॉर्थ कोरिया का।
It's pressure on them more than anything.
भाई मेरे जैसा ही दिखता है ना। भाई तुम लोग को एक चीज दिखाऊं, भाई तुम लोग को एक चीज दिखाता हूँ। अरे मैं दिखाता हूँ, रुको। देख रहे हो भाई, भाइयों में भाई तू फिकर ना कर। ये कौन है लाल आदमी, मेरे को क्या पता क्या बना था वो। भाई मैं लेजिट वही चैट पे लिख रहा था कि आपकी जैसा ही दिखता है। भाई मैं वो बना के रखा हूँ भाई, कब से थंबनेल में यूज नहीं करता, बहुत डर लगता है भाई कि कुछ बकचोदी ना हो जाए। वाह भाई क्या सीन है। है ना, सेक्सी दिख रहा है ना।
Again, you look at PaperX, they are a legacy team
पूरा
here, right?
फेस स्वैप भाई किंग जोंग उंग का।
They have that one destination in mind, that final stop. The Wolves standing in their way of that grand final. And it's down to the wire between these two. So we go again.
Like करो दोस्तों, like करो 8 बंदे देख रहे हो, like करो।
It almost looks like rinse and repeat, but Jing this time is fast.
मार किया।
Lysor has gone down. It looked a little laboured, but YU swings in. Oh, he gets a second. Hold on, PaperX held back here now.
भाई जीत सकते 2v3 है।
Spike just behind the wall as well. Not necessarily a comfortable push out here.
थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा फास्ट हो गया।
Divine
अगर बूमबा मार सकता है, वही डर है मेरे को बस।
Be given an opportunity to reset a little bit here, but find themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, I thought they were leaving Divine there. God.
Shadows traveling.
भाई हो सकता है भाई, दोनों गोट गेमर है भाई।
So no paranoia.
गोट प्लेयर है। हो
Going to
सकता
be a
है।
little gap on a follow-up smoke here. Plant comes through. Juicy still got satchels. Spring still with a snake bite, so a couple of tools here at Wolves' disposal.
Oh, it's so tense now. You're going to need someone to over-deliver, and they do! PaperX take it down!
आजा! बेंचो! आजा माकी! हाँ? माँ का, अब खड़ा हो ना! अब खड़ा हो! Love you मेरे भाई! Let's go भाई, let's go! Boca.
He's legit NPC full, they should take it.
बकचोदी बहन बोर्ड। अबे काला स्क्रीन क्यों आ जाता है ये? मेरे को ऐसा खड़ा होना था बे, पता है? मैं खड़ा नहीं हुआ बेंचो। अपना पूरा सिस्टम में आजा, अब आना। नेक्स्ट मैच खड़ा हूंगा, याद दिलाना चैट। अगर 2-0 हो गया ना, बोकेश्वर की गांड मार देंगे हम। We have an auction tonight.
दर्द नहीं तो 10 घंटे बैठ के दर्द होता है ना, आपकी बम्स सुन हो जाती है।
भाई सच में चूतड़ दर्द होते हैं,
समझ रहे हो? ऐसे करते हैं ऐसे।
हाँ पाची
मुझे अच्छा पढ़ लो। मैकी व्हाट्स अप, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो। कैसे हो? हेलो अभिषेक, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। आइस पैक लगाया क्या? लगानी पड़ती है भाई, स्ट्रीम के बाद आइस पैक लगाता हूँ मैं। सच्ची बात चूतर दर्द होती है। हाँ, 10 घंटे स्ट्रीम करते हैं, चूतर दर्द होगी ना भाई। रंबी भाई आप भी 10 घंटे करो, आपकी भी होगी। आपकी तो मेरे से बड़ी चूतड़ है।
रोज करता हूँ,
तोड़ा
रोज करता हूँ,
तोड़ा पाजी। लो
बैन बोर्ड।
ये ग्रम्पी भाई थोड़े से मनहूस है क्या?
मुझे तोड़ोगे?
शायद ग्रम्पी भाई थोड़े से मनहूस है क्या?
मुझे
भाई आते ही इनके लाइट चली गई। शर्म है ग्रम्पी भाई,
बिजली वालों
ऐसे करोगे मतलब? लाइट चली गई आपके आते ही, क्या है यार? बैन दे देते हैं इनको ग्रम्पी भाई को, लाइट आ जाएगी।
नहीं
मैं तो 24 घंटे की स्ट्रीम कर चुका हूँ। 24 घंटे की मैं भी कर चुका हूँ।
आ नहीं रहे,
डबल आइस पैक
आऊंगा ना रात में।
मुझे तोड़ोगे, बिजली वालों से कनेक्शन है मेरे। आईबा हो ना आप, बिजली वालों से कनेक्शन है, वो ऐसे कर रहा था। अभी आए क्या सुन रहा हूँ, किसकी चूतर बड़ी है? ग्रम्पी भाई की। पाजी रैम XMP करना सेफ है? एब्सोल्युटली ब्रो, अगर आपकी अलाउ करती है तो। क्या कर सकते हैं यार? It wouldn't be a sick warrior stream without the light going out. Bhai, that's the life of living in Lucknow, UP, double engine सरकार।
आपके इधर लाइट जाती है, मेरे इधर नेट जाता है।
Having in double engine living in double engine सरकार राज। देख रहे हो? सोचो ट्रिपल इंजन सरकार होती तो क्या होता भाई? क्रेजी हो जाता भाई।
4 सेकंड के अलावा दूसरा कौन सा फेवरेट है? क्या
भाई।
वैंडल की प्लेयर? हर्षदीप भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम पाजी, कैसे हो यार? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस।
क्रेजी माहौल है भाई।
2-0 का माहौल तो नहीं लग रहा, बट पेपर एक्स फॉर द भाई जीतेगी भाई। कैसे हो भाई? मैं बढ़िया यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो?
नेट जाता है, आप बताओ भाई। आप भी गलत लोगों को वोट दे रहे हो। प्रॉपर कार लेकर जाना ऑक्शन में तोड़ा चाहिए फॉर योकाई। तोड़ा चाहिए, ओके।
ऑक्शन किस चीज का है?
4 दिन उठा नहीं था मैं।
हाँ, कौन सा है बिरयानी? हाँ भाई, फिर तो 10 मिलियन के नीचे जाएंगे ही नहीं है ब्रो। आपको स्ट्रीम पे सुनता था, आज मिल ही गए। लव यू मेरी जान। इधर आओ, पप्पी लो मेरे से, इधर आओ। तुम्हारी आवाज म्यूटेड है। हाँ
लोग यहाँ के डब्लू समझवा, ऐसे थोड़ी ना बोलते हैं हम लोग।
अमीगोस
मेरे ऊपर पैसे फेंक के जाओ प्लीज। अक्षय ओके डन।
अच्छा सर जी, ग्रुपी कर लो प्लीज।
मैं बढ़िया ऋषभ भाई।
यार ग्रुपी के लिए बंदूक नहीं है यार, जेब में सिर्फ हर्षदीप भाई पता 1,20,000 रुपए।
यहाँ वृंदावन में भी हर दिन लिटरली 12 बजे लाइट चली जाती है, पता नहीं क्या
करूँ।
वहाँ तो ट्रिपल इंजन सरकार है भाई।
हर्षदीप भाई नीचे लाल वाला सब्सक्राइब का बटन है, उस पे भी गोली मार दे। हाँ हर्षदीप भाई ने आते ही किया भाई, नंबर बढ़ गया देखो।
आ जाओ
कृपया आई बात ना करो, ना करो।
पापा को आपकी स्ट्रीम दिखाई पता नहीं
शिरो यार। अरे क्या हाल चाल है कुछ पाजी? अबे उस दिन के बाद तो तुम दिखा ही नहीं रहे आरपी में
भाई। वो
मैं तो कल भी
करने आ रहे भाई, कह रहे मैं भी सिक्योरिटी की तरह क्लच करूंगा। आज वाली शॉट्स देखी थी?
अबे रुको,
तेल लगा के जो 6 लोगों को सूता था मैंने। चैट आज वाली शॉट्स देखी? जो तेल लगा के सूता था मैंने। चैट हेवी कमेंट्स और हेवी लाइक्स करके आओ यार आज वाली शॉट्स पे। ये देखो चैट।
आज आओगे? आऊंगा ना, रात में आऊंगा मैं। अभी दोनों मैच का वॉच पार्टी करने के बाद आऊंगा।
क्या हुआ? काला क्यों हो गया सब?
पूरा लाइट करे बाबा।
अबे काला हो गया सब भाई, कुछ दिख नहीं रहा स्क्रीन। क्या करना है?
कब? माइट बी 233। मैं पहले सब्सक्राइब ही करा था आते। मैं वही देखा ना, नंबर बड़ा, मैं समझ गया कि आप नहीं किया।
आजा
मेरी जान।
डीएक्टिवेट एक्टिवेट करा।
आईडिया दो। 233 तक
एक्टिव आ क्यों नहीं रहा ये? एलगातो तेरे को क्या हो गया? ओ एलगातो
पबजी भाई।
नहीं रहा एलगातो।
इलू जी क्या हाल चाल है? इलू कैसो क्यूट
भाई स्काउट भाई ने सही बोला था, एलगातो तेरी हैंडी।
अरे मेरा चैट पढ़े क्या इन्होंने?
एलगातो
अबे कैसे? अच्छा इसके लिए भी एलगाटो चाहिए क्या? डबल इसके लिए? हाँ भाई डबल। हाँ हर्षदीप भाई सपोर्टर तो है भाई सच ही बोल रहा हूँ, दिल पे हाथ रखे भाई। पाजी के स्ट्रीम से जो भी आए ना भाई, जेन्युइन मतलब आते भाई रोज देखने, सच्ची में, मजाक से।
एलगातो भाई चल जाओ। चल गया एलगातो भाई।
हाँ
चल गया एलगातो। चल गया
स्काउट बाय सुप्रीमेसी डेडिकेटेड गेमर डेडिकेटेड
पीसी रीस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा। चैट रीस्टार्ट कर रहा हूं पीसी, ठीक है? आवाज आ रही मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ अबे सुबह तक रहते हैं भाई वो, 7 बजे तक रहते हैं, 8 बजे तक रहते हैं भाई। मेरे को बस इसी के लिए पता है डुअल स्ट्रीम करना है, इस चीज के लिए। अगर मैं पीसी रीस्टार्ट करूं तो मेरी स्ट्रीम ना बंद हो, बस इस चीज के लिए मुझे करनी है। हाँ लैपटॉप है, पता है आइडल भाई मेरा, सबके आइडल भाई। मेरे लिए कौन है पता है? तुम लोग पता नहीं उसको जानते हो कि नहीं, मतलब मैं तो बहुत पहले से उसको फॉलो करता हूँ। एक स्ट्रीमर है भाई, लॉल्स गेमिंग करके भाई वो अभी कैसा भी हो भाई, बट मैं उसको तब से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ जब उसके कुछ मेरे 43 44 के उस टाइम थे भाई। मैं उस टाइम से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ भाई उसको। एलगाटो यूज़ करो फिर, एलगाटो खरीदना पड़ेगा ना, अभी पैसा नहीं है भाई, अभी जेब टाइट चल रही है बहुत। लॉन्च के साथ खेला है मैंने। हाँ क्या भाई, मैंने एक्चुअली में एमुलेटर पे जब मैं आया था ना, पबजी मोबाइल जब था एमुलेटर पे, तब मैंने उसको ही देखा था। मैं बोला भाई अब तो पीसी पे खेलने में मज़ा आएगा भाई। क्या खेलता था पैंच वो, पर लोग बोलते थे हैक करता, मेरे को लगता नहीं था कि हैक करता है वो। फिर उसने एक गाना बनाया था भाई, लॉल्स क्या उसका गाने का नाम याद भूल गया मैं। फिर बीआई में गया था, बियॉन्ड इन्फिनिटी में, आर्थुर चचा, फिर वो फ्यूरी। हाँ भाई बहुत क्रेजी था भाई वो, बहुत क्रेजी था भाई वो। हाँ बहुत ही सेक्सी था। अरे इलू किधर गए यार, गुस्सा हो गए क्या इलू? अरे इलू स्ट्रीम पे और चले गए। अरे मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड। इलू और क्या। ये क्या हो जाता है अचानक से? मैंने भी एमुलेटर पे पबजी शुरू करा था, फिर फ़ोन पे शिफ्ट हुआ। अभी भी हैकर एलिगेशंस लगते हैं उस पर, बट वो तो ऑन स्ट्रीम दिखाया ना निंजा भाई कि भाई मैं कुछ नहीं करता, देख लो। पता नहीं भाई, पर है वो मेरे लिए एक जेन्युइन, बोलते हैं ना कि हाँ भाई एक हार्ड वर्किंग फेस से इतना अचीव करना। T2 को टट्टू के बोला, हाँ T2 गेमिंग अभी भी खेलता है वो। फिर मयूर गेमिंग करके है। मयूर भाई का तो मेरे को आते थे उनके इसमें सुपर चैट करते थे भाई, घप सुपर चैट करते थे उस टाइम जब वो 1,00,000-1,50,000 के आसपास था। एक्चुअली ये लोग को तो स्प्लिट लेना चाहिए था भाई, ये लोग को तो स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप है स्प्लिट पेपर एक्स का, है ना? रॉन गेमिंग याद है? रॉन नाम सुना यार मैंने, रॉन गेमिंग। अरे यार मैं एक और था यार, वो सिर्फ जब नया शॉर्ट्स आया था यूट्यूब पे, उसने सिर्फ शॉर्ट्स डाल के भाई अपना चैनल 28K से 2 लाख समथिंग कुछ पहुंचाया था भाई। सिर्फ शॉर्ट्स डालता था भाई वो बंदा, जब नया शॉर्ट्स आया था यूट्यूब पे उस टाइम ही। ये T2 ये लोग, अरे लॉल से लोग के साथ ही खेलता था यार, मैं उसका नाम भूल गया हूँ, मुझे नाम ही नहीं याद आ रहा वो।
Executes how good the utility from Lysa is in that agent.
I really like their deadlock, in particular on the attacking side. It's another map where they play super slow, just like you were watching on Lotus. But what they do well here is putting down their Sentinel utility on space they take, then resetting as a team and clearing elsewhere. So they're kind of putting down these little checkpoints to save parts of the map they have, and then being able to call back into that really late. I think a lot of teams miss out on those.
भाई तुम लोगों को कलर वाला ऊपर नीचे तो नहीं दिख रहा ना, सही है ना?
They're great there. It's the same on defense. To me, this feels like a really strong map for Wolves to bounce back.
Yeah. I like the way they chop up the map, right? And really give themselves, like you said, a lot of these openings. The thing is, though, is that we have seen now a couple times PaperX kind of feed the beast one too many times here. And I think with Deadlock and the way that this team can play this one, Mimi, this could be quite problematic for them if they're not careful and checking their P's and Q's.
For sure, yeah. They have to be on point with taking calculated risks, but it definitely paid off in the first game here. Let's take a look at the comps, and PaperX locking in that jet for something now.
Oh, they're going back to something, you know, more standard in this case. They've moved away from the Gecko and the Race. I had a feeling that was want to happen, but I love Mimi the fact that they're sticking with this double controller and the Viper.
I really like the Viper comps on this map. I think they've always been strong on defense, especially Tobias looks great. But this is much more sensible in terms of the rest of the utility. You're going to put a lot into something. I'm looking at what he can do with the AWP, starting on this defensive side. What protocols Wolves have to deal with that.
Another player that we have to look at is Pac-Man. Very quiet performance in the first match that is very, very different from what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament from him.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of responsibility here, because I think like you're going to want that KO maybe to try and like flash a bit with the deadlock there to prevent that utility from being a bit of a problem. Try and sniff those things out. He's going to have a tall task ahead of him without a doubt here. Curious to see how this one plays out, because really it feels like both teams are doing their homework coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think that we also need to look at Forsaken. I think that one of the things that PaperX have to take great care of, number one is YU, because he's going to be most likely the one that is playing outside of the pack, and that could bring some of the time inside.
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, मयूर भाई आके ना सुपर चैट देते थे भाई, मेरे को अभी भी वो टाइम याद है। मयूर भाई के सुपर चैट देते थे मैं जो ये मतलब नॉर्मल, फिर अब पता नहीं वो फिर जैसे कोई एक गेमर आ रहा है और मेरे को सुपर चैट दे रहा है, तो वो बंदे उसमें भी जाएंगे ना कि कौन है कौन है कौन है करके भाई, वो फिर वहाँ भी पहुँच गए, समझ रहे हो, ऐसा कुछ था वो। फिर भाई लॉकडाउन में बेस्ट भाई GTX प्रीत, ओ भाई जो मजा आता था भाई देखने में।
Tipped the way of PaperX in OT, but what a wild ride it was to get there. Now on Ascent though, Mike, has this changed any of your expectations?
I mean, look at this, really, the upset would have come from Lotus for me. If Wolves could close out here, PaperX struggled domestically here on Ascent. They obviously have the loss to Genji previously here, sorry. So this is the opportunity now for Wolves to get back in control of this series and force a third. The split should be an absolute barn burner if we get there.
Please, look, I
always delivers, man. A split this side always.
Oh. God. Okay, well, let's see if they can get there first. For PaperX though, in their minds, there's always been one goal, and it's the grand final. Right? This team put together, went back to
रोनी का भी मैंने इतना कंटेंट नहीं देखा उसका, बट हाँ मैंने सुना है, कभी-कभार देखा भी है।
Every time he sees the champs LA finish it in game, it haunts him. Couple of matches, I saw them brought up on map 1.
So again, you've got to have been starting to truly understand hunger, and for PaperX, they've never really got that first place. Not when it mattered, so for them, probably the best chance they've had in a minute's time, but still, it will be Wolves on the attack, PaperX on the defending side. Something tries to stake his claim towards middle, but will be warded away.
The Sheriff actually here, with a flash. Close and personal, sure, actually Forsaken caught on the retreat back.
रोनी से मिला हूँ, क्या बात करो
सच्ची में? That space yet, but there is still 2 players on the side of the map for PaperX, so Pac-Man's still here.
भाई मैंने आज तक कोई IRL यूट्यूबर से किसी से नहीं मिला हूँ मैं।
Slow and steady again.
मेरे घर से 15 मिनट दूर क्या?
It looks like PaperX wants this back, but it's just going to end up being a brawl, isn't it? They're ahead of the smoke, but what's the util on the corner? There isn't any. So Jin and Pac-Man do really well. Eventually they trade it effectively though. Wolves keep the man to the good, and they get the site for themselves.
That's the good, something down to 34 HP as well. But Sheriffs on the side of PaperX here. Could pack a punch here on the retake. For a spam, actually, the exchange back and forth. Still got a drone in play here for
अभी गेमर से मिला हूँ मेरे यहाँ तो रहता है। हाँ आपको हाँ ये तो पता है। अरे वो भी तो अब वही रहता है ना।
Potentially spotted, yeah, and that was huge for this. Something can't get the shot. SUPERLIGHT off to a great beginning, but again for Wolves, you got to make it work on these attacking sides.
Absolutely do. Talked about that being the main objective on Lotus.
ये क्यों पीछे देखने लगा यार? गलती कर दिया।
Enemy remaining. To repeat it here once more.
गेमर प्लेड बाय इंस्पिरेशन। भाई उसका भी स्टोरी मेरे जैसा ही है ना, मैं जो जॉब करता है रात में स्ट्रीम करता, फिर उसके बाद वो फेमस तो वो तन्मय भाई की वजह से हुआ ना, वो रेड वेड आईकू वाला नहीं, उसके पहले जो हुआ था है ना, मेरे को इतना हिस्ट्री नहीं पता उसका YouTube का, बट ऐसा ही कुछ है शायद।
Here on round 2 as well.
सारा के तो घर गया था बस पोर्शे की फोटो लेने।
Spotting on Sheriff Bulldogs across the board.
ऐसा करो भाई, खुद लेंगे बहनचो पोर्शे, क्या दूसरे की पोर्शे का फोटो लेने? हट
halfway to the Hunter's Fury as well, so looking for further progress potentially.
जैसे मेरे को अभी दिमाग में पहले मेरे को वो चाहिए था जी वैगन, पर अब मेरे को जी वैगन नहीं पसंद भाई, मैंने वो एस्केलेट देख ली भाई, बहनचो क्या गाड़ी भाई हैवान।
For now, though, again, it's a considered approach from Wolves, taking their time around the map.
अब मुझे उससे प्यार हो गया भाई. अब मेरा वो ड्रीम है कि पहली गाड़ी मेरी आएगी इनोवा क्रिस्टा.
I imagine probably getting priority
भगवान
on that here.
मतलब महादेव इतना पैसा देंगे, बजरंगबली देंगे.
पहली गाड़ी इनोवा,
दूसरी स्कॉर्पियो.
Pretty indicative of the ones there and the
और जब अंडा पैसा होगा ना अंबानी जैसा, तब देखेंगे
what's happening.
I have the spike.
बेस्ट फैमिली लग्जरी का है ना. मस्त है
भाई. around the cage from Lysor, but
अबे जिंग स्मोक खेल रहा है इसमें.
30 seconds left. They need to find progress somewhere.
Dangerous,
especially with players like Jing tucked up in a very deep position.
अरे खा गया था यार लगभग.
Yeah, the paranoia goes into sight, so they should be able to go springboard through this unless someone walks to
नहीं
smoke.
अंबानी जैसा पैसा मतलब
Now you're held back.
इतना
It feels
पैसा
like
कि
the
भाई अगर मैं
anti-paper doesn't it? But they still find a way
देखो
through.
एस्केलेट लेना मतलब
Up and over the top.
आपकी वो गरजू गाड़ी नहीं है.
One's going to be it's very difficult
वो आप
to find
अपनी
much surprise,
मन के
even
लिए
ahead
लियो.
of maybe that
मतलब
deadlock
ड्रीम
you
कार
built.
बोलते हैं ना कि हाँ भाई मैंने
You've got to
इसलिए
be
लिया.
cautious again. You can afford losing
उसमें
one
regular
player, that being
करना
Spring. The
काम
rest you don't want to lose, and YU took a risk, but he should be fine here. Yes, stability looking good. Sufat BB going to be building very close to that ult, and a lovely round in the end from Wolves there, Mike.
इतना पैसा वो जो पसंद आ रही है वो लेने की हिम्मत.
Coming through elsewhere. Still, fantastic progress made.
I got scared here though.
Very, very worried. Yeah. And the Bulldogs sometimes can be a little hard to tame.
सबसे पहले मेरे इसमें घर है.
Not having that issue
Yeah,
in that
apparently not.
regard.
घर लेना है भाई.
Sticking the spray.
सबसे पहला टास्क घर लेने का है.
Especially with spring upgrading as well.
पहले पार्किंग आ जाए फिर गाड़ी तो आती रहेगी. डेडलॉक प्लस साइफर लोडी लग गई. हाँ वो थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा है दोनों सेंटिंग्स.
Inside of PaperX as well for something. And Forsaken.
इन लोगों को अटैकिंग में दिक्कत होगा पता है.
Every front though, PaperX here.
ये देखो
Pressure down B main, pressure down cap, pressure on towards A main. It's a really risky ploy.
मुझे लग रहा है ये फील आ रहा है ये हारेंगे हम.
Util for Wolves though, so
Third map
there is
जाएंगे.
that, and they're really committing the paranoia on that too.
आपको स्कॉर्पियो पसंद है मुझे भी भाई. स्कॉर्पियो वो भी वो वाली है 2016-17 वाली. बैंस की the old dog bro.
Even comes out positive in any of this, it would be incredible for him.
My love है भाई वो.
So in the meantime, look at where the spike's going, Mike.
I आपको
if you can show presence or something actually. Forsaken's walked all the way up as well.
Yeah, they don't know about Forsaken. Oh, it's a quick beheading. Couldn't get the follow-up on Lysor, and it might be the green light to go towards B. Still a player to hold his divider down low, but still standing and still breathing on 35. He takes YU out of the equation. Now starting to flounder a bit. You can see it with Wolves. This was only their bonus, but still struggling to find the landing on this up against the 4 remaining. That could be dealt with. You look at that middler coming in, that's not going to find the value they want. And yeah, something clean within. Lysor still making something of this. Spring still got his paranoia. If he can get through here, oh my god, it's risky off the back, but still. And now the smoke dissipates on. Oh! The smoke going down on CT opens up chances to find. Tries to find that second before the paranoia lands, but 8 seconds now. Stop it, Wolves! One by one, they are taking down PaperX, and Jing seems unaware of the possibility of Spring being so close. Smokes of his own and a couple of TPs. How do you divide and conquer this? I do not know. But all eyes drawn to that potential in the smoke. Jing steps forward, smoke goes down, and Spring finds him.
Scorpio fortunate, which one you choose? Scorpio, bhai.
Conversion on the bonus here.
भाई बहुत भाई बोला था तो
looks like PaperX initially come out with a win to catch this kill, but not just that, the information that Wolves are descending upon B site.
घर वालों ने गेमिंग बंद करा दिया तो अकाउंट थोड़ी बंद करा.
Key damage towards Divide in that initial exchange.
You can finally
pays off massively for Wolves.
भाई एलेक्स भाई तुम गरम हुए तो भाई क्या होगा. ठंडा रहो ना, ठंडा रहो.
Breath, right? Because that's a huge start for them. Because I feel like once you get PaperX on the attack, they come into their own, right? Able to control the tempo, kind of do what they please. But if you can stake a good claim for yourselves, the opportunity's yours. YU, quick reminder. The PaperX are lethal no matter the weaponry. And that is going to be an upgrade for something. Might pass that over depending on the shield situation, but still, install here, and
yeah, drone cancelled.
Massive. Patman. Is he going to get to live here? There's a lot of targets that all could be sent towards, and yeah, grabbed. But Divine in the meantime, going to take down Juicy. Hold on, this is not completely secure by any means.
ये अगर खुल जाता और किसी पे बंदूक नहीं होती और वो प्लांट कर रहा है सोचो भाई
does have his ult, but I don't think he can get away from that default plant spot.
मरेगा
So Spring waiting.
Read le.
Now sees
read
that.
Le, bro.
Forsaken, are you aware? Going to be held up back towards heaven. The two players on site can focus towards short. Nice from Spring, but he goes down. And now something and Divine need to come together in this.
1 HP लो है.
Somehow figure it out.
अरे बैंड
चूत. Was lovely. Leaving Divine. What a shot! You got one more of those. You've done it before. You had the ace before. The man is a monster, but he's got to prove it now. And see if that BB has been ice cold in these. He knows the time. He knows the tempo.
आजा उठना तेरी माँ की उठ.
The Red Bull clutch here for Divine. Continuing to deliver here today in this series.
One enemy remaining.
Damn! Just give the man a sheriff.
Another three-piece for him.
ऐसा कर रहा था भाई.
Add to the list. It's rough as well. The reset again. Default plant spot safe initially, but
भाई है बे.
Position from CFAT BB.
मतलब बोलते हैं ना दूसरे मैप पिक पे भी ये लोग ऐसा नहीं हो रहे कि अरे यार दूसरे का मैप है थोड़ा हम लोग को दिक्कत हो रही है.
Stick it. It forces the hand, especially with the recon bolt being used so early on.
Full jolly माहौल है उधर.
Now they start pressuring the point. Look at that
Oh,
deep
ये
line
चाहता हुआ था.
adopted by something in that operator.
अरे बहन चो ये नहीं पता था मुझे.
Sit towards that. Prowler going to be clear.
दवाई का इशारा ऐसा
One nearby now. My ult is ready. And the ult gathered too. So a nice early step, but a fast mid take coming out from the Wolves.
Potential to backstab this. I think they're reading into maybe some deep presses. Yeah, we'll catch the backside of something for sure. And the second player.
Ooh, that is bravery. Why are you swinging that? Forsaken doubling down. It's a mistake and a punish. Is why you
last match भी ऐसे ही C-long operator गिरी थी भाई. ऐसे C-long गिरी थी भाई operator.
Guarantee the cross.
आपको नहीं पता नहीं मेरे को नहीं पता था साला उधर उतना लंबा जाएगा.
Spike planted.
कूद कर डालना पड़ता है कि जहाँ.
The white flag put up from Periferals to hold on to these weapons. No point feeding into this potentially with Juicy.
Save करो भाई कोई option नहीं है.
Close to that ultimate. Spring's actually already on the hunt.
Shadows
He wants to prevent any semblance of safety here. For the remaining PaperX players.
ये VCT में कोच की जॉब भी डेंजरस है.
There's still maybe a question mark if they're in towards market or in towards spawn. Well, they will progress any further, but
कोच एक बार के लिए भाई सिर्फ बता ही सकता है मेरे हिसाब से भाई.
lack of respect.
भाई मुझे ये नहीं समझ आता अगर बंदे का दिन ही नहीं चल रहा हो साला एम ही नहीं लग रहा हो तो कोच उसको ऐसा क्या मोटिवेट करता होगा कि भाई वो मारना चालू करे. ऐसा क्या बोलता होगा भाई. हैं आपको देख के मैंने गेम सीखा. मुझे पता था आपको नहीं पता हैं.
Well dismantled.
मेरे को देख के गेम सीखा सच्ची में.
Just felt it was too late to be going for that. There's no trade.
ऐसे नसीब होगा तो बताओ कैसे जीतेगा. ऐसा नसीब देखो.
Once you know it's the drone that's come forward, you're not just swinging on.
वही तो हाँ ना. मतलब ऐसा क्या उसको मोटिवेट करेगा कि भाई मार मार भाई. हम भी तो अपने दोस्तों को भाई मार चिल कर हो जाएगा चिल कर हो जाएगा. ऐसा क्या बोलते होंगे यार. आपको देख के तो गोल्ड से निकल के डायमंड हुआ आज. मैं तुम लोग को उकसाना चाह रहा था भाई और तुम लोग अपने लाइफ में कर दिखाए. अब ऐसे तुम लोग पढ़ाई करो क्योंकि मैं पढ़ाई में डब्बू था. मैं उसके लिए कुछ उकसा नहीं सकता पर तुम लोग को पढ़ना पड़ेगा क्योंकि पढ़ाई नहीं तो तुमको 10,000 की नौकरी भी नहीं है भाई. ये तो समझ लेना. अगर तुमको नौकरी करनी है और तुमको पढ़ाई नहीं करनी है तब तो NHK है भाई. फिर तुम मार्केट में कहीं नहीं हो. बात तो सही बोल रहे वही भाई.
Start for Wolves, looking composed.
Yep.
As well, just hearing from Faye talking about how much actually those days off have paid off because they've had, like we said, with the comeback in Gen G, the resilience shown, that takes a lot from a team. Even if they're all smiles and on their feet on the stage and stuff, behind closed doors, no doubt, yeah, no doubt that reset absolutely necessary to continue here in Toronto.
Yeah, spot on. So for them, it is now just how long can you keep this up? How clean can you keep this game? They broke so far with that one round, but of course did have that timeout. You can hear the ults coming through as well for something. YU's kind of had their number on this B side, but it feels like they're getting the right read here. But you're going to go through the pit on this? No,
नहीं मरता ना अगर इतना दूर से भी शॉट ही मारता और लगती वो बोर्ड के तक
cross is dangerous now.
I think I did just hear something pop the knives.
Something ने अगर दो खाया ना मजा आ जाएगा.
Necessarily looking like as bad a situation here for PaperX.
I must wait a moment.
They try and navigate their way round the pit.
Looks like it, right?
TP back here from Juicy to potentially.
Oh, ये लोगों ने चूतिया बनाया क्या?
Collapse on B side very quickly with YU Spring.
To do that to something, can we just like highlight the fact you're doing that to something twice now? He's been outswung. If you don't think these Wolves are gunners, you are absolutely wrong. But now they've manipulated the map well. Now they want to get that cross back in again, and this is where those Stingers are going to start suffering. You're not in the right place for him, but Jing's still going to hold his ground. Paranoia primed and sent down through. Tries to escape, and he gets out at least for now. Patman's found Mike, Story's got support. Spring, oh, Super Beanie, they're just flying in towards him. Patman! He just got 4 there!
Batman, salute bro!
Himself in a deadly position. And delivers here for PaperX.
Oh my god,
I need to watch that one back.
It just jumps down, able to get behind this so quickly.
Spike down mid.
Beautiful stuff from him.
Blast mara, bro.
Semblance of comfort back in the coach booth whatsoever. Operator back in hand now for something. All stacked up in mid now. The smoke will obscure for the time being.
Who's next?
So Juicy going to try and pave the way.
Short,
Reds it round the corner there.
And something seems unafraid at all, and he gets out of danger. Trying to combine it with a Hunter's Fury, but it finds no value. Really. And now Forsaken just stands his ground. This feels like it's fallen flat here for Wolves. PaperX getting a good read, a good idea. Stand tall. Spring stuff well towards Batman. Doesn't expect to buy, so close. Great trade for Dubai there. And now just 2 remaining. Juicy and Sufat Baby in a 2v4, Mike. I mean, it would be a tilter.
एक बार मुझे ऐसे मैच में ना कोच के बूथ में बैठना है
on either side here, but the issue being something is posted up. The operator. Again, not many tools left to.
क्या दिखता है कैसे ये लोग क्या करते हैं?
Recon and Juicy with a full belt almost.
Trying to send it for the fake, I guess.
30 seconds left.
Nice idea. But it's not going to dissuade these players. They don't need to move.
PaperX can sit in this formation now, and I think actually Wolves, because they don't get a bite.
Saving.
I mean, YU 450, Spring 1350, and Lysol
10 seconds left.
Struggling to.
Nice, 4-3. Nice, comeback हो रहा है, tension नहीं है. 8-4 low, PaperX 8, Wolf 4. एक भी round मत दो अब.
Keep things honest in the start of a set.
मतलब क्या है? ये जो लिखा है लोग ने.
See how the ultimates play here. It's only a TP. Spring, and you can see on PaperX now. Absolutely nothing and a million miles away from anything, to be honest with you. So a slight advantage in that regard, but it's not much. I mean, Lysol going to be potentially the next key ultimate for the Wolves.
75 as well for me. Good start seeing Patman find a bit of impact too. He's been a really good player for them.
Yeah, a quiet map one as well. So
48,000
certainly a positive.
Oh, Forsaken got the timing so right. He's so blind. So a good bit of spacing and trading from Juicy just to swing that. But the next leg, this is still something. There's no pressure towards middle, but he's very paranoid about it. They want in on this. Still not noting him. The stall's there. If they try and disrespect it, it's going to be brutal. And it is. Yet way too difficult on the way in. Juicy, what is that? You're 1 HP. You're not meant to be doing this sort of stuff. And now Spring left in a 1v2 as well. So unwilling to deny that scale up towards B was their right idea.
They're wrapping the spike as well. Both Jing and something.
He's got his paranoia, smoke, TPs. He's got a bit of kit here to play with though, Mike.
He's left guessing. Potentially, yeah, going to get himself a clean plan.
Shadows traveling.
With the smoke towards CT, kind of implies he's not expecting this ramp.
Certainly does. TP should be noted too, that paranoia. What do you do with it? Yeah, a little interested on that, but the corner slow. He's going to get you past something. And he's going to take a stand on that one. But it felt like Wolves were so headstrong in wanting to hit towards that B site, but the scaling up just didn't feel right there.
Initially,
भैया पानी होता है ना उसमें कॉफी थोड़ी होती है इतना जल्दी डेल करते ना यार भाई बहुत तेज
look at the minimap at that moment and there is a huge gap in the paper.
टाइम ही नहीं देते दवाई यार क्यूट था यार वो
picks up a little momentum, but that kill there, he was down to 1 HP, and the shorty connects from here. Just as the door is about to close.
मेरे को नहीं लगता रेड बुल होता पानी होता है
potentially sealing that post plant
अबे आवाज नहीं आ रही
for Wolves, to be honest with you.
Yeah, felt like it. And now Wolves starting to run dry, it looks like. Again, when we're talking about these sort of big stage games, it is that level of
भाई इतना रेड बुल पिएंगे ना भाई इतना सुसु आएगा ना भाई तुमको
they did lose out to what was it 7 early on, but beyond that they've not really dropped a
भाई गांड फट जाएगी
they've been on that kind of momentum run.
मुझे तो लगता है अगर मैं वीसीटी में जाऊं और ऐसे मैच खेलूं ये भोसड़ी का ओटी में तो मैं मूतता ही रह जाऊंगा भाई हर राउंड के बाद भाई एक राउंड हुआ 12-12 भाई रुको भाई सुसु आया 13-13 भाई रुक जा भाई वापस सुसु बैंच हैं ऐसा बीच में किसी को सुसु आया तो जाने देंगे क्या ये लोग को मूतने भी नहीं आता भाई मैंने नोटिस किया है एक बंदा मूतने को नहीं जाता भाई क्या सिस्टम नहीं है क्या नीचे कुछ पानी होगा भाई हाँ पानी होगा
Look about Gen G being an international titan, but
Paper X, I mean, God, I said
it needs no introduction when it comes to the international stage.
Truly not. And again, I think that because of their lack of, let's say, international trophy, there has been that worry about them, how well they do their expectations. But they are still a grand finalist team, right?
Absolutely,
that's just something that doesn't even need to be said half the time. But at this point, they've course corrected well. They've everything back to where they like it. And for something, he's going hunting. He knows where the man is.
Yeah, Cam dealt with quickly. You can see on the minimap as well, situation developing outside A site. But the Knight's given that info across. Really juicy.
Rifle here. Server offline है.
All of that if you may.
Goat भाई इसलिए मैं नहीं आया समझ रहे हो?
This feels very classically Paper X as well, but a dangerous position.
भाई आपका ये कैम 60 FPS नहीं है.
And he's on his own because you saw the rotation route coming out from something. So times it well to back away, and that sees obviously
मेरा ऊपर वाला 1080
seconds and actually plays back in something. You don't often see fights this deep on the map, but welcome to Paper X, I guess.
Yeah, Paper X just don't want Wolves to sit back.
गेम के प्रेशर में मूत नहीं निकलता होगा भाई मेरा तो गेम के प्रेशर में मूत निकलता है
rotation back towards the B side of the map.
मेरा सिस्टम अलग है
space and actually knife will reveal
मार रहा है
if he threw it.
अरे मारना नहीं
probably still knowing exactly what's going on.
भाई सही है गेम है अपना
snake bite and the fragment.
Oh,
चारों को करके डिटेक्ट
side have to try and approach basically dry at this point. Yeah, Juicy still going to get Jing down, but we're okay, guys. You were primed for this, and Divine looks like he's trying to do everything himself. What on earth is going on here? Something that's unfair. That's a bit of bullying, but I like it. 5-4 now, tipping the scales on their side.
बट ये लोग भी थोड़ा कंट्रोल करते हैं पहले ही
I'm going to say Wolves looking a little bit shaken by this.
भाई एक चीज बताओ मुझे प्लेयर्स केला क्यों खाते हैं बेंचो हाँ जो 2 मैच के बीच में एक गैप होता है सिर्फ केला ही क्यों खाते हैं और कुछ क्यों नहीं खाते मेरा नहीं होता भाई मेरे को तो बहुत सुसु आती है भाई कभी फील नहीं हुआ मेरे को बहुत सुसु आती है भाई वॉच पार्टी हो रही है बे वो भी ऐसा कर रहा है
watch party loving that one, but fight before we go back through. Buy back in play. And it looks simplistic in approach.
वो पेपर एक्स नहीं है लौड़े जैसा गुस्से की बेंच हो
this operator
क्विक स्नैक है ना केला
into a shotgun. I mean, he's feeling himself here. It's a really risky play. It's now been great target selection. Catching Sufat Baby just in towards the owl drone. And he's still standing. He looks like he wants to absolutely pop off here. And he is. 1 by 1 they come. And 1 by 1 they fall. Can he find that final man as well?
उसने इधर मारा
Why looking to try and take towards the site. But something's been dominant about this so far, the double swing. Position noted.
परफॉर्मेंस था भाई
Something's
क्या
going
मारा
on.
भाई उसने
Hungry for his 4-3
पर
already
ये
in the
लोग का एक
round.
चीज नोटिस करो भाई ये लोग
Not much to be done for YU here, Mike.
Especially not now.
इसने अल्ट यूज कर दी देखो बल्कि वो
Solid idea of where he's at.
शॉटगन
PaperX
लेके
is
पर
want to
नहीं
decisively close out round 10 here.
No escape. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Something gets his fourth, and he is just getting scarier and scarier as the game goes on.
Like they're channeling into that 6th gear. Putting up now 5 rounds unanswered for PaperX.
Oh.
Did start a 4-1.
क्या टाइमिंग पे उसने यूरू को पकड़ा देखे क्या तुम लोग
Certainly have turned. We'll actually draw out a second timeout here from Wolves.
हाँ भाई बकचोदी नहीं हिंदुस्तानियों से बकचोदी नहीं बता रहा हूँ मैं हाँ भाई
Desperate, I guess, from Fade to try and recover things here.
नीचे देख रहा है वो साला गुलगुला समझ नहीं रहा अरे भोसड़ी वाला बोल रहा हूँ उधर चलो मां की सुनते ही नहीं हो चूती हो अब मैं जैसा बोल रहा हूँ वैसा करो बेंच हो मेरी कॉल सुनो भोसड़ी की मैं आईजे लूं सिफू फैट मेरा नाम है पर फैट तू है झाटू समथिंग तो कुछ समथिंग है समथिंग कुछ तो है भाई लेकिन वोल्व्स के लिए यूज रिस्पेक्ट भाई ईडीजी को हराना मामूली बात नहीं और उसके बाद बेंच हो इतने रीजन को इतने मतलब सबके साथ तो फर्स्ट टाइम ही खेल रही है ना बिली आती है ईडीजी के साथ पहले ये फर्स्ट टाइम है शायद इनका वो एक बार PRX
the whole distance you could argue EG at Champs was probably one of the only
अरे
ones
दिखा नहीं रहे ना
that
कैम
ever made
इतना दिखाते नहीं है
that is it PaperX have been that fairy tale run in the past but they never quite made it themselves for Wolves they have to face that reality now how bad do you want it do you have really what it takes to push someone like PaperX away from something they are singularly focused on that grand final is what they want Jing gonna draw blood. It's beautiful and juicy. Not getting what he needs.
भाई मैं तो ऐसा नहीं कर सकता था अरे एलेक्स की एक्टिंग प्लीज अरे भाई आएगा तो ना अभी ये क्या हुआ
And a tag or two but Forsaken maybe now
they're making it hurt Mike
साला राउंड ही खत्म हो
गया it's rough to play against PaperX they know
भाई 7-5 नहीं 8-4 7-5 नहीं 8-4
allow you any say in the round
भाई सिंगल हैंडेडली कैरी कर रहा भाई ये समथिंग है
now
पर मेरी स्ट्रीम नहीं गई मेरा सिर्फ ये गया ट्विच गया
beautiful
didn't even look like that was going to land as well
simply lovely from PaperX and as said the pressure starts weighing on the chest for Wolves it's still a manageable scoreline
सुपरलाइट आपका
still smiles
आपका टीम को कह रहा है कि
we can see these rounds and they're feeling these rounds and there's aggression again something wants that deeper line and he's got it for
मार बॉल बैंक तो पड़ ही जाएगा
this is why it's so rough to play against PaperX though when they get themselves ahead
अपनी टीम को कह रहा अच्छा
they know to not let up
कैसे हो ब्रो सिंह साहब
potentially find a 7-5 here
भाई पैसे
big tick in the box
bang on
मार
that wherewithal
मार स्मोक में जा
that discipline that capability in the high pressure games now is the biggest test for them
आते नहीं खेलने
looking a little fraught here so far last couple of rounds just not quite been in the wheelhouse and again the timing on these knives rather good
fragment to prevent anybody slipping the smoke even though Divide
क्या लगता है 7-5 होगा
guard here tucked into logs because I mean PaperX can sit in
है भाई बी पे
formation
oh god I mean Divide just playing ahead there that is one thing that's worked in their favor he tried to lean a little forward gets punished but Forsaken the Guardian in this one keeping them at bay and look at who slipped towards the site in the meantime Jing still here doing the dance does it well takes down another Forsaken popping up with 20 seconds the leader for the Wolves side has to stand falls to Forsaken such a commanding score
will be tested once more to try and come back here
क्या हुआ?
7-5, Google 8-4. I mean, it's a pistol round 2 potentially.
उसको पता चल गया भाई लौड़े लगने वाले.
Such a huge deficit to come up against.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out
मेरा
now.
क्रॉसर,
This is a tough
मेरा क्रॉसर
scenario.
चैट, मेरा क्रॉसर है 1-3-2. हैं?
Goal, eyeing up that grand final, but they're not.
वो मोटा आपके जैसा दिख रहा है. बॉडी शेम. तुमको जेल के बाहर जिंदगी या नॉर्मल जिंदगी तुमको पसंद नहीं है? भेज दूं? हाँ? मस्ती कर रहे हो मेरे साथ? हाँ, जो मस्ती नहीं.
So much Pansy and Hypog. We have a hell of a game so far, but I'm joined on the floor right now by Sid City. Toronto, give it up to Sid City.
ये स्ट्रीमर है क्या?
Sid City, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. The energy in the stadium is insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last time we had a chance to speak with each other, it was during an Americas matchup in LA. What's the vibes like here in Toronto in a sold-out Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I think it's insane because the East Coast and Canada hasn't had an event like this in a long time, and Los Angeles always has events like this. So the crowd, I feel like you guys are like super excited to finally be here in person and watching the games. Like you guys are insane.
Toronto, you're excited? Hell yeah. And now you've played, you have some experience playing in Game Changers before, so you have an eye for skill. In this matchup so far between PaperX and Wolves, who do you have your eye on so far?
Okay, honestly, at first I wasn't going to say this, but after that ace with the deagle.
भाई ये मुझे वो नहीं लग रही वो गेम वाली Assassin's Creed वाली. वैसा ही है ना टोपी?
We're taking it serious?
Yeah, I mean, I got Periferals on my sleeve right now, so I think they're gonna scare us a little, make it a close match, but I think Periferals is gonna like close it out. I'm sorry, Wolves. I'm sorry. You've been great though.
Well, Wolves, you know what to do. It's time to. Thank you so much one more time, Sid City. Let's.
Sid City, esports player. Oh, वो मेरे को नहीं पता था. ये टोरंटो कनाडा में है ना? हैं? भाई लॉस एंजलिस बोली ना अभी लॉस एंजलिस में हो रहा है. नहीं टोरंटो किधर है बैंचो? टोरंटो
isn't many, right? PaperX sat on 8. You can see on the Coinbase Econ report kind of just the lay of the land really, and it has been a bit of the something show in my mind. He has elevated. I was worried after that first round with the operator. It didn't seem to phase him. He was right back into business.
Yeah, and I think the issue being now coming into the second half, you see the string of rounds.
भाई कनाडा में कोई मेरे पहचान का रहता है क्या? अबे शैडो भाई आते नहीं है बेटे टोरंटो अरे कनाडा में ही रहते वो. भाई इधर से कुछ मंगा देता अभी मैं. छोटा मोटा बैच कुछ रायट वाला समझ रहे हो? साला बड़ी तो मिल नहीं रहा कुछ टेडी मिल जाए. आकाश भाई रहते हैं. आकाश भाई गायब है.
At a 4-1 scoreline. Now it being 8-4, a pistol and a round 2 can often seal the fate of a team.
Juicy on the line here. First contact made. That's 2 players. And the third now noted. That's a lot of info. SUPERLIGHT is being bold about this. He's been just about everything, but they've weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think initially there, the further investment of utility implied the PaperX were going to follow through, but maybe the Prowler catching on SUPERLIGHT.
सूंघने लगा बाम जो बिंग्स भाई लिखा है.
A little bit of a stat.
बिंग्स नहीं कौन हर्ष भाई.
The timing on
कोई तो लेके आना.
Lovely timing on that, but something is free. A little bit of a dick
वाह भाई लोड़ा गेम भाई कुछ भी मारा उसको.
Spring's already down low. Now
अरे समथिंग को कुछ भी मारा.
Raising their way forward.
खत्म करो छोड़ो. पिस्टल क्या ना 10 4 है.
The plant's going to be in.
खत्म करो. एक काम करो फनेटिक का लगाओ. उधर काजक भाई का फॉर्म देखना भाई. काजक भाई चले तो फनेटिक जीती. काजक भाई नहीं चले तो जीजी है भाई.
Certainly doesn't swing this in Wolves' favor. Have to overcome the
बाम
odds
क्या
here.
करोगे बस सूंघ के? अबे इसी कुछ चीज मंगानी जो भाई.
For anybody to step out. That's it. Oh, finds a second.
Okay, it's not over yet, but YU's going to come into this as well. Jing's quieted him down, but SUPERLIGHT's going to see both players basically. He's got to know where they are, but he can't do enough. A desperate attempt to get them back
गांड फाड़ रहे भाई. भाई दोनों डेडली डुओ है भाई.
Another step in the right direction.
डेडली डुओ.
On the brink of double digits.
भाई लेफ्ट हैंड ओपी भाई. क्या मारो?
I guess what they perceive as a point of weakness, they follow through, able to even backtrack.
काजक प्रोनाउंस करते हैं. काजक सही. सेम ही तो है. भाई हम इंडिया में काजक बोलेंगे भाई. हमारे में जे को वाई नहीं बोलते.
Don't want to leave
वो अपराध हो जाती है भाई, पाप हो जाएगा अगर जे को वाई कर दिया तो भाई उसका कुछ है कि नहीं है भाई।
Forsaken.
सुनामी में भी टी साइलेंट बैन बोर्ड
set up in a little bit of a stack here. Flash in's only gonna slow down the inevitable, it feels. Maybe toying with the idea of contesting that orb, but doesn't happen. I think Paper X probably smell something.
There's a trap around that corner, guys. I'm pretty sure. Feels weird over there. Something looking to farm. If he falls, it would be a prize possession garnered.
I was curious there if Forsaken was going to show some utility on the other side of the map, because it's just Lysor, but Devi actually is calling a cancel on that.
Hello. That's one. There's more, and it's cleared systematically, one by one. The flash through the smoke is nice. See that BB is already noted as well. Can't really fall away from the stairs, and Jing already takes the angle. Paper X looking locked in here, Mike. They are pulling no punches.
No, they're not. Again, showing diligence this time
30
around.
seconds left.
And that's when it really flips the
जर्सी
switch. Wolves the ones to left.
आज ऑर्डर करनी है आपको जर्सी, बख्शुदी नहीं।
Scenario. Almost a second gets themselves.
साला इतना दूर उसने हेड मारा भाई।
A third found and a 10th on the board for Paper X.
इतना दूर भी उसने हेड मारा बैंच।
That's it.
It's huge for Wolves. And this bonus even bigger.
ड्रम्पी ना माने क्या हाल चाल है साक्षी केसो यार, ये ड्रम्पी क्या नाम है यार?
Casualty.
हाँ क्या?
They come into round 3.
भाई जर्सी ये मैच के बाद जर्सी पेपर एक्स की बकचोदी नहीं।
Flushed out in terms of the inventory. And Pac-Man actually just going to ride a sheriff through.
Size, address सब मैं WhatsApp करता हूँ।
Forsaken and Jing closest in terms of this ult cycle.
Cover going on.
Nothing of note for Wolves, but potentially a pace change.
यो क्या हाल चाल है जनो भाई केसो, चलो मैं चला गए तो तुम देख लियो भाई, कल तुम इग्नोर होने वाले हो।
Yeah, couple times of asking. All good.
अगर तुम सोने गए तो कल से इग्नोर भाई।
But don't have control.
भाई ग्रम्पी भाई आपका नंबर मेरे पास भी है, हैं कैसे? अरे आपको तो दिया था ना मैं, आपको तो डीसी भी दिया था मैं नंबर।
To have in the bonus, so you know they're going to want to come for this orb.
Well, here it is. They've taken the taunt.
And actually, Lysor and Spring do peel away.
मुझे कैसे करोगे नहीं भाई, मैं कर दूंगा। देखनी है आपको देखनी है भाई।
They might leave YU here, but you can already see
बस
that
मेरे पास ही
rotation
नहीं है तो
coming in.
मांग लो डिस्कॉर्ड पे, इंस्टा पे कहीं मैसेज कर दो, मैं दे देता हूँ नंबर। कर लो यार, रोज मुझे मैं 6:30 से शाम के 8 बजे तक फ्री रहता हूँ, मुझे कोई फोन करने वाला नहीं, कोई ऐसा।
Denied, Forsaken with the first blow, and it could be a lethal one of that.
It's
wait, but the job done, and Lysor does well. Tucked into hell, he drags down another with him. The walls aren't done yet, but Forsaken captured and held in place. The spike now left loose. With 20 seconds, he's got to make a miracle out of this.
और बताओ क्या बताओ मैं करूँ फोन?
Forsaken. Not gonna get it. A lifeline for.
भाई मैंने इडली सांभर को फोन करना नहीं बोला भाई, मैंने इडली सांभर को फोन करना नहीं बोला सच्ची में। मैंने क्या बोलते उसको, पाव भाजी को फोन करने बोला। वुल्फ फॉर द विन, वुल्फ छी भाई, ये देखो वुल्फ सपोर्टर छी भाई, मैं वुल्फ सपोर्टर नहीं हूँ।
This was something that was said about BD was building up his players, right, keeping them confident, trying to keep them in the game. He's going to have to keep doing that because Paper X don't stop. Even in their losses, they will still play confident games.
अरे साक्षी आपने बात किया क्या कल जो बात हुआ था?
Solo Endeavor, 2 players on the other side. CUFAT, BB and Lysor playing top mid off the back of that trip placed in as well.
मैं गलत टाइम पे आ गई, ऐसा करोगे मेरे साथ?
Difficult scenario.
अभी तो बोले ना,
in case someone does swing.
फोन करूँगी, नंबर दे दो।
It's got to be those early protocols being cleared.
I mean, it is a duelist's nightmare to play into this composition.
ये गेम के बाद एक चीज पूछता हूँ तुम लोग को, तुम लोग मेरे को बताना ठीक है?
Still have that trip, so they can still have confidence.
या अभी पूछ लेता हूँ, सोच के रखो ठीक है?
To an extent, right? They kind of fade pressure towards B main, but we know where it's headed. Paper X once again eyeing up the safe side. This is brutal. You got Juicy still here, you got Spring still here, but Paper X are right at the door now. And away they go. Something looks the wrong way and gets punished. Spring does well. Great paranoia too. Tries to slow the roll here, buy time for these rotations. Pressure from main held back by the smoke, but Divide gonna lean forward. Lurch closer. Juicy play in the corner. Gets denied. Looks for the follow-up. No. Spring barely alive on two, but he's still breathing until then. Down to a 3v2. Man to the good for PaperX, and now
इसके बाद होगा ये लोग का सेव क्योंकि पैसा नहीं है ये लोग पे.
Going to be coming from heaven here.
बकचोदी नहीं भी.
Fat BB a little ahead of YU. Nobody from PaperX overstepping. They're tucked
हाँ
in
मैं
right
बोल रहा था.
Got to see discipline. That's a shoulder shown. Some damage made. So they could know two players of this. That third is a problem. That third being Forsaken, but they're losing out on the site. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. And PaperX striding closer now.
कौन बोल रहा?
11
कौन बोल
rounds
रहा?
to their name.
क्या comeback incoming? Comeback home going. Wolf home going.
A tough loss here.
अरे मत करो यार इग्नोर.
Like I said, with the bonus being as well invested as it was.
हाँ मैं ये बोल रहा था अगर तुम लोग को इन फ्यूचर देखो शादी तो होगी. तुम लोग को अगर लड़का हुआ तो तुम लोग अपने लड़के का नाम क्या रखोगे? सोचा ऐसा?
This round 17.
हाँ मतलब जनरल पूछ रहा हूँ ऐसा.
Oh, you get that sinking feeling in your stomach,
yes,
don't
for
you?
sure, yeah.
Your money's.
अरे मैं तो पनौती लगा रहा हूँ भाई. क्यों भाई? तुमने भाई पिकेम्स के लिए.
Handle PaperX. Maybe a chances existed and died on that first map, but they're not out yet. At 11-5 though. You can start hearing that music play, can't you?
Sahabdeep.
At 12th round, looking likely.
अरे नहीं यार, थोड़ा अच्छी नाम नहीं है.
A couple of sheriffs, Ghost, and a team with a whole lot of hopes here.
में जिस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा था, करता था वो टीम मैच से हार जाती थी.
And that's a big investment and a big shot.
अरे वो बच गया था.
Gone down. That's a weapon recoverable if they want it.
Yeah, and PaperX actually aren't in a position to capitalize elsewhere. They're spread so
बच
thin.
गया था यार.
Spike not committed anywhere just yet. So that man advantage will stand for the time being. No weapon recovered though.
Because I hit for what
nice
you
from
hit
Patman. Big kill there on towards Juicy.
Favorite team
and that knife should reveal at least one more. So do they need to turn away from this? Or do they just keep stepping forward? It feels a little headstrong for my taste, but it's PaperX kind of know what you're in for here. Lysol was the one to do the damage. It looks like they're trying to trail up towards heaven. Something bulldozes forward. YU, great shot. 25 seconds, and Lysol still standing. Has to go above and beyond here. One down. He's doing the dance. Oh, it's so elusive and evasive to try and land those shots. Super BB was so far away.
Spike planted.
Batman is low. Forsaken is not. I know. Oh, Hail Mary! Oh, for a second! I thought it was possible. But 12 found, and the final stand has to be now for Wolves.
FNC, Fnatic है ना इसके बाद मैच है ना उनका.
This time PaperX able to wait out, navigate their way into this defense. Get everything they need. It comes down to a fine margin once again. PaperX undeterred in terms of the finances here. A couple of ultimates.
भाई मैं अपने बच्चे का नाम लगाऊं अगर मेरे को लड़का हुआ तो. मैं बताऊं अपने बच्चे का नाम. अरे NH क्या है वो उससे चले जाओ यहाँ से. भाई जाओ भाई हो गया तुम्हारा. अब वो क्या ट्रैप है? वो जेट के डैश के लिए लगाया उसने.
Okay. Anti-setup though, which is nice. They're still going to get a bit of a reward from this, right? It starts feeling very, very likely. Layers of ults though. Lysol could be in trouble here. See if that baby trying to get on site, but Juicy goes unattended, unchecked, and he's rewarded. Great kills on two. Finding more would be mythical at this point, but for PaperX, they are left in tatters. Mike, I don't know if they can do it, just these two players. Desperation play from Batman. Has got his man, but Wolves stayed on what feels like the inevitable with three still alive.
Clean to life here, the Newell theft being the catalyst for PaperX. They know they have to fight for sight then. I mean, Patman walked down to just a lick of HP.
Yeah.
No chance for them to sit back and try and defend that, but Juicy really the one to stop this from spiraling out of control.
One enemy remaining.
Grumpy
paying off there.
रोल नंबर पीछे आएगा. चलेगा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. रोल नंबर से क्या है भाई? नाम यूनिक होना चाहिए भाई.
A scary one with
नाम
something.
यूनिक होना
He's had
चाहिए.
a really good map here. Can they deny him now? Can they stop it now? Spring forced away, looking a little shaky.
भाई वो चूतिया क्या something?
He's caught on the trip. Nobody broke it for him.
Which is a little bit
भाई
worrying.
throw कर रहे हैं अभी ये वापस
because that was meant to
भाई
be their
जेंजी
kind
वाला
of,
सीन
I
ना
guess,
कर दे
main part of the piece.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a nightmare for a duelist to play into this composition, but you really need that second or third man in line. Deal with that sort of thing here, Juicy. Deals with Jing handily.
We're worried there that he'd found like a, the dream gap to try and punish, but not to be. So Paper X try and do what they can, and Wolves aren't allowing it. Patman does well towards site. Sufat BB still on the back lines. Doesn't need to overextend himself. Waits for the swing. Wolves control this well.
W swing hard, W swing. Wobble swing क्या होता है?
That's where
सिर्फ
That's
W.
how we start. Yeah. So it takes one round. Paper X
और अगर ऐसे स्पेलिंग करनी तो DABLU भाई ये क्या था भाई वो आ रहा है क्या कम तक नहीं है
just looking at the minimap, there's two members here down in
क्यों किया भाई वो
and again I'm not saying dealing with the trip and something goes wild there, but Bladestorm invested in that sort of round in particular. You never want to see a Jet having to invest a knife to deal with a trip,
मतलब 12-7 है भाई
especially
chill
with two
कर
people in close proximity.
Find you.
But necessarily a big deal, all things considered.
Back to work though.
Looking for revenge up here.
Yeah, this time he wants in. Sufat BB playing top mid. Looking at the rest of the team split throughout. A bit of a default coming out from Paper X. Maybe trying to catch some of the aggression. Jing's got to be cautious as well. Going to spot out Lysol. And this is a creep towards A though. Pressure springs in. Potential trouble. Does have his paranoia if he needs it. Investment of the ult going to come down on the other side of the map though. Juicy's going to clear and give away. There's no one here, but they don't know about Jing. He's been able to slip ahead early. They don't know about Jing, and now you do. Like a knife to the heart, but Spring answers back. Trying to... What? Oh, Spring! You are a madman!
Spike down.
Goes absolutely beyond all expectation, but it is a 2v2. Don't think it's over yet. Spike is there. It's picked up, sent back away, plants coming in.
Look at the pit as well.
Oh my god, this is going to be down to the wire, isn't it? Divide disconnected towards A main. You're going to have Jing tucked towards site.
Wait, just missed him.
God, the timing, unbelievable. Spring trying to play the game, and Jing now going to be doing the around the world here, but they've given up position. This could be a mistake here, but they don't know about it. Obviously, they don't know about it. The pit's going to fall. And now you're looking at Jing. Divide strikes first. YU holds on again. Can he take down Divide? He absolutely can! Out of nowhere, Wolves digging deeper.
भाई 4 सेकंड ने हगा तुमको ऐसा नहीं लगा?
Spring tees it up. YU closes out.
भाई 4 सेकंड ने हगा तुमको ऐसा नहीं लगा?
To keep Wolves
Heaven
alive.
इतना अच्छा था भाई उसके अरे जिंग ने सॉरी जिंग ने
From Spring.
जिंग ने अरे बहन तो क्या बोल
You know it's a mad play when even Paper X don't expect it. You know that's a mad one.
ऊपर नहीं जाना था भाई उसको घूम के क्यों?
Bullets left
Christ.
for YU.
That's the killer instinct I want to see though. To be able to do that against 12?
And I gotta say, frustration, rightfully so. They give up the pit, they play themselves out of line of sight of the spike. Yes, it needs a miracle, but it's Wolves you're talking about here.
It's still only 8 rounds. We said we start paying attention at 10. They've broken the bye, but it's still Paper X. They can do it with classics. But something seems so unwilling to let go of this mid pressure. He wants it so badly. So Juicy's got to be careful. There is a world where he could get timed on this one. Those stingers, very, very deadly.
उसको मुंह पे चले जा बैंड टू डैश मार के.
We're going to go down. Camera here. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. Could do with some support on CT though. They do have an open path straight across. Divide going to deny that. No one's going to be able to help out YU here. Does get to at least evade the siege, but they are right knocking at the door. Paper X have a way forward.
No damage done just yet towards the side, but actually now YU going to have his hands full.
Oh, outdone! Paper X making something out of nothing, and maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Plants looking like it's coming in. You're looking at that late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the numbers still good.
PRX
hold the advantage here. Divide could be timed in this though. It's all going a little topsy-turvy. And of course, this is the round to do it. Lysol so much off. 3 to 5.
PRX who? आ जाओ. PRX who? आ जाओ. बहस की आग आओ आओ बकचोदी नहीं 2-0 बैचो 2-0 घर जाओ भाई घर
Further elevation
बहस की
on the side of PaperX today, overcoming. Quickly become a favorite here in Toronto.
Let's go
Still,
finals baby finals
with their heads held high for your Wolves.
Absolutely.
बैचो deserving है भाई
Deliver an absolute banger here.
Bye.
And the
तू ऐसा कर रहा था मैं ऐसा करता हूँ
Yeah, spot on. Again, a lot of credit to Wolves, and they're certainly not done yet. But
अब G2 जीतेगी भाई उधर
Again,
फनेटिक चाहिए भाई
Julian.
ये क्या था भाई PRX who हैं भाई मेरे को ईगो पे लगा वो
the first to lock it in here in Toronto. Who will they be standing up against is the big question, but a great performance here, 2-0 Mike.
भाई इसमें कोई ताला नहीं है
With this one.
थाला है दवाई भाई थाला फॉर अ रीजन इसलिए जीत रहे हम पनौती लगाने तो चचा अरे मत बोलो बे फनेटिक चाहिए भाई
Much flack. Because again, it typically doesn't slip into that
भाई
same
कल से
sort
मैं
of
भी अगर
ethos
1v4
of
करूंगा ना
the
ऐसे
visual
करूंगा
check. I guess
W
it's tough to really see his role within this roster and I guess the play style, but man, today shining bright.
Yeah, I said making those big plays is his value alone in some of these maps. It's exceptional.
How do you look flashy alongside some of these
भाई
teammates?
मेरे को वो बिंग्स भाई गए थे ना बहन जो जेंजी से मिलने भाई वैसा ही लोग से मिलने का है बे हाँ पूरी पेपर है उसकी इससे भाई मजा ही आ जाएगा बहन जो क्या कवर है ये जी ओ भाई माउस बटन सबका साइन है
It's your third grand final on the global stage. How does this compare to LA and Copenhagen?
I think now we have like more experience, so hopefully third time's the charm. Hopefully.
And speaking of that experience, you know, your very good friend Forsaken and you've been through a lot. What's Jason like as a leader these days on stage?
I think he's doing a really great job as being a leader. He's like keeping the whole team hype and keeping all our energy good, and I think he makes everyone really excited as well and really hyped. So yeah, I think mood is really great now, and hopefully we carry on the momentum to grand finals.
Okay, I have one very important question. The crop top. We have been promised the crop top in Pacific. We haven't seen it. Now you're in a grand final. Are we bringing out the crop top finally?
I mean, like I said in the press con, if we win grand finals and my team wears the crop top with me, I'll do it.
All right, okay, we need to get PaperX behind this crop top. I know one person that might be down for this, of course. I'm going to get told off if I don't get David. Yeah, on your thoughts. First of all, Divide, your first ace on the global stage. Was that fun?
To be fair, I just want to win the round. So, but now I got an ace. I mean, thanks to you guys, and very happy.
Anyone you want to dedicate that ace to? You know, it's your first one. It's a special one.
I mean, I got to dedicate to my bro Pujan. I think he's here now, right?
I'm glad you mentioned him because I think, of course, you have a lot of fans. You know, they're all here very keen to get your pictures and signatures. But I do think you can probably flex a little bit about just your fan base because it's not just these guys out here. It's FNS. I saw Tens and Kaide wearing a PaperX jersey as well. So how grateful are you that all these people in the community want you to win?
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world. And even yesterday, Tens and Kaide and Mel came to our place. So it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know. So yeah, hopefully we do well in grand final and hopefully not second place again.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone in Toronto, as I let them sign a few more things one more time for your first grand finalist, PaperX.
क्रॉप टॉप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं ओह अच्छा दुखती नस पे रख दिया अरे मिले क्या तू जाके अप्रोच करना सामने से अप्रोच करके कुछ मतलब नहीं है मैंने मेल डाल के रखे भाई मैंने मेल डाल के रखे साक्षी बहुत और में मेल डाला है बट सामने से कुछ रिवर्ट ही नहीं आता तो क्या ही करूंगा मैं
जाना फूट गया वो मना कर रहा था इधर बहुत लोग आते हैं भाई
अरे हम लोग लेट भी हो गए ना और
तो अब वो देखो वो रोज खेलने वाले हैं वो रोज खेलने वाले उनको पता है परफेक्टली लैंड कब करना है हम नहीं
अबे तुम लोग को आवाज आ रही है ना अभी मैं जो पाजी की स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ
बैक टू लॉबी
ये किसके साथ खेल रहा बाजी?
क्विकेस्ट लॉबी एवर।
और क्या भाई, केडी बढ़वा दिया उनका हमने।
हम लोगों के बारे में सोचते हैं, हम लोगों का भला
अच्छा
करने के
माइकल
बारे में
सेंट के साथ खेल रहा।
अरे थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 10 यार। किसका ये? थैंक यू यार, लव यू यार राय साहब।
सपोर्टिव दो यार, कैसी बातें कर रहे हो?
ये तो चालू होते ही खत्म हो गया। और क्या थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 10। मैसेज नहीं बजा भाई, मैसेज।
वही प्रॉब्लम है साक्षी, पता है सामने से जब तक नहीं आएगी हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। माइकल सेंट एंड रोहन एंड अच्छा
30-50 आ जाता है
भाई। ये गेम तो मैं तो बहुत ही बॉट हूं बहनचो, ये गेम में तो बहुत ही ज्यादा।
आरपी चूतर हो।
शूटर कह रहा है, शूटर कह रहा है।
शूटर
50k might be worth it.
अबे आओ ना फिर आरपी में थोड़ा शूट करो ना भाई। आओ पीडी वालों को मारेंगे, आ जाओ।
ये माइकल सेंट मारेंगे भाई, आओ
आओ पकड़
माइकल
के मारेंगे।
डन है, डन है।
माइकल सिंह कौन है? डॉन है आरपी में?
ये है ना, ये
हेडशॉट पीडी वाला भाई।
अच्छा पीडी वाला।
डीएक्सी स्पोर्ट्स ट्राई किया? डीएक्सी लेंगे आपको लगता है? और मैंने मैसेज नहीं डाला होगा ऐसा लगता है आपको? मैं सब स्पोर्ट्स पर डाल दिया हो यार, पर वही है कि यार अब ऐसे टाइम पे हो ना, बार्टर सिस्टम से कुछ मतलब नहीं है। अब एक चाहिए यार जो मतलब कुछ तो दे। ये कौन है? ये कौन है, किसी को पता है क्या? Who is she?
There's a new man. Pass me the water.
Water? Yeah.
Yes, please.
भाई टेंस भाई के 2.51 मिलियन हो गए इतना जल्दी? काइडे की बहन है। ओ भाई पर मैच नहीं करते भाई। इनका रिएक्शन देखो जब दवाई ने बोला। ओ
and hopefully not second place.
So how grateful are you that all these people in the community want you to win?
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world, and even yesterday, Tens and Kaide and Mel came to our place, so it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know. So yeah, and hopefully not second place again.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone in Toronto, as we let them sign a few more things.
भाई पर पहले तो ये लोग सपोर्ट नहीं करते थे, अचानक से क्यों सपोर्ट करने लगे भाई? मतलब पहले जब भी पेपर एक्स का कोई टीम के साथ मैच हुआ है, मतलब एनए के साथ या जो ये लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं, ये लोग इतना नहीं करते थे पेपर एक्स को सपोर्ट। ये अचानक से ये सपोर्टिव क्या मैच नहीं करते भाई? अरे मतलब स्किन टोन भी मैच नहीं करता और शक्ल भी थोड़ी ऊपर नीचे है, इतना तो सेम है ना। नहीं टेंस करता था, मुझे डाउट है। साक्षी आपका कोई है कांटेक्ट? आप बात कर लो यार किसी के लिए, कोई और में है तो। 12 घंटे स्ट्रीम करने बोले, मैं तो 12 घंटे कर दूं भाई। ये क्या है भैया? ये बेंचो ये शैडो भाई मेरे को बोलते हैं मेरे को टाइम नहीं मिलता, और इधर आके बोर्ड मरा रहे हैं बराबर। हैं ये देखो भाई कैसा आदमी है रे भाई ये। मैं इनको बोला भी, पूछा भी भाई मेरे से ऐसा क्या गलती हुआ आप जो बात ही नहीं कर रहे? बोलता रहे नहीं मेरे को टाइम नहीं मिलता यार अब आने का। ये देखो बेंचो भाई, ये टाइम कैसे देखते हैं? 11:17 देखो। पीच को जानता है डीएक्सी में है जो पीच। मैं पर्सनली किसी को नहीं जानता यार, मैं पर्सनली सिर्फ सुरवे भाई को जानता हूँ, मतलब वो भी गेम में ही मिले हम। ये भाई ये तो क्यूटी है भाई। ये पीच, उससे बात कर सकती मैं। हाँ यही तो है पीच, बात करके देखो अगर हो सके तो। भाई पाजी आप खुद से जाके बोलना बंद करो भाई लोगों को। आप एक्सपेक्ट करके ही इतना डिसअपॉइंट होते हो ना, वही तो भाई। अरे नहीं यार मैं अपना भाई समझ के बोलता हूँ, मतलब वो मेरे को बहुत टाइम से जानते हैं यार, मतलब लगभग 2 साल होने आ रहे हैं हम लोग को। बट अचानक से वो गायब हो गए तो मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि यार मेरे से कोई गलती हो गई या क्या सीन हो गया। फिर बोले कि नहीं मेरे पास टाइम नहीं मिल रहा मेरे को। बोला ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं, एक्सपेक्ट करना बंद करो यार भाई। अब वो क्या बोलते हैं यार उस चीज़ को, अब वो ह्यूमैनिटी बोलूँ क्या, ह्यूमन नेचर बोलूँ मेरा, वो नहीं होता कोई भाई यार। बंद करो ये सब सोचना, रूड होगा बट ट्रू है। आई नो, मेरे बैक ऑफ माइंड में आता है कि जो भाव नहीं दे रहा उसको मैं नहीं ध्यान दूँ, नेग्लेक्ट ही करूँ, बट एट द एंड भाई मेरे अंदर वो पता नहीं, वो पेरेंटिंग नेचर हो या केयरिंग नेचर हो, जो भी है, मेरे से वो बंदा कितना भी बात नहीं करे बट मैं सामने से जाता हूँ कि भाई बात कर ले, क्या हो गया, ऐसा क्या हो गया। अगर साक्षी बात कर सकते हो तो देख लो, मतलब मेरे को अगर मिलेगा तो क्यों नहीं भाई, क्यों ज्वाइन नहीं करूँ मैं भाई। स्ट्रीमर आप और वी लाइक वन भाई, बट एवरी ह्यूमन बीइंग इज डिफरेंट ना बडी। मैं स्ट्रीमर हूँ पता है मुझे, बट समझ रहा हूँ, नेवर एक्सपेक्ट एनीथिंग फ्रॉम एनीवन। आज शाम को मैंने यही चीज़ सेम सोची, नेवर एक्सपेक्ट एनीथिंग फ्रॉम एनीवन। सच में भाई सेम यही चीज़ सोची, क्योंकि मेरे बैक ऑफ माइंड में एक चीज़ मेरे को कब से खाई जा रही है और बैंचो मैं वो इग्नोर भी नहीं कर पा रहा और उसको नेग्लेक्ट, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, उसको हजम भी नहीं कर पा रहा, उसको जो भी समझ गए ना वैसा हो रहा है। छोड़ो भैया, आप अपने बलबूते जितना कर सकते हो उतना ही एक्सपेक्ट करो। इसलिए मैं जो कर रहा हूँ खुद ही कर रहा हूँ, मैं नहीं कर रहा एक्सपेक्ट भाई। जो होगा होगा, नहीं होगा नहीं होगा। इसलिए जब साक्षी ने भी पूछा ना भाई, अब और सामने से आएगी तो होगी, क्योंकि मैंने इतने लोगों को अप्रोच किया। देखो भाई स्ट्रीम पे 5 बंदे देख रहा हूँ, मैं तुम लोग को सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, मैंने इतने बंदों को अप्रोच किया है, इतने मेल डाले, बेंचो बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्ग में भी डाल दिया, मेरे को पता है नहीं होगा वहाँ, मैंने सब ऑर्ग में मेल डाल दिया भाई कि भाई एक बार तो ले लो बेंचो। बड़ी ऑर्ग अगर बार्टर सिस्टम के लिए भी हाँ बोलती ना तो भाई उधर का रीच अलग होती, समझ लो। बट छोटी ऑर्ग बार्टर सिस्टम बोलती है, पर बार्टर सिस्टम में क्या, जब आएगा तब देंगे भाई, जब आएगा तब, और आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बड़ा बड़ा रहता है। कैसे भाई रिश्ते ऑनलाइन नहीं करने का किसी से एक्सपेक्ट भाई। हमें ना, हम तो रोज़ ही आते हैं, टाइम होता है नहीं होता है डजेंट मैटर, बट आते हैं ना। हाँ बात सही है आप लोग की कि मैं ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ, वो मेरी गलती है, उस पर सीखना पड़ेगा मुझे। समझ रहे हो ऐसा भाई। तुम लोग को आज एक क्लच दिखाओ बेंचो, रुको तुम लोग को एक क्लच दिखाता हूँ। तुम लोग बस मेरा एम देखना भाई, एम देखना तुम लोग इसमें। चैट
Just chill. You have numbers. Damn.
I can bend. I am so unlucky, man. Come back. Oh my god. What a shot.
ब्रो, क्यूटी को इम्प्रेस करना मामूली बात नहीं है ब्रो, इट्स नॉट अ छोटा मोटा डील। हाँ है ना। माय गॉड भाई, क्या मारा बैन बोर्ड उधर में, हैवी पेला भाई। आज तो मैंने बहुत सारे लिए थे यार 2 के 3 भाई। कल मेरे को शॉर्ट्स बनानी है भाई इसकी, कल दिन में बैठ के सब शॉर्ट्स बनाऊंगा भाई मैं इसे की। गेम प्ले तो है, मैंने लाइव देखा था, बात तो है यार। वो इग्नोर करो थोड़ा, वो फ्लो में निकल जाता थोड़ा सा। उधर भी ऐसा खेलने का भाई तुम लोग को असेंडेंट में हूँ, पर तुम लोग को मैं गोल्ड को बता सकता हूँ भाई। लेफ्ट हैंड है बे, मैं नहीं खेलता था लेफ्ट हैंड, बट क्या लगते शॉट। देखो बैंचो क्राउच बना ऑन था पर मैंने क्राउच किया नहीं। गांजा गांजा ये कौन सा गाना है बे? मेरे को मुंह पे आ गया था ये। भैंस की टैट भाई।
लड़का मेरा लड़का
मार। कैरी का गाना है शायद। हाँ क्या मेरे को भी लगता है लेफ्ट साइड से एक्यूरेट लगता है शॉट्स है ना। टाइम मिलता है मुझे ऐसा लगता है टाइम मिलता है मुझे करने के लिए थोड़ा सा ना टाइम मिल जाता है 0.1 सेकंड का।
Last player standing.
एक्यूरेसी देखना।
One enemy remaining.
मेरा लड़का
नीचे बैंड के लोड़ो नीचे।
लड़का मेरा लड़का
माँ की आँख। साला जब भी मैं रिकॉर्ड करता हूँ ना अपना क्लिप देख के हंसता हूँ कि क्या किया भाई मैं ये। या आफ्टर क्लच एक्सप्रेशन कुछ है। गैको शॉटगन निखिल भाई का
मुझे पता
निखिल भाई का लड़का लेट्स गो रेस तो
बाकी इस बैंड के लड़कों में तो
अरे अच्छा इसी में चिल्ला
एक सीट पे था
अरे
एक सीट पे था
बीच भाई कोई एडिटर मिले ना भाई जो क्या क्लिप्स निकलेंगी भाई एडिट मतलब बोलते ना प्रॉपर एडिटर मिलना चाहिए बैंच करने के लिए। भाई फुल करके रखी थी भाई आपकी आवाज। भाई साहब चूतिया आएगा इधर
बेटे खाली हो गया
पक्का है। आजा लौड़े
फीवर क्लियर
आजा साइफर ये आजा
यो
भाई डिसिप्लिन
दो बंदे शायद स्पॉट होंगे आपको सेज और जेट।
डिसिप्लिन देखो बे
रेड पीछे से आ रहा हूं ओपन प्लान देना यार
दीना पाजी
88 जेट 88 जेट मां की आंख भाई।
तो भाई स्ट्रीम खोल ले
स्ट्रीम खोल ले तो बोल रहे हैं भाई बीचू। अरे भाई ये सब तो कल के है यार। भाई ये वाला राउंड देखना भाई तुम लोग ये देखो भाई इसको बोलते हो ओमन। जब भी ओमन खेलो ऐसा कि बंदों की अरे ये वाला नहीं था अरे ये वाला नहीं था ये वाला नहीं था सॉरी। पाजी का लगाना एक बार पाजी का कौन सा पाजी कौन सा पाजी का गेम देखो भाई। अरे अरे
ये 120 देना
इसका टैप मारो अंदर घुसो वो लोग लगता अंदर है इधर टिक मारो टैप मारो
मेन
इजी। लाइव देखा था ये तो इम्प्रेस हो गए थे ना सच्ची बोलना अपने दिल पे आकर बोला। सिख पाजी का स्ट्रीम लगाना कह रहे लगाना कह रहा अच्छा पाजी की स्ट्रीम
नहीं क्या
भाई बेंच हो इनका भाई इनका बेंच हो ये भी भाई इसमें दिखता भाई फुल एचडी में
क्लोज करते रहेंगे भाई हम।
क्या क्लियरिटी है
करना तो है ही ना।
अबे मुझे लगता है क्लियरिटी नहीं है ओबीएस का है भाई। ये ओबीएस का कुछ तो करते हैं ये सैचुरेशन है। हर गेम थोड़ी आई पे खेलते होंगे ऑब्वियसली है ना।
इतने जंगल है तुमको कहाँ से गोली पड़ेगी पता भी नहीं चलेगा।
आपका भी क्लियर ही होता है।
मैं बढ़िया
नहीं मतलब वो ऐसा इतना वो नहीं दिखता।
आगे से राइट ऊपर जाएंगे ठीक है।
वो क्लीन
स्पॉट करते हैं मारते हैं।
कैसे बताओ ये कलरफुल टाइप ये देखो ना कलरफुल क्लीन
स्पॉटिंग करो थोड़ी सी।
मेरे को ऐसा लगता है ऐसा नहीं दिखता मेरा
है कोई मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली हमारे राइट से ये बंदे आएंगे
क्या पता मेरा मॉनिटर में ऐसा नहीं दिखता हो सकता है नहीं पर बहन जो मॉनिटर में दिखेगा वही तो जाएगा स्ट्रीम में कंट्रास्ट हाँ अरे वो तो 2 सेकंड में कर सकते हो इसका भी क्या वैल्यू का भी कर सकता हूँ मैं
ओ भाई साहब
वैल्यू का भी थोड़ा कलरिंग बढ़ाना है उसका वो पूरा डिफॉल्ट पे वैल्यू हाँ हाँ अबे कल कराओ ना यार मेरे को दोपहर में
नहीं या ऊपर हो सकते हैं ना
चलो चलो
नहीं
हाँ हो सकते हैं
आओ देखते हैं
इजी एकदम
हमसे पहले
भाई कल मैं आपको फोन करता हूँ एलएम भाई दोपहर में क्योंकि कल सुबह मैं 10 बजे पहले जाऊंगा स्कूटी को सर्विस देने भाई कल है वो क्या नाम है अबे क्या हो गया हैं अच्छा स्क्रीन ही इस तक है 2 सेकंड में तो कल विंडोज एक्टिवेट करा था भाई मेरे को सच्ची में नहीं पता था भाई वो मेरे को सच में नहीं पता था वो भाई कोई आरपी प्लेयर आरपी नहीं कर रहा भाई ये बंदा आरपी नहीं कर रहा ये देखो भाई जो आरपी करता भाई इसलिए मेरे को डर लगता पता आरपी से आरपी का सपोर्ट हैवी है बट अगर आरपी खेलना छोड़ दूं और मैं जो फिर वॉचिंग गिर जाए मेरे को बहुत डर लगती है भाई आरपी खेलते टाइम जैसे ये है अभी इसको वॉचिंग आती है 7-8 की अन्विशा को ठीक है सर्वर ऑफलाइन हाँ समझ गया मैं इसको वॉचिंग आती है फिर दूसरे एक फार्मर है जो अपना जोरावर है उसका भी वॉचिंग गिर जाता भाई ये देखो आरपी नहीं कर रहा तो देख रहा हूँ वॉचिंग 58 भाई मेरे को ये चीज़ का डर लगता है बस और कुछ नहीं मतलब जो लॉयल है वो तो देखेंगे ही बट वो बोलते हैं ना कि एक स्ट्रीमर को थोड़ा सा ऐसा ये हो जाता है अरे यार बंदे आ तो रहे थे यार दूसरे गेम में भी आ जाते थोड़ा और मज़े करता मतलब वो अपने तरफ से 100% देने को चाह रहा है बट वो थोड़ा सा वॉचिंग या ऐसा कुछ देख के लोगों का सपोर्ट जो चैट भागती थी वो चैट भागती नहीं है थोड़ा देख के दिल टूटता है ना समझ रहे हो भाई गोल्डी भाई का इतना कम वॉचिंग क्यों आ रहा है भाई जैसे गोल्डी दादा को भी देखो देख रहे हो आरपी में इनका भी वॉचिंग गिरता है अरे कुछ नहीं डेस्कटॉप पे राइट क्लिक करो एनवीडिया कंट्रोल पैनल डिस्प्ले अप्लाई के एडजस्ट डेस्कटॉप कलर सेटिंग अरे वो तो किया है वो तो करा हुआ है अरे मेरे जैसे ओपी लोग के साथ रहोगे तो ऐसे ही 2 सेकंड वाली चीज़ें सीखोगे बात तो है ये तो है ये तो सही बोले अब ऐसे ही 2 सेकंड में एक मैं एड्रेस भेज रहा हूँ उस पर ज़रा एक चेयर ऑर्डर कर देना ये पता है आपको कौन है सोरन भाई ये पता है आपको कौन है वो तो है मतलब कितना रखा है मास्टर ने कराया था दिखाता हूँ मैं अभी दिखाता हूँ उनको जिगना हाँ जिगना है आपको इससे पता बे मेरे को लगा नहीं पता रहेगा और वो अन्विशा कौन थी ये देखो इधर भी ये देख रहे हो वॉचिंग गिर गई सीधा ये कौन सी गेम है भैया ये कौन सी गेम है ये फ्री फायर है फोर्टनाइट है उसको नहीं जानता इसको अरे ये तो अच्छा वो अरे नताशा पुलिस पीडी ऑफिसर है वो नताशा नाम है उसका फोर्टनाइट ओ इसमें भी अलग अलग एजेंट्स होते हैं ना हाँ अलग अलग ही तो है ना ये बंदर ये क्या है भैंस
ये ले
1 मिनट तो मेरे हाथ जाएंगे फिर
जो हमारे
भाई एक्चुअली फार्मर भाई बहुत अमीर है भाई तुम लोग देख रहे हो भैंस इधर पीछे ना उनका वो भी पड़ा है भाई मेरे को ये चाहिए था भाई सच्ची में पता है वो स्टेयरिंग व्हील हैंडी भाई मेरे को उसका सिमुलेटर खेलना था भैंस कि कैसा लगता है गेटिंग ओवर इट खेल गेटिंग वो मटके वाला खेला है मैंने खेला है भाई मैंने मेरे पीसी में लैग करता था मतलब स्टार्टिंग में खेला था मैंने पीसी में लैग करता था फिर छोड़ दिया भाई मैं सेलिंग में है मेरे पास G29 एंड गेयर शिफ्टर। G29 मतलब लॉजिटेक का है क्या यार? ये गिफ्ट करो ना यार, मेरा बर्थडे आ रहा है दिसंबर में, सब मिलके गिफ्ट कर दो ना मेरे को। बहुत क्रेजी स्किन्स होती हैं फोर्टनाइट में। G2 से बहुत डर लगता है यार। अरे नहीं जीत जाएंगे भाई। भाई मैं पानी लेके आऊँ? मेरे को 2 मिनट दो, मैं पानी लेके आता हूँ फटाक से। आ गया। हाँ अब FNC सपोर्टर हो ना। ये जो G290 है ये लॉजिटेक वाला ही बोल रहे हो ना?
Defense again, controlling from tree with the Odin, very old stuff, but especially with this deco, I think that G2 is going to be one of the first things that they target. As I said, Kayak on the operator. If they start snowballing rounds, this could get too easy for Fnatic. But right now, they should be like, hold on. They pick loaders. Are we this obvious? Because we've been having such good results in the map.
Yeah, could it be a trend, right? That one has to wonder. But at this point, right, both teams are going to go out there, play their game, and hey, you just got to see where the coin lands, right? That's all it is.
You absolutely do. You have to look at the battle between these leaders. Both Valen and Boaster as well have been so good strategically, so good at building up their teammates, bringing that energy to succeed on stage. But there's still such a gap in experience. When Boaster was winning trophies, Valen was bringing this team out of Tier 2, dragging them through Ascension to make it into the Americas League.
But now here they are, an opportunity for them to be able to march forward, send an EMEA team home, but alternatively, Fnatic can end America's hopes here and now.
Listen, we can have the best of both worlds. How about Fnatic wins, and since we have Crashies, you're still making it onto the lower final.
I can't concede that, but I don't know. I'm a bit of a G2 stan, so you never know. You never know.
I wonder what they think, GB.
You know what? Great call there. How about this, Toronto? Who you think's gonna win? Let me know right now. We got a little bit of all over the place. All right, is it Fnatic? Is Fnatic gonna win?
रेड बढ़ गया। मेरे को लेना है। मैं ग्रुप में हूँ। अगर वो वहाँ सेकंड हैंड आएगा ना।
That is a reaction for G2 Esports as they get ready for this matchup.
मेरे पास तो डबल कैम भी है बैंक
and now it is time. Toronto, let's make some noise as we get ready for this lower bracket matchup. Here are your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get back into this one here. We have two Titan teams, Josh, that are facing up on the stage in Toronto, both looking to carve out their own spot in the history books for VCT itself. Two teams that ended up in the lower bracket right at the beginning of our playoffs, and both of them trying to pull off the improbable, the impossible, but not for them. These are two teams with the most confidence to know that they can do it.
And two teams that you've seen make historic comebacks within maps. You only have to look to recent history for G2. You're thinking about comebacks on Xbox. Well, the team on the other side has pulled off legendary stuff themselves. This is NA versus EU. EMEA, they haven't won a trophy since Fnatic themselves won those back-to-back tournaments in 2023. And that's what the region is hunting for. These are two teams with similar styles as well, the lower bracket. With players such as Chronicle looking to continue being the winningest player of all time. Jorgamo looking to join the list, a tiny list of players who've won champs and masters. Only Sassy there. There's so much rich history, but only one of these two teams is going to be able to make it through to Battle Wolves in the lower bracket final.
Oh, we're going to be getting into it shortly here for our opening pistol round between these two juggernaut teams. Toronto, make some noise! Let's get loud!
And what a bold pick this is for G2 to be going into Lotus, which I would consider to be essentially home ground territory for Fnatic. It's home ground though for both squads. And G2 taking rebel control as Fnatic get ready for a trap play at front B. Slow is going to be the name of the game for both of these squads on their attack sides, feeling out what the defense has got going. Because they're both pretty happy to take top styles. And Boaster is in fact the opening kill.
And blood's going to be drawn out as G2 bodies are dropping.
India में इतना support नहीं है भाई ऐसे
relenting though, G2 looking eager to try and take site control, but they're going to crossfire center to try and contend with.
How did he get two?
How the hell are you doing that? Jonah P, drive by, swings by. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, it's Fnatic now that are on the back foot.
What a plant as well. They're planting so that they can take heaven control. They know that at least one of these players is on the flank.
Alpha is going to try and deliver shoulder to shoulder. Him and the IGL, Boaster himself, what a shot to connect. Not anticipating it. Boaster delivering an Alpha from the side.
Boaster's on his feet already, round one. You'll be seeing a lot more of that. G2 almost there, turning around a 3v5 situation, but they just couldn't quite get it done. 6 shots towards the end. A bit of a freebie there as well. That's a rough one for Jorgamo. But these shots towards the end, Alpha hitting a beauty onto Jonah P, untradeable. And then cleans things up towards the end as well. He's cooking.
He's ever to show that.
I think having the fans so close in this event has just spurred him on to greater and greater showmanship heights.
Absolutely.
He does love it. He's talked in interviews as well, Boaster, about trying to just get the best possible results before he thinks about retirement, which is mad. But he has been in the scene for such a long time, and his teams have been astoundingly successful. He's talked in this tournament actually about becoming the greatest leader of all time. I think if you made the list right now, it would have to be Boaster at the top. But he'd like another tournament here, just to properly seal the deal.
Set it in stone. We're expecting a slow and methodical game from both of these teams. Going to be taking their time with it.
Might feel like a bit of a whiplash after you come off PaperX versus Wolves.
It definitely will.
But both of these teams, they do have similar styles. Fnatic, G2, they're going to be playing to allow their opponents to plant quite a lot and make them bleed as they get into the sites.
Head not popped over towards the ledge. Holding close. Catches the contact over the re-swing. He's going to be traded, but Alpha towards the back. Ghost in hand, and he's going to be buying time. Tearing them apart. Leafs is going to try and do whatever damage he possibly can from this spot.
सिर्फ पूरे पता है पूरे दिन में शुगर इंटेक क्या होता है मेरी सुबह की 1 कप चाय बस
Fnatic
पूरे दिन में सिर्फ 1 कप चाय
happy to wait it out.
और मम्मी का भी यही कहना है कि शुगर बंद कर देगा इतनी सी उम्र में मत बंद कर.
Ends up falling to the outlaw of Crash. He's posted up towards spawn. So fairly clean at the end of the day. Fnatic managing to keep 3 decent bits of weaponry heading into their bonus round. And I think a lot of it's about figuring out what these setups look like. You see little bait and switch setups. On the pistol round, we saw that B trap play, where if a lurker starts walking towards B, they get hit with the paranoia and pounced upon. G2 are just going to be trying to feel this out, figure out what kind of game Fnatic are playing. Where does Boaster want to give a little bit of space? Where does Boaster want to tell his team to fight? And this round, potential for a bit of a collapse onto Leaf if he does take that aggressive lurk timing.
Chilling Ronaldo. Pressure from G2 up towards B. It's going to be opened up. Should be a bit of fear into the back of your minds. Jorgenman has a bullet to the back of the brain. Alpha, swift dismissal. Leaf needs to be careful. He's getting tagged up. Bullet tagged. Still alive though. And now reinforcements arriving. G2 looking to clear this all the way out entirely. Crashy's been dropped. Jonah P, even a watchful eye. Exploration of Fnatic is getting punished here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird push actually from Kayak. I think both players that died towards B there, Kayak and Jorgamo, probably could have played that situation better. But G2 end up slowing down the pace, hitting the brakes in a 4v3. This allows Valorant to just test out the map again. Trent still has both of these salvos to work with too. So they could play a really powerful post plan. They are set up though to split into B, and that's exactly where Boaster's waiting with the Stinger. They don't realize A is empty.
Boaster close quarters here with a Stinger in hand. Unfortunate with the timing.
30 seconds.
Now they're going to run all over these players here.
3 महीना 2 या 3 महीना मैंने शुगर प्रॉपर बंद किया था और उस टाइम मैंने प्रॉपर हार्डकोर जिम जाता था भाई रोज 2 घंटा रोज 2 घंटा और दबा बैच सबसे फेवरेट मेरे को लेग्स ही लगता था आज भी लगता है अगर मैं आज भी जिम जाऊंगा ना एक हफ्ता 1.5 हफ्ता मेरे को थोड़ा सही बॉडी रूटीन में लाने में लगेगा और उसके बाद मैं लेग्स दबा के मारूंगा अरे बूस्टर ने क्या किया
है just tiptoeing in will be able to trade but it's answered back in kind. So a round on the board now for G2.
और भाई मेरी तुम लोग जिम वाली फोटो देखोगे ना बोलोगे मैन जो यार था यार पर वो साला जिम ही चेंज हो गया वो ऐसी जगह पे चला गया छोटी सी क्या उधर जाने का ही मन नहीं होता इतनी छोटी जगह है भाई
But we've got a pretty important eco swing round coming up in round 4.
बताओ फोटो
Fnatic are going to go for an Odin purchase as well. Crashy's picking that one up to play it from tree. Aiming to do chip damage early on to these G2 players contesting rubble.
It's going to be a hail of bullets and lead. Sways him for a moment. Leaf is still propped up onto rubble.
I like it though. All of these sound cues are making it feel like Fnatic need to defend rubble, and instead G2 are creeping up towards B. And Kayak, he's got to defend.
Salvas pop open towards the door there. You blinds it as a back. Still G2. Oh my! You can't stand up to it. Chronicle obliterates 3.
Chrono World बैच क्या मारा भाई?
Perfect timing, even though Fnatic weren't 100% sure how that B exec was coming through.
अरे राउंड खत्म होने के बाद बताओ ना मैच के बाद.
Get caught just
अरे मेरे
in the corner.
इसमें यार फोन में है ना तो
मेरे को open up the A side, make a 2v4 possible.
That's the timing on it. Backs away anyway.
It's going to be very difficult for Valorant and Leaf to dig themselves out of this spot. Fnatic are giving them room though, giving them respect, allowing them even to get a plant off. Assuming that they'll be able to win the retake with bodies and with the paranoia, with the C's, with the horn, tools that they still have to be able to work with.
Should be a clean retake indeed. Discipline still there from Fnatic. Bring it out. Jump spot of Crashies. He's missed the potential timing here. Just swinging wide. Trying to take that fight towards it, but smoke into your face, Valin. Has to really just try and get a move on. Now he's onto the side. It's an off-angle play from him, but still player advantage. And the paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time. But no way! Valin!
What a beast! What a play there! But what a fumble! Too cautious from Fnatic, I think. Talked about the fact that they love playing to give their opponents respect and play the advantage in the retake. But the paranoia pushed Valin off onto an off angle and they just weren't there ready for the trade. It was only Chronicle that swung through off Alpha's contact and he only had about 6 health to work with. Fnatic lose a really important eco swing round here. And now the ult cycle is going to start to get online for G2. Assuming they can clean up an anti-eco, Fnatic might have just lost control of this defense half early on.
Then to the swinging. Just off the back of the heroics of the captain of G2. Two of our greatest minds in the game facing off against each other.
Feels like a battle of the generations when it comes to the IGLs as well. Valin, bit of a new kid on the block compared to the experience of Boaster, but he's been fantastic, and Boaster caught out in the open again. That's twice already in the very first quarter of this map.
It's not full steam ahead from G2. There's still a level of caution. Fnatic are stacking this with a multitude of bodies. It is the eco round.
Yeah, I think the read here from Valin is perfect.
Be careful here with a Marshall in the hands of Alpha. That's snappy. Quick scope straight to the head. He is taken care of, though. Chronicle still trying to at least square up, take a fight, posturing ever so slightly. He's taking it with the off-angle play. Crashes is highlighted, lit up. No more. So G2 taking the lead early on here in Lotus.
That damage from Alpha, yeah, with the Marshall. It looks like Fnatic are going to need some more moments like that. What Alpha's been able to do recently in their games has been spectacular. And those are the danger moments that you need to be able to add in there. But otherwise, G2 dealt with that really quite cleanly, even though they went into the stack in the end. And here's the ults that we were talking about. But Fnatic, by saving, have managed to get Kayak an operator in his hands. Looking to try to get him posted up over towards A. That's where the Odin is as well. And only Alpha defending here on C.
Salvos. Push off the early line.
But G2 के सामने comeback होना थोड़ा सा tough है. मिला फोटो मिल गया.
Get an early fight sooner than he potentially anticipates. He's going to play his life, try and back the hell out of there. Trent over the shoulder, that bait and switch.
Crashies, I think, made the call to fight with Boaster and didn't realize that Leaf also had backup. In came Trent. And down went the IGL again of Fnatic, who's having a rough go of things here.
Time out आएगा मेरे को लगता है इसके बाद.
They still have the lockdown to try to play retake in one of these areas, and Chronicle could actually pit off some level of contact. But it's difficult to get value out of the pit here in the mid-round when Jorgamo still has his dimensional drift to clear everything. But here it goes.
Yeah, using it nice and early. Just trying to spot out the most of these players. Don't know if he spotted it off. Yes, Kayak. Time to strike. Choose it well. Chronicle. It's instinctual. The wall was up. Just anticipating G2's positioning. It's G2 who are left with that player disadvantage.
And massive ultimates dropped on the side of G2.
तो ये मारना नहीं चालू किया भाई.
Set up a pit of their own in the post.
ये मारना चालू किया तो लग गया
भाई. So G2 want to win this round. It's got to be proactive. I think Fnatic, they know it. Crashies and Kayak are waiting for this push.
इसका वो बुक बुक वाला बैच वो क्रॉसर नहीं है भाई.
Reclaiming the space now. There's an I4. Trying to lay claim to a lot of this towards it, but there's that up angle. A whiff from Kayak with how he's been playing. K damage kicking in. Get a TP. Valen's barely out of there. Trying to play the crossfire setup. Chronicle wins this fight out, and that's going to be locked down to secure. Fnatic have all the advantages here. Everything in the world going their way.
And an investment of the ult.
एक मिनट रुक जाओ हाँ थोड़ा सा एक राउंड रुको. ये देखो बेंच देख रहे हो साला ये गल गया था ये बेंच ये शेप में आ गया देख रहे हो चैट भाई हैवी था भाई. फर्स्ट मंथ बेंच जो 11 किलो कम किया था मैंने फर्स्ट मंथ. और उसमें मैंने क्या करता था सुबह 2 रोटी खाता था और शाम को 2 रोटी. बस चावल नहीं कुछ नहीं दही कंपलसरी दोपहर में शक्कर 0. हैवी हैवी पे था भाई मैं हैवी डाइट पे था उस टाइम में. अगर अब भी रहता ना तो भाई मैं तो कब का कम हो जाता भाई. बहुत ही अलग दिखता.
He's already got 3 trophies. If Fnatic can somehow pull off this lower bracket run, he will just be out miles ahead of everyone.
मैं फोटो खींचने का इतना शौकीन नहीं हूँ. मेरे को जरा भी नहीं पसंद फोटो खींचना. मैं थंबनेल के लिए कैसे खिंचवाता हूँ मुझे पता है क्योंकि मेरे से अंदर से ना वैसा वो फेक स्माइल बोलते हैं ना वो नहीं आता भाई वो अंदर से करना भाई. पर मैं बैच जब जिम में जाता था ना भाई बहुत सामने से शीशे के सामने जाके खुद फोटो खींचता था. क्यों? क्योंकि भाई अच्छा लगता था देखने में. बैंस किया सेकंड मंथ फिर 25 किलो गेंद भी कर दिया लगता है. अरे नहीं यार मैंने ना वो 2-3 महीना किया उसके बाद हमारा जिस बिल्डिंग में था ना वो जिम वो बिल्डिंग अभी रिकन्स्ट्रक्शन के लिए चली गई और वो उसने शिफ्ट कर दिया है ऐसी जगह पे कि मैं जो वो बहुत ही छोटी जगह है उसमें इतने मतलब अगर मैं बोलता हूँ 7-8 बंदे आ गए ना तो वो पूरा भर जाता है वो जगह. और फिर वो गर्मी होता है वो एसी ठंडा नहीं कर पाता इतना.
Take a look and see what the adjustments are coming out of this tag timeout. Kayak earned his showstopper in the previous, so he can take more aggressive positions with the op, because if you get caught, pull out the ult, and you can often stop yourself from getting punished.
पर मुझे ऐसा है कि नया विनर लाओ भाई
for a solo peek over towards B, which is looks like it. Properly aggressive. Backs it up early on. Just listening for audio cues.
A lot of presence though from G2. Prowler and a flash through the front of B, and that's triggered. At least the ult, and it's a bait and switch setup. Jogamo at the gate crash could exit.
That's beautiful. Ult baited out immediately. Perfect value there coming from the Yoru. And now Valen's got an opportunity to reset the troops and figure out in which direction G2 would like to end. Another single salvo to try to push Alpha away. They know that Alpha loves to play this angle. We've seen people even pick up attack side ops to try to punish that.
Alpha feeling the heat, and he might be tested soon, but instead G2 go in a different direction. Doors opened up. B is called for. There's lots of ults to try and help supplement this one here. We'll see how to get used to the util. Sees is excellent. Crashes. He's locked G2 down.
Jorg teleported into it.
TP'd past. Poster is here, laying in wait with the Odin up through the high ground. Attempt there made. Chronicle just the one before the trade is in sight. Now with that pit, he's going to be laying down towards it. Armageddon on top of it. Clearing out a lot of the extremities. G2 trying to hold on.
Alpha on the flank could be pivotal here. Trent, he knows that he's going to try to take the timing, calls for backup, and now realizes Alpha hasn't committed.
Gone down there. I'm not sure if these are just stray shots coming through. Alpha.
Perfect trade.
Just the one traded instantly. Now the drone and a connection spots him out, highlighting across the board. Leaf is going to back away, trying to play his life. Sliders of corners, snaps towards it. Leaf. Ridiculous.
Perfect reads inside the pit there for a player who's well within the race for tournament MVP. Look at how tight the timing is on that one. Jorg just escaping with absolutely no damage done. Crazy kill on Jonah P there too. But what I like from G2 is that they were hyper aware of the threat of Alpha here on the flank. Alpha is going to be playing C aggressively, and when he opens that door, Trent and Valen doubled up to deal with him. You've got to put two guys on Alpha at all times, and even then, Finesse will tell you it doesn't always work.
Yeah. Alpha perfectly capable of taking over. We've seen it, especially in their prior game. Risky setup here, but necessary. It's a half-fight round for them. That is sharp. Over towards the mound, though. This is about to be a bloodbath that's occurring, and it's all going away. Surely a Fnatic gets evened out into a 2v2.
Leaf, though, he caught the perfect kill on Boaster on the other side of things, and now it's all on Kayak with only a Bucky. I mean, he's just begging Valen to walk into him. If he doesn't, how is he going to take the kill?
Scurry of the footsteps. Valen is hyper aware.
And at that kind of range, Kayak, unfortunately, as good as he is, doesn't particularly have a chance. We were talking about how dangerous Alpha can be, and that setup over towards Mound almost found Fnatic a turn of the fates. The shots were good, but the weaponry, I don't think was quite up to scratch. And once again, actually, this kill, where Leaf is able to pick up Boaster, and Boaster's kind of, you know, inside his smoke again, getting caught.
Boaster's throwing a smoke in the middle.
Yeah, and I think that is actually a bit of a recurring problem that we're seeing here, is that Boaster's frequently getting caught out. He's 2-6 right now, but it's not necessarily about the scoreboard. He could be playing, you know, those kind of numbers and be playing a great game, frankly. But at the moment, he's trying to hold important positions on defense and getting caught out by unexpected timings. And I think that's going to have to tighten up if Fnatic want a chance of being able to win the rest of these rounds on their defense half at least.
Timeout taken. Fnatic to recoup. See if they can dig deep. It's only a 2-round lead so far for G2.
It's well within the realms of being able to recover, but when you say it's a 2-round lead, Fnatic also won the pistol here.
Yeah.
So, you know, out of the other 6 rounds that we've seen, when rifles have started getting on board, G2 have been very consistent. And this time, no operator in the hands of Fnatic. They don't have the wealth to be able to put that into Kayak's hands. And once more set up to go for some kind of B split attempt. The spike headed up here and a potential for a wrap through Blue Room.
Potential for a brawl. This is Fnatic stacking 3 bodies. Trying to retake some of that rubble control away from where Leaf has just been lurking.
Leaf, he kind of needs to kill that Prowler to create the threat that he could still lurk.
And it's a pop-in play. They want to try and get a move on here. This is G2. Trying to see if they can lay claim to that B site. Still rain down a hail of bullets. That's just from Boaster. He's going to be supplementing the fire. Just trying to make it nice and awkward for G2 while a flank occurs.
Do they have enough people to be able to deal with Chronicle? There is massive pressure on Leaf right now.
Tested. Only just a one. This is Fnatic now. This is their time to shine. They've got a lot of control now towards B main. Flip at the site though. G2 looking to try and take this one up through heaven and a reflank of Valen, but time needs to be played. It's already taken away. You can delay, but smoke in your face. What really can you do from this spot? Timing is taken into a 2v2. They got to know where these players are. To smoke, obfuscates, hides the intent. And Kayak, he's there swinging through. Seals it up nice and pretty for Fnatic.
Bit of a strange situation there towards the end. A couple of the G2 players left in the clutch, and it almost looked like they didn't know where the plant was. A B pop. Alpha swings through, but it's this flank play that makes the difference. In previous rounds, Leaf has been escorted into rubble at the start of this round. He got pushed out immediately. He got caught by a Horn, Prowler, and that gave Fnatic the confidence to be able to double push fully out through A and get the rat play working. The more they can get the read on that, the more they can actually figure out exactly where Leaf is on the map, the better their defense half is going to look. And they've knocked G2 down onto a light buy, but this squad is diabolical with the Stingers.
Certainly are. Alpha.
He's so far up.
Well, really far up. There's going to be a Paranoid blinded up, and there's already players just on your tail, just trying to hunt you down, Jorgamo. It's close quarters. It is carnage of what's occurring. Alpha decayed. Caught up into the corner from the seas, and Valen was very quick. To take up most of that space. The pit has to be vacated. It's a wasted ult from Chronicle.
Snakebite easily could have claimed a couple of lives there, though everybody on G2 was weak, but that was chaos. Alpha, with the wrong read of what was happening, they thought it was going to be an A-side default again, and G2 have found an opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons and slow things down a little. It's looking more even now.
Look, smoke from G2. Praying that Fnatic would go for some form of re-exploration, clearing up the map.
And I think this is a really important situation where you've got to look at Boaster again. He's going to be doing this jump spot. He's been caught out in positions like this, throwing smokes a couple of times. He's got to make sure that he maintains this information.
He's gone forwards. Trust the advantage, he's got a read, and it is a good one. A solo player, Trent just trying to condition with that drone. There's the punish, Kayak towards the back. Alongside Chronicles, a stalwart defense. Locking key here, there's only one left to stand against the Jonah P. It's messy, it's scrappy, but Fnatic are up even.
And I think it deserved pop-off there from Boaster, because it's something that he struggled with a little bit so far in this defense half, but he played that situation beautifully, didn't he? Had the read that it was going to be a fake, stepped forwards rather than backwards, managed to get the timing on the drone, and catches Trent as well. So not only does he get the kill, he feeds full info to the rest of his team. Guys, this is going to be a CV hit. 100% this A pressure is fake. And this is now an even half, 5-5. With arguably better ultimates here for Fnatic to close out on defense.
Yellow best hota hai. Kyun aisa yellow hi best hota hai?
Door's going to be opened up. This is G2. Attempted a bit of that slow siege.
That is so much damage onto Jorgamo there as well.
Down to 61.
I think he would have been aiming to pick up an orb in this round, see if he could get the ultimate online. 4 players from Fnatic over here doing a re-clear, full re-clear of rubble.
A lot of util. You see that Paranoid, you see the Haunt.
Could be the timing to try to activate somebody like Leaf on the other side of the map, but Alpha's waiting, and here's...
Just as the turret gets broken, Kayak is looking for more. He's stunned up and misses it. Trent just cleans him up.
That's amazing from Jorg and Trent.
All on Boaster now, though. Feeling the heat. It's a Paranoid in your face, near-sighted. Plenty of bodies about to be coming towards you. Nightfall avoided. Chronicle. Again, the spam over the shoulder. Raised up. All of his own, just trying to stunt it. G2 though, not to be dismayed, trying to get a bit of a move on, trying to claim that A site. Moving forward, that game of time, it's Chronicle. It's the better of the adversary.
He's been really good so far, Chronicle, a pillar for his team to rely on. G2, they feel like they have to be the ones making the play. Health disadvantage is so huge, but look at the wrap. Look at Alpha, yeah, already aware of the possibility.
Yeah, this lockdown. Drop down should be sealing all of this one up, except Alpha Oversteps himself, and lockdown's going to be brought down regardless. Chronicle lays down that snake bite, and now there's a timing to be taken. Fnatic getting a run on, getting a scurry on. It's been stuck to have, heads are popped. Chronicle dismissed entirely.
Another round for Valen where he comes through in the clutch, and my god, what a call as well. Dismantling Kayak's ult. Oh, it landed on the pillar too. Tragic the way that splash worked, but it's the final call. This double wrap up through heaven and around behind onto Alpha. Alpha decides to swing aggro on a timing, thinking that it'll catch them off guard, and maybe doesn't account for the fact that they're both going for the flank. And the fact it was planted for heaven as well, it's a really nice way to play that situation.
One last chance in his half though for Fnatic to try and draw it level. Gigabyte sending it flying forwards here with a dimensional drift. I made this feel like a lot of A pressure, and there are bodies behind it. G2 looking to at least take this space. Doors are open wide. Paranoia already expended. Most is going to be using it. This is Anarchy. Crashes to leave from behind. What a good work put in though, and now it's up to Boaster to do the rest. Odin in hand. Obliterating G2.
Incredibly aggressive swing there from Gigabyte.
Forwards, no committal. Also just looking for that information, and the timing potentially is here for Trent.
Alpha, yeah, worried that he's getting flanked from B main, even though the turret is actually watching it. So I think Alpha probably could have just stayed over here, but Chronicle is tightening the net at all times.
Toxins going up.
Putting a squeeze on him now. Already revealed to the side there. Chronicle, easy cleanup. 6-2-6 in the half.
A strong recovery in this half from Fnatic after it looked like G2 were running away with things.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? भाई अगर पिस्टल आ जाए ना फनेटिक के हक में मजा आ जाएगा. एक्चुअली जोगमो निकाल सकता था ये राउंड भी, पर उसने पता नहीं इतना घाई क्यों किया ओमन को मारने के लिए. अब मेरे को भी मन करता है वो रेड बुल जितना छोटा फ्रीज लेने का भाई, पर साला फिर सोचता हूँ कि मन तो बहुत कुछ करने का लेता है, फिर रखूंगा क्या बेंचो में.
Joined back on the board by G2's own Arabian Stallion, Hammy. Hammy, how has Toronto been treating you so far?
Honestly, Toronto's been amazing. The people here are amazing, and just like, yeah, overall great.
What about the event? You were telling me you were walking around the venue the whole time, checking out the activations and everything. How's the experience right here in Masters Toronto?
The experience is amazing. I mean, like I said, the people here in general, they're just like lovely to meet and all that, but yeah.
That's us, man. That's Canadian. We just love hugs.
Yeah, I do.
Let's get back in the game, though, and talk about G2, because you're basically the honorary sixth man for G2. Talk me through the Teho from Trent. Why is he bringing it back?
Okay, I mean, I feel like Trent gets too much disrespect. He doesn't need Teho. It doesn't matter who he's playing. He's the best initiator I've ever seen play the game. But yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to hear it from your words as well. And also tell me why G2's in the golden era and why are they going to win this series against Fnatic?
Yes, we'll be winning this series. Not only this series, but we'll be winning the entirety of Masters, I think.
Oh, the whole Masters.
We will be winning Masters, yes.
Okay, and so Wolves coming up next. You think they're going to have this easy against Sufat Baby and crew?
Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, I want you to give encouraging words to the G2 players playing up there and also to your fans around the world.
Okay, honestly, G2 doesn't even need it. They're going to win. But I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, that's I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I love you guys.
You got it all. Hammy, thank you so much for your time. Let's toss it back to the game.
Two teams here that are just neck and neck, and honestly, even just looking at the map pool itself, we have our opener of Lotus. It's an interesting one. Listen, the desk was kind of talking about it when it came up as well, because it's a great map for Fnatic. It's one of the ones that they have been lights out on all year.
Yeah, it's at the top of both teams' map pools, and I think you really get the clash between both of the callers. Opposite sides of the spectrum, actually, in terms of results. You can see reflected in the Coinbase Econ report. Chronicle having an amazing half. Boaster struggling a little bit. Valent's at the top of the scoreboard, actually, if you're just looking at kills as well. But I think more than productivity, it's going to be the game plans that are going to make the difference here in half number 2. I mean, when I've been looking at these teams, G2, they play for retake a ton. They're on their defense half. They've been winning almost 40% of them. Fnatic are winning post plants 83% of the time. One of those stats has got to give today. Is it going to be Fnatic closing out these rounds cleanly?
Clash of those styles. Leaping into the fray across for that info. Leaf break the Prowler, back himself out, and it is slow and steady for Fnatic.
They are the slowest team on the attack side that we have, but they're extremely diligent with it. They use the time to make sure that they dismantle trap plays. And yeah, it can get tense towards the end. The clock can sometimes be Bosa's worst enemy. But Alpha might be his best friend.
What an opener for Fnatic.
I mean, that should be signed, sealed, and delivered on the pistol round. Fnatic with a potential here, a great opportunity to win both pistols on this map. And that can make all the difference in spots like this where both teams are good. Jorg might be going for a bit of a re-exploration over towards B as well. He's just trying to backfill this space. But it's all on Valin to defend here with one Paranoia. Are they pivoting into B? Actually, maybe Jorg will get his chance.
They might do. They want to try and go for the B here. There's only 25 seconds left for Fnatic. What is the core? The scramble, but they're going to land over towards A. No one really there to meet them. Valin might take a few risks of his own out towards the blue room, and this is all covered in time. Kayak is there. Cutting down his two players. It's a pistol round.
और next पे इनका map ही है.
Here for Fnatic, and like you said, it could make all the difference in a map like this.
Absolutely flawless. I mean, the damage from the first hit collapsing through onto Jonah P. And then how clean Kayak looks with these shots coming out from his ghost afterwards. It's a beautiful round. It's clean, it's sharp.
Whoever it was.
I mean, Kayak, I think you should probably give credit to your newest player. It's going to be tough for G2 to recover from this kind of situation. You will sometimes see them force, even on defense.
They can't recover.
But this is not one of those times. G2 just playing for money in the bank. Another really important thing to pay attention to between these two teams is who has more of the utility once we get into post-plant scenarios. In the previous round, hello.
Yeah, they're gearing up. It's a Paranoia in the back pocket. Primed by Valin, looking for signs of life at the spam story. That's it, but they're actually waiting for a little bit further. There it is. Now the go button's going to be called for, but that Paranoia did not connect. Chronicle. Unbelievable form. And Alpha on clean-up duty.
Hyper confident, pushing through. Just allowing the players on Fnatic to build up more and more towards those ultimates. Players getting streaks and Jorg trying to get cleaned up.
It's nice for the class to give it a damage, surely, but the round nevertheless here to Fnatic. Chronicle is 19-10 right now.
He's been amazing. He's just been so calm. And like I said earlier, he's been a rock that the rest of the team can rely on in these difficult positions. He's not making the play to change the round necessarily, but when G2 force the aggression into him, he just collects it and absorbs it perfectly. You can't get past him. So Fnatic with a bonus round, but a bonus round that they've also forced an attacking operator into.
Just punish Leaf, he's been peeking this one often. The defensive setups differ. No, G2 making changes to it. Quick dink there through Mound. There needs to be some call for help. Shot wide and through. Leaf is on essentially single digits. Barely alive. Region Armor eventually going to be kicking in.
Both teams getting a read on what's going on here. Fnatic realizing they're fighting super heavy over Mound and trying to react into A. And realize they got caught by the drone there. Decide to hold on for a moment. But G2 also got the read that there's an attacking op, so they'll have to be hyper aware of areas that Alpha's going to try to peek.
Door opened up here by Chronicle. Bit of fake pressure, trying to pull some of these G2 players. Done so successfully.
Yeah, it's really nice. It pulls all of the attention from the defenders towards the door and frees up this re-exploration towards Mount. This was the area, remember, that G2 were fighting over, so it's likely they would have left.
Second thoughts here for Fnatic, looking like they want to end up towards C, but despite now, it's way over towards A.
Maybe overthinking it just a tad here, overcooking.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Jordan not budging, Leaf even just lying in wait.
There's 4 players defending this area of the map.
Yeah.
Are they pivoting B and trying to connect with these guys through the door?
Maybe, door's broken. No clearance onto the corner, Alpha has his back. On my watch is what he's saying. That attack side operator, but time is still becoming a bit of an issue, and shots are rattled. You can feel it. It's getting hectic. It's getting messy. Trent cleaning up onto Chronicle. Time is against them now. It's fully against this Fnatic squad. And G2, they make the call. Not sure who it was, but to stack the bodies in the final moment there over towards A.
They almost got punished for it as well, though, Brent. That round is on a nice edge. You see Chronicle come through from tree, and he's got players running away from him. I mean, the fact that Leaf also gets caught in this situation, the Guardian barrel just sticking out slightly, but it's this kill, Trent on Chronicle, that I think really changes the game, because G2 then can commit fully to the retake and the flood. And Josh is begging them to play time at the end there, because there was no opportunity for a plant.
Very fast play to be made. That operator picked up into the hands of Leaf now.
Yeah, I think it's a great call to go for the defensive op for Leaf, because they know that Leaf is going to be on this line. They're trying to punish him with marshals, with attack ops. And if he's got a long-range weapon of his own, he can hold it down.
He's got to be careful here. Spots the body. How do you want to play this one? Backs himself into a corner.
He does have a little bit of support from Jonah P.
Poison's on.
And one of the things that this G2 comp is really good at is being able to passively regain information in the mid-round from the Tejo drone, from the Prowlers, from the Haunt. They have used all of those now, though, and only Jonah P's Haunt will be coming back later on.
There.
Chronicle just sticking around to try to break that and make it feel like they could be going for a C re-hit. There's the Haunt, though. Chronicle breaks it. But the shot comes from so far back that G2 already have the read anyway.
Valorant's going to be seeing signs of life definitely occurring now.
Cover going out.
A long con here for Fnatic, just trying to earn up a few of those ults. Really working the map in the process, and they found themselves a slight gap in towards B.
Fnatic have been ending with these B splits a ton. I think G2 are fairly ready for this. Jonah and Jorg.
Jonah sat down onto the side, being spotted, catching the contact, a bit of spam as well. Comes through, this is Alpha and Chronicle. Lane claim over towards this side. Onto B in the plant now to go down, nothing to push this away.
Crash has managed to upgrade to a Vandal. Can he strike a dagger blow back to his own region?
Huge upgrades. Stun. Has to be sidestep Leaf. Just snaps at the Crash. He's an off angle by Chronicle, baiting out with the first shot. Now you're going to see that discipline coming through. G2 never without it, and it has brought it level 8 to 8.
Both teams playing that round pretty well, honestly. Just at the end of the day, a weapon difference. That's a sick kill though for Leaf. You can see that Kayak, he knows exactly how Leaf wants to play it, and Leaf is still just daring him to come and challenge. Fnatic have a lockdown to try to work with here. Difficult to counter. But G2 pretty happy playing the retakes as well. Stacking 3 bodies over towards Mound, expecting Fnatic to go for a punish of Leaf.
Leaf is holding it, don't want it to feel like it's just Leaf with a bit of solo pressure. Way ahead of this one, still they're going to reveal their hands. So rifle shots ring out. Trying to see if he can punish somebody going for that jump spot, but Haunts out into the open, counter spam. It's Kayak trying to get the punish online, but
he was believing in the Haunt maybe a little bit too much, just stood into that Omen one way, got caught. Feels like G2 have been winning a lot of these opening duels.
Toxins going up.
Drone's going to be expended for the re-clearing walls on walls.
And because Fnatic keep losing this fight over towards Mound, G2 can stack 2 bodies B, 2 bodies A and be pretty happy no matter where Boaster calls the team to end.
Tight to the corner, Jorgamo. That's the escape policy.
Alpha detected over here by the Haunt.
Just trying to spam. Not expect it to be following the traces. Still going to be alive for now, 41 health.
And And in a 3v5 like this, you don't really want to invest the ultimates from Alpha Air and Crashies unless they can find a pick beforehand.
30 seconds left.
But look at the time. This is one of the problems with how slow Fnatic play. You get into spots like this where you're down and you're not really in a position where you can even make a play to turn the round. This is just going to be a save that waiting out the clock. It's not a high energy way to end the round. It feels, I've got to imagine, a bit brutal to have to give up in spots like this, especially because it allows G2 to then put pedal to the metal and try to punish. And that is such a punish. Looked like Leaf was just running the operator in to its doom.
To his demise, though. 2 rifles intact for Fnatic, and that was the goal of it. You're right, it's a low energy way to end the round, to think about what's coming next.
Yeah, there's that moment one-way finding value. Georgia spots Kayak, who's trying to get value from the horde, like Fnatic's going for, but it's difficult amount. And Fnatic are going to take a tack timeout here. I think it's desperately needed. They've won both pistols in this map. G2 didn't respond with a force at all, and yet they're still behind.
बाद में देखा तो कहीं और की डब्बे पे ही चल रहा है कुछ अलग यार मैं बोला यार हाँ ठुकरा के मेरा प्यार मेरा तो काम देखेगी भाई आज पेपर है उसने जो मारा भाई हैवी डोमिनेशन भाई ये देखो वैलो का नॉलेज भाग गए
That shift up that you need to be able to get back into the game.
RB के 14
Strapped together a bite. It's a bit rough. Bosa's going to be left with just a stinger, but you're right, the tempo increase. What they ordered.
Doesn't look like it though, does it? I mean,
good night.
Looks like they're going to try to play for a little.
क्या बोल रहे हो? हाँ?
Take the shift into fighting for A control instead of Mound at the start of the round.
Trying to take this one.
किसको?
Overwhelming with the bodies in the util. Setting Valen up onto.
इसको बुरा लगता है.
He's revealed towards the tail end there by their own horn. So Fnatic get the information.
And I do like this smoke that Boaster goes for over towards Rubble, but.
भाई मेरे को वैलो के 14 बोल दो तब वाह भाई मैं तो
weren't really worried about it.
Stray shots.
Leaf has actually been pushed back this time though.
Yeah.
Not too much contestation.
भाई
and a nice smoke from Boaster.
डाइवोर्स ले लो बाबू मैं बताओ इसको डाइवोर्स ले लूंगा.
And suddenly, G2 don't have the same level of information over towards C, but they're still playing C soft for retake and stacking bodies on A, expecting this reclear, and they are so
डाइवोर्स लेने के पहले एलिमनी में तेरी गोड़ी बनाऊंगा मैं.
Jump spotting. Potentially sees it. Valen unaware. Trying to get a move on, trying to get a runaway. Kayak! Just obliterating the opposition. It's up to Jonah P to pick up those pieces. See if he can make a little bit more from it. It's going to be fading. Getting a bit of a run on. It's not catch the timing. There's no way. There's no way at all! It's shut down by
Jonah P NHK.
Safe pair of hands. Jorgamo.
Spike planted.
In his hands. Trying to go for it. Flick of the wrist does not connect. A way to exit other than having his ult, but committing it in this spot in a 2v4. Not wise.
No, he's still
even getting the wrap around.
He's still going to be able to afford an op in the next round anyway, so.
Last player standing.
When Joel gets caught. Fnatic getting up to 9 here. But I think really you're going to be looking at how G. Yeah, but they didn't have somebody taking contact well enough for Valen to play off this. Kayak snuck all the way back in off the back of Chronicles Viper Wall. And then
अरे पिछली बार इसने प्रोटेक्शन के साथ लगवाई थी ना इस बार बिना प्रोटेक्शन के लगाऊंगा इस बार अपने बेटे का नाम मैं रखूंगा भाई
W these kind of footsteps but he can't land the shot and Alpha shuts it down.
मैं लेके तू ही लेके आया था तेरे को मैं बोला था तेरे को जो चाहिए वो लेके आ
go for the attack side operator here taking a peek.
LR की पब्लिक क्या बोलती आई बा केसी
Same explosion of util from G2 looking to
take control.
This players up. This smoke is a really nice adaptation. Coming out of the tactical timeout, it really has neutralized Leaf and allowed them to regain mount control. I mean, look what it's done. You got the pull from one of the rotates. You've also got this
आज तो आईबा बेचारी आरती नहीं कर पाई होगी ना,
and it's just suffered on the A side of the defense. Really good macro adjustments from Fnatic's coaches.
अरे हसीना बर्गर.
Grouped up now from Fnatic though. Trying to push players off away from A-Rubble and just trying to take it slowly, steadily, but still that bullets raining down. Jonah P is there. Nightfall preemptive, and that's going to be a tag onto absolutely everyone. It's the information they were looking for. You see him push it out by G2 across the board. Leaf.
मैं जो कैबिनेट खोल के कैसे गई
अंदर?
It's a dangerous spot as well for Chronicle. He gets support from Alpha yet now, but he's the one with the spike.
GPU पे नहीं तो किधर?
Broken. Leaf will respect it. Off onto the corner. This is 25 seconds left. Where is this ending?
भाई उसको मूतने का और जगह नहीं मिला.
Fake as if it's ended towards B. I think the spike should be headed to A, and that means Jonah has a chance for redemption after his failed play in Tree in the last round.
Spike's disjointed though. They've already got players in.
Yeah, 30-50 चाहिए क्या हमें?
We're gonna try and flood defend this one all the way. Spots it all out. No guessing game whatsoever. 9 seconds, and it's all dropped down. It's all crumbled. Fnatic, Chronicle. It's cheeky with the kills, consolation prizes at the end of the day, but it's not a round win.
अभी डाउनलोड नहीं हुआ वो, मतलब सिर्फ सेटअप फाइल डाउनलोड हुई है अभी.
Second time in this half.
सुबह लगा के
जाऊंगा. The G2 have won based on the
वही तो पूरा घर खाली था.
And you won't see any other team in the tournament that loses as often as Fnatic. The EMEA teams do tend to be slower.
क्या? अब मैं तुमसे सीख गया कोई पेट नहीं पालनी है. क्योंकि पेट पालोगे तो भाई अपना लाखों का सिस्टम
Trying to work them out as much as they possibly can, but not taking the right risks at the right time to try to push things forwards. And G2 have knocked the economy down on Fnatic. No, they decided to go for the force buy. They've got everything up here. Fnatic's eco still doing all right.
यार 40-70 भी not bad है. और performance same ही है.
Investing into it.
अरे तो वही है 10-15% ही होगी ऊपर नीचे. ऐसा आपको huge difference तो नहीं आएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
Flash overhead, no signs of life.
अब वो तो आईबा को पता 50-70 ले लो. हम ही बोल रहे हैं लोग 50-70 क्योंकि 50-80 की औकात नहीं है. तो 50-80 नहीं 50-70 देख लो. अभी 9080 XT भी कुछ आया है बे, है ना?
I mean, Leaf has still got pretty good information over towards Mound.
हाँ, 71-900 में मिल रहा है
getting them info on B as well. They're set up quite nicely right now for an A or B finish.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping through, dissecting this B site. Go either way though. Okay, locked down. Drop down into the corner now. One salvo is going to be weakening it, not enough damage to really do the job. They clear most of the way here for Fnatic.
This plant is almost destined to go down, and my eyes immediately go to this flank that's coming around the back. Leaf might have an opportunity, but it's going to be so difficult inside Chronicle's pit.
And look at a draw. G2 to try and play retake into this one, a bit of random spam perhaps. Fnatic should be set up to bring it level once more to the post plant.
GPU ना क्या समझा नहीं मैं.
Util is even available again. Bullets raining down.
क्या पता? मैं GPU लूँगी ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ क्या?
Paranoia nade ricocheting, rebounding, tons of util at their disposal here.
यही है भाई मीरा रोड की पब्लिक.
Completely shut G2 out of the picture. Straight kill from Leaf.
They're also going to do crazy economic damage to Fnatic because they're just essentially trapping them in the site. One escape path found though from Crashies and Kayak, so at least 3 guns are going to be maintained here. G2 never really committed to that one. Definitely felt like there was more opportunities for G2 to go for spam.
मैं तो बोलूँ buy one get one कर दो, मतलब मेरे लिए भी एक order कर दो. पैसा मेरे पोतों से ले लेना.
When Jorg got shut down,
क्या सीन है सब कोई RP नहीं कर रहा. अरे सर्वर ही डाउन है ना. कैसे हो यार सुडू भाई राम राम. 50-80 अभी आया है तो मैं अवॉइड करूँगी लेना 2-3 साल बाद देखो. हाँ हाँ वो दिक्कत नहीं है.
It's actually a rough buy here for G2.
पर
Guardian for Jorgamo. Valen only with a stinger.
पता नहीं भाई.
Might be seeing signs of it. Yeah, big brawl. Signs of it. It's a season of nades. Jorg's TP just not in time to save him there.
परसों ऐसी PaperX ने भी किया था भाई.
A wonderful opener.
Seen that previously too. Jorg, he tried to go for the teleport in the moment, but was just a little too slow on it. That's a great start for Fnatic. I think they've really struggled with the opening kills.
Very proactive from G2, looking to try and push all the way out of rubble. Using a Paranoia, even expending it, but this is being held all the way further back.
चक्कू से prowler तोड़ने की कोशिश.
I think it's good for them, and G2 realized that would be an overextension.
नहीं मैंने कभी नहीं तोड़ा.
I think all of that pressure
और बाबूराव आप
that was on the flank as G2 pressured forwards, it actually pulled the defenders back and it allowed Leaf to get set up on C properly.
भाई heavy match चल रहा है पर cut to cut.
Jonath's still staying around. It's going to be smokes on smokes.
भाई detect नहीं करता वो.
Hiding the intent of Fnatic. Has to be respected. Horn's not going to be broken. He's still going to be sticking around here with 40 seconds left.
Trent has salvos and he has the ult to be able to work with. Boaster needs to call for them to accelerate at some point here.
Tempo needs to be increased.
He's trying to bait out the salvo or the ult, but this spike is miles away still.
25 seconds left.
Surely this isn't going to be another round lost to the clock.
Jonapi खाएगा, दो
Only
खाएगा.
just making a move over towards it. G2 still have bodies over towards here. Jonapi's going to be here in most of this. Actually, Armageddon. As soon as doors opened up, the slightest of pockets to play inside. And all the way forwards, Jonapi has to be that line of defense. Moving now. 8 seconds remaining. The
Trent खा गया भाई वहाँ से.
Reinforcing the site. Still time left. Alfie is going to try and defend this one. Defend it, he will. Plant is down. Wincon potentially there.
Oh!
All in his hands.
What a ridiculous round from Fnatic. I don't think they should have ever been able to get that one across the line, but it's individuals that power their way through with the clock all against them. Yes, they got the early kill and set themselves up in a decent spot, but they were just barreling towards the site, desperate to try to get something going. And again, the superstar, I think, is Alpha here, defending crashes. Leaf a little too slow to be able to deny. And then Alpha, he wins that 1v1 towards the end, even with Leaf holding for it.
क्या पीक लेके मारा भाई 30 HP में अल्फा जहर ने जहाँ यार टॉप बाई ऑन टॉप बाई हेवी बाई अरे मैच चल रहा ना भाई वही तो बोल रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट वीसीटी में अभी हूँ नेक्स्ट वीसीटी में मैं भी हूँ किधर मीरा रोड वाली वीसीटी में हैं भाई मुझे मत गिनो भाई बाइंदर अलग है मीरा रोड अलग है पहले ही बता रहा हूँ नहीं अलग है भाई उधर आईबा लोग रहते हैं इधर समझदार सीधे लोग रहते हैं हाँ तो चूसेगा क्या आईबा का हट साले
That really made the difference. Josh is expending his time out, maybe expecting not to...
ए एमी तुम बोले थे यार मेरे को वो करोगे बे अबे पूरा ऑरा माइनस कर देता है अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ यार बोले थे यार वो रायट गन बटी दिलाओ
Alan steps up with the stinger to try to see if they can win a miracle round and draw things level again.
Gonna make this out, Leaf. Indeed, catches the prowler.
यार वो चाहिए यार मेरे को भाई मैंने इतना देखा है कि वैलोरेंट का कोई इवेंट हो उसमें चले जाओ कोई राइट वाले एम्प्लॉय को ढूंढो और उसको सिर्फ एक बार बोलो कि प्लीज दे दो ऐसा करके वो दे देते हैं वो वीडियो आया था उससे नगर वर्सेस शांति नगर
Escape and exit, drone used for a bit more information. G2 trying to clear up most of the map. Fnatic, slow game of theirs. Definitely applies the pressure evenly here to G2.
नहीं जगह का नाम है भाई
ये. Two players posted up towards rubble. I'm not sure whether Alpha's calling for them to go back towards B.
No, it looks like है मेरा रोड में जगह का नाम है but मैं गया नहीं नया नगर गया हूँ ये नहीं गया हूँ शांति नगर नहीं गया कभी
Unbroken. Jorgama respects it. Okay, Gatecrash is probably running out.
तो गया रहूँगा तो मुझे पता नहीं है.
I mean, at this point, G2 are just trying to play the clock again. 30 seconds. You have C's, you have flashes.
अरे बहुत सारी जगह भाई वो भी है.
It's up to Fnatic to try and get a move on here. So round you cannot afford to lose, not against the weaker weaponry. G2 sidestep, Nightfall going to be avoided, at least for now. Util flying forward, sees not quite a connection. Paranoia sweeps forwards, Boasters there, ready to take the fight. And they claim to this site. Needs some help when he's at it. Kayak drifting into it, trying to take the fight straight to them. It's a bloodbath up towards heaven. One away from the ult. Kayak is going to be happy with that, and the last one spotted out, rooted out.
Toxins going up.
If we just look to do some damage here, and Kayak's been set up perfectly. Showstopper for round 23.
Yeah.
That shows you that the composure is still there for Fnatic. Not getting rattled towards the end, still trying to optimize even the smallest bits. And that could be an ultimate that's a game changer and stops G2 from being able to pull off a comeback.
मतलब हम जैसे स्ट्रीमर्स का तो भला हो जाएगा अगर वो कर दिया तो.
But G2 are going to need 2 really clean rounds here, even against the ult coming out from Kayak. Jorg and Trent have been really good at denying value from Kayak's ultimate when the sides were swapped. But I think a showstopper is exactly the right kind of tool to complement Boaster's slower calling style, because it will allow you just to open up the sights towards the end of the rounds.
The speed up entirely. G2. They don't want to be bugged.
अरे मतलब है उसी से पर एक चीज की परमिशन चाहिए उसके लिए. ऑमलेट नॉमनम हो रहा है गाइस.
Forwards, but now here's the pressure. Rahul broken. Stray shots, you know, the Valorant sticking around.
करे वो जो ताली में तुम कहाँ रहे वो ताली इधर.
Eventually going to concede that space and give it up. On either side is a deep drone and a deep push. G2 getting active over towards A.
Alpha has a little bit of an opening on B.
भाई जॉनबी को क्या हो रहा है?
Towards A could define the round.
बंदा देख के खड़ा ही
on B.
Yeah, Alpha is completely cracked over the B side and now putting a squeeze, a pincer play over towards A. All that aggression of G2 was just dissipated. Left scrambling, showstopper down. Just tagging into the clone. Jorma will get it, but Kraken is there. Cleans it up. 3 players left to stand here. Boasted with the plan. It's going to be sticking this.
plan cancel आराम से watch party करो.
हाँ ये गेम
अब तो पता ही है मेरे को.
Slipped his way in. Found that timing and that gap.
वैसे भी watch party खत्म करके ही आता मैं.
This is it, surely. Fnatic on the cusp, on the brink of taking map 1. G2's map pick. It's all on to Leaf. 6 bullets left. Timing not there. It's a 13-10 to finish here for our opener.
भाई अगला तो अपने ही पिका. अगला अपने ही पिका.
And it's a deadly duel for Fnatic to finish things off.
Full vibe में हाँ, Booster full vibe में. 21.3 got to Pikapi. मतलब अबे तो कम वॉचिंग है भाई. भाई पेपर एक्स में 43,000 आ रही थी वॉचिंग. खत्म होने के बाद 1,000 बढ़ गई. वाह. हाइपर एक्स का मॉनिटर है भाई. रुको भाई. हाइपर एक्स मॉनिटर. हाइपर एक्स मॉनिटर. अरे अरे क्या हो रहा है? अरे 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 भाई यूट्यूब के मैप पे जीत गई है भाई. हाँ वही ना. अरे भाई भाई बहुत महंगी इसमें ये करते हैं भाई लोग. 42,000 का मॉनिटर है. क्या महंगा है भाई. भाई महंगा है, सच्ची में महंगा है ये. एक चीज बताओ, ये जो साइड के हैं इसके, ये जो साइड के इसका ये ऐसा इसका बहन जो कान पे जो कंटोप बांधा है इसने साइड में, पर क्या करोगे. 240 ही बहुत है ना. नहीं मैं ये जो बोल रहा हूँ, ये जो पर्दे लगाए हैं ये निकलते हैं ये साइड वाले, तो ये लगाते क्यों हैं? तो मुझे इसके साथ नहीं चाहिए तो 2-3 हज़ार कम होगा क्या? पक पंचो. हाँ रिमूव 600 हर्ट्ज का प्राइस देखो भाई. 94,000 95,000 ऑर्डर करूंगा साला डिलीवरी चार्जेस भी मारेगा इसमें. भाई देता है वो बैचो. हमारे इधर देता है डिलीवरी भाईंदर में ये है. 1 मिनट भाई, मैंने हाइपर एक्स खोला तो बेनक्यू कैसे खुल गया? बेनक्यू. हाँ अच्छा बेनक्यू है भाई ये. अबे सेम है क्या कंपनी एक ही क्या? साइड में मॉनिटर हो तो अपने मॉनिटर पर फोकस करने में इट हेल्प्स. साइड में मॉनिटर हो तो क्या बात करो भाई. इतनी सी चीज क्या ही वो करेगी भाई. हैं अभी एपी क्या है? ये क्या है भाई? वो हमारा इधर किधर है? इंडिया। वेयर टू बाय? अरे $624 कितना होता है? 624 54 भाई महंगा है भाई। क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? करती है भाई। वो लोग तो बहुत पास रहते हैं ना स्क्रीन। भाई मेरे को भी पास होना है भाई स्क्रीन के। बहुत दूर है मेरा स्क्रीन बेंचो, वो दिखता ही नहीं है। ऑलमोस्ट सेम प्राइस है। हाँ 55 के। हाँ बता बता बता। पास पास वाली वो, हाँ खाई है। जो कभी तूने मेरी पाद सूंघी है? सूंघेगा भोसड़ी के। हाँ बकचोदी कर रहा है भाई। मेरे को मॉनिटर चाहिए बट 27 इंच से बड़ा चाहिए, 2K 240। ये सर नाइट्रो एल लूँ क्या? अरे मतलब 27 या मतलब 27 से बड़ा इतना तो चाहिए, मतलब मिनिमम 27 होना चाहिए। चुप चोदू। कहाँ है मॉनिटर? कहाँ है? बैं जो 3 मॉनिटर है। फैनेटिक 1-2 फैनेटिक 1-0 है अभी। गुड नाइट रबी भाई, मैं फ्यूचर बताकर सोने जा रहा हूँ। मतलब तुम बोल रहे हो G2 जीतेगी भाई? घंटा। और बैच अगर G2 भाई, काम का नंबर है तेरे पास? नंबर दे के जाइयो डिस्कॉर्ड पे, साला उठा के फोन करके गाली देगा तेरे को। ये है क्या आपके पास? इसका पिछवाड़ा देखना, इस पे ये लगेगा टेबल माउंट। हाँ तो ठीक है, क्योंकि मैं कोई भी चीज़ टेबल पे नहीं रखना था, सिर्फ कीबोर्ड और यही चाहिए मेरे को टेबल पे, क्योंकि मैं बहुत अंदर रख के खेलता हूँ अपना कीबोर्ड और माउस। नहीं नहीं नहीं, तू नंबर देके जा भाई, मुझे नहीं पता। मैं फोन करके उठा के गाली देगा भाई। फर्स्ट मैच में किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा था? हाँ हाँ, बच गया, वरना आज ही देश से निकाला हो जाता तेरा। बकचोदी नहीं मित्र। अबे पर ये तो है ही नहीं, अवेलेबल ही नहीं है। भाई 32,000 का ये, बाप रे बाप भाई, महंगा है भाई। और ये लगाते हो क्या आप, वो क्या नाम है, ये मॉनिटर माउंट? वॉल माउंट क्या बोलते हैं, वॉल माउंट मॉनिटर, ऐसा ये वाला लेना है। ये क्या बोलते हैं, एर्गोनॉमिक, एर्गोनॉमिक। मैंने जो मंगाया ना वो टट्टी है भैंस की आंख। साला अमेज़न बेसिक का मंगा दे चूतिया जैसा, टेबल वाला। ये टेबल वाला है ब्रो, टेबल वाला है। अरे टेबल वाला है भाई, पागल हो क्या? नहीं नहीं नहीं, डुअल नहीं, सिंगल चाहिए मेरे को। अरे डुअल में बाजू वाला क्या, ये हट जाता है, वो एक के पीछे एक हो जाता है, वर्टिकल करना पड़ता है ना। ये देखो, ये संडास मंगा लिया मैंने बहनचो, ये यूज कर रहा हूं भाई। बहुत बेकार है भाई, बहुत बेकार है, बहुत ही गंदा है। क्या चल रहा है? कुछ नहीं यार, ये देख रहा हूँ मैं। रुको, तुम लोग की आवाज ऑन स्ट्रीम जा रही है अभी थोड़ी देर।
हेलो स्ट्रीम। हेलो सोरेन भाई, कैसे हो आप?
सोरेन भाई नूब।
मेरे को ऐसा कुछ मंगाना, मतलब जो वो इसको क्या बोलते हैं यार, वो जो अरे वो इसका नाम भी नहीं दिख रहा।
एडजस्टेबल
ग्रोमेट, अरे इसको कुछ बोलते हैं, उसके अंदर कुछ है, एर्गोनॉमिक ऐसा कुछ है। मैं बढ़िया पूरा भाई। केबल मैनेजमेंट
क्या बोल रहे हो?
अरे उसको कुछ बोलते हैं यार, उसका नाम है कुछ वो चीज़ का। इसलिए मैं ना सोच रहा हूँ कि सिंगल मंगाऊँ, मतलब सिंगल माउंट मंगाऊँ, और ये जो है ना जो अभी मेरा है उसमें मैं एक मॉनिटर लटका दूँ। कब आओगे यार स्ट्रीम पे मास्टर भाई नूब?
मेरे को पूछ रहे हो तो यार जैसे ही ठीक होता हूँ आता हूँ, ट्राई कर रहा हूँ ठीक होने का। अभी तो हिम्मत नहीं होती टू बी ऑनेस्ट।
अरे क्रम्पी ये देखो, डीएम करता हूँ लिंक।
भेजो भेजो
यार मैं आता हूँ ठीक है, थोड़ा जाके आता हूँ एक बार।
कहाँ जा रहे हो?
थोड़ा आता हूँ यार बाद में, थोड़ा एक दोस्त के पास जाके।
ओके
देखा
भेजे क्या? रुको देख रहा हूँ।
ठीक है पीछा।
हाँ ये वॉल कहाँ है भाई? ये वॉल कहाँ है? ये टेबल माउंट ही तो है।
टेबल ही चाहिए ना तुमको?
हाँ
चाहिए?
नहीं टेबल ही चाहिए। बहुत डाउन लग रहा है आवाज से। अरे वो थोड़ा उनका तबीयत डाउन है ना,
तबीयत खराब है।
3000 का है
तो भाई ये लो और सस्ता मिल गया।
नहीं लेंगे तो अच्छा है भाई, पर ये आगे पीछे आएगा ना, ये साला अटक तो नहीं जाएगा?
नहीं अच्छे से आता है। अरे होता क्या है देख, सब ना सेम ही होता है। 2500 का ले 3000 का, वो सेम ही चाइनीज वाला रहता है, रीब्रांड करके बेचता है। लेकिन अभी नया वाला भेजा वो भी सेम ही है, बस ब्रांडिंग अलग है, सस्ता है थोड़ा।
आपको भाई सट्टा वगैरह लगाया है क्या G2 पे? बार बार 1-2 बोल रहा।
कुछ पे लगाया है यार।
तो अभी जीपे कर दे काम फटाक से इतना 2343
343।
हाँ
पैसे होते हैं तो।
अबे तेरे पास पैसे नहीं है, झूठ बोल रहा भैंस की आंख। हाँ जीना नहीं है क्या तेरे को इस दुनिया में? है शर्म है तेरे को इतना झूठ बोलते हुए?
वो स्टार्ट हो रहा है भाई गेम।
भाई
क्या कर रहा है?
गाड़ी में क्या कर रहा है?
कौन सी गेम?
अरे किस चीज की वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हो भाई तुम?
अरे मुझे लगा
अबे आज पाजी आए नहीं आरपी।
अरे हाँ
पाजी आरपी क्यों आएंगे?
क्या था?
अबे अपने को भाई मैं तो बोलूं कुछ ग्लिच से साला मेरे गराज में बैंच जो कोई गाड़ी आ जाए भाई सर्वर अप होने के बाद साला मजा ही आ जाएगा।
Like having the conversations that they need as they get ready for this map 2 could very well be the end of G2's story here in Toronto. Toronto, do you think that's going to be the case here? Oh, a lot of no's. Who do you guys think we're going to map 3? I think people just want to watch more Valorant here at the Enercare Center. That's the most important thing now, Mimi. But G2 need to dig deep if they want to unseat this Fnatic team.
They absolutely do. They pulled off that incredible comeback the other day against Gen G. Had to dig deep to stay in this tournament. But Fnatic, a great team, going into another map where they are comfortable on. They are on a 5-map win streak here on Split. So it is going to be a challenge even for a team with the tenacity that G2 has.
Coach Kaplan, now obviously you're coaching the Sentinels in this situation, but let's say you're coaching G2 in this scenario. What are you telling the boys? What are you thinking about as you get ready for this game?
Yeah, hey guys, remember what we talked about? Remember what we planned? There's no doubt they know what they need to do here. They already played
PaperX playing a similar comp on Split. They've got the experience. They've had time to review. They just have to make sure they stay trusting their ideas, despite the fact that the their life is on the line.
22 लोगों ने वोट किया. Like 22
to put down, even when you win a map early like that.
Yeah, it is really tough. They know how to stay composed no matter what, and then you start making mistakes.
मतलब तूने नहीं किया था.
But you know what I have to lean on though is the fact that on the other side of the field you got Boaster, who's just been getting up and taunting his opponents non-stop. That has to be so infuriating to play against.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I can only imagine the players who are up there, but when you're constantly reminded of the opposing team's confidence, it just makes it really hard.
And bringing that energy for him, he's so comfortable in these positions. Come back when they've won trophies in the past. Missed out on even going to Bangkok. Now an opportunity to make it top 3 here in Toronto as that final EMEA team. Everyone else from that region out in the group stage. Went home early in this tournament. Fnatic staying in it despite the roster changes, despite bringing a rookie player into this tournament.
Do want to inform everyone, a little bit of a technical hiccup on the stage. We're going to get that sorted in just a little bit, so you'll stick with us for the time being. Wait a minute, just got told I'm a liar. We're going into the game, everybody. Let's dive into the action. Toronto, make some noise for Brent and Sideshow.
We're going to need to see G2 dig deep, show that resilience that allowed them to come back versus Gen G. They're going to stand a chance against this Fnatic squad because both of these teams are aiming for greatness at this event. Both of them are looking to go that much further.
Jonah P, though, quoted as saying very recently, it's going to be a complete failure if we lose now, a disappointment. We're already thinking about the finals, and I think that just less pressure and more their own team's expectations. They want redemption for Bangkok.
Nice and early. It's going to have to contact a Leaf who's holding from the high ground.
आ गई.
Full fade utility and being dumped right now over towards A.
इस साला पूरा watch party कर रहा हूँ last match में आके हंसना था क्या?
2 now, ready to defend B.
There it is. It's going to be sailing up and over towards it. Exchanged evenly, even out of satchels in hand. Alpha.
That's a great shot.
Straight into the fray. Leaf is there. Finds the back with the flash is even better. Jonah P is going to do a lot from this spot. And Trent does supplement. There's still a player disadvantage for them. Time running short. You get yourself in through the back of this.
The heaven lurk.
And lurk is what they're waiting for. That's on the timing. Crashies just laying around towards the side. He's already dropped down, but he wasn't expecting it. Trent, if he stays alive, he's won the round. Trent! Absolutely ridiculous.
That's an unbelievable round to finish. Trent is completely surrounded. Got his opponent fade, lurking through heaven. Should have been an absolute wrap, but they lost track of where he was. They knew that he'd been over towards spawn. I think Crashies was searching for him, didn't realize. He was just tucked right behind that box. He didn't even need the final kill, but he does it anyway.
अरे सर्वर ही बंद था ना तो गया ही नहीं फिर बोला बंद ही नहीं कर रहा.
That's pretty absurd because I think Fnatic should have been able to wrap that one up and win 3 out of 3 pistols so far. But G2 rewrite the narrative.
Skipping past a lot of this util is going to be the Prowler. Kayak taking that space. Stray shots fired down at Bulldog.
Eco round,
here, but the horns followed up. Leaf is here. Fill in the gap to the defense.
Oh, and the C's into the snakebite combo to give Leaf a third. Leaf now actually going to be approaching a Viper's Pit. He's able to clean up the rest of these players.
Looking for the last few. Spots it out. Chronicles. Drop 2 of them. Spike accessible to a degree, but Valen is quick to recover.
That's what Leaf, a really big anti-eco round for him, gets very close to the Viper's Pit. Not going to have it online for this bonus, but could be a difference maker early on in a crucial rifle round, especially if G2 do a little bit of damage in this next to the Fnatic economy. A rare, quick round as well. Fnatic taking a lot of round control very early on. But you're expecting, again, quite a lot of these rounds, even with the double duelist, to be slow paced from Fnatic on their attack side. I know Kaplan on the desk was talking about the fact that G2 got some experience playing against double duelist compositions, but PaperX and Fnatic are pretty much as far apart as you can play the same comp.
And the bait setup. Alpha just trying to swing off of that.
मैं reason भी बताऊंगा.
Onto the jump peak.
He did get an aim punch as well. That was a Phantom 140 headshot. But I'm really interested in this battle over towards B main. You see it here from Kayak and Jorg, just kind of feeling each other out. On the pistol round, Jorg got baited into walk re-clearing B main. But B main control is super important in the current meta.
तुम लोग आरपी का बात कर रहे थे इसलिए मैंने आवाज बंद कर दी.
Propped up, recalled. We're going to be left guessing. There's haunts and action occurring onto every extremity right now. Pushing Chronicle out of the path. Jorgamo.
He don't know he's there and
take a
he
fight
don't know
here.
he's
Knife
there.
out for Kaya. Oh my, that's unfortunate timing.
I mean, that's a weird decision as well, isn't it? Leaf versus Chronicle. Chronicle gets the better end of it after Valorant had already retreated. And now Valorant's alone and isolated on the A side with the Paranoia as his best friend.
Single-handedly, reinforcements arriving in the form of Trent, but he doesn't really have a weapon to his name. Just a classic and a bit of Utah, they can hear it now. Smokes are going to start to be laid down, blossoming. Haunt reveals, and not even the exit for Valorant. Just trying to TP out of it, but just opened his body up wide for it. So Fnatic, methodical approach towards it. No one is ready for Alpha.
Nice cleanup from Fnatic. Really good position. Even if Alpha out with 3 kills, Boaster's waiting in vents as a backstab. They've set up that round really nicely here. Fnatic are so good at their attack side macro. I know we're watching a little bit of a mistake here from Kayak, but he has some B main information. Chronicle controls the other side of the map. And in the meantime, the rest of the pack is working their way up mid, getting a Heaven control, just slowly pushing back G2. G2 at some point in these slow rounds are going to have to fight to re-clear. And that always comes with a bit of danger.
Straight back into it.
Once more, same 1-3-1 setup from the attackers, right? Kayak holding on.
Heavy premium, just spotting the cross-up. Jorgamo will have to respect that.
And that's great information from Kayak. He saw that teleport. He knows that Jorgamo's gone back into a more passive position.
Trying to square up towards it. What a shot!
Jorg has just decided to take the fight to Kayak. Might be a bit of an experience diff happening here.
Head clean off the shoulder. Kayak's got to be watching from the spectator seat, but Chronicle's been good for it so far. Pressure up towards B Heaven though. Alpha is ahead of it, finds the gap. Time to be taken. Sees though, avoided.
It is a nice seize though, because it gets Jonah P back onto the line.
So much pressure happening.
अरे हक्का बैन जो बूस्टर जाके स्पाइक ही दे दिया उनको.
Gifted them the spike.
The spike dropped down.
I mean, that I don't think was even. I think that was just supposed to be fake pressure anyway. Kron might have done enough.
It's to be the savior for him. Leaf, judge in hand. Lets it loose and lets it rip. So a bit of fear into them, putting the squeeze now into Leaf. And a bit of spam chopping him down. Leaf
20 seconds.
At the knees, 20 seconds, scrambling, dashing.
Spike down mid.
ये लोग थोड़ा करना पड़ेगा भाई एग्रो.
He's a spike.
ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा.
Essentially,
एकदम एंड मौके पे
retrievable. 3-1 for G2.
Big fumble in that round from Fnatic, from Boaster. Like I said, I'm not sure if they thought the vent was completely clear and they were just trying to make a drop noise to fake a pivot into A and go back to B. Or whether Boaster really wanted to try to take vent and just didn't have a teammate with it. But either way, you can't make a mistake like that when you're already a slow-paced team.
कोई ना कोई तो चूतिया बन के जो बैठा ही रहेगा.
Clearly the Fnatic coaches are not happy about it either, because we're about to go into a tactical timeout. And so, coming off the back of this, I mean, there was a great tag timeout on Lotus. The desk talked about it as well. That had
भाई ये लोग का एसी कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग हुआ ना, साला पसीना ही नहीं निकलता भाई इतनी पब्लिक में भी. अरे वो तो स्किन उसका है वैसा ऑयली टाइप. ये देख ना, ऑयली स्किन है वो, शाइन कर रहा. देख क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग होता होगा भाई ये एसी.
This was high for Fnatic, to be honest, on map 1. But they've now given Leaf an opportunity to get this Viper's Pit online in what could be a crucial round, though it is going to be a half buy here. Fnatic have still got some big weapons.
हो सकता है, मेरे को तो gut feeling है थोड़ा.
Opting into it almost fully. Well, second guessing themselves. Money's a bit all over the place here from Fnatic. TP in a fault line, sets up Valent. Horns timing.
Yeah, they've decided to use the pit in mid. Boaster's just spamming into it, but with how much Fnatic were doing 1-3-1 deep, waltzing, okay, Alpha's just gonna rip Trent to try to put pressure over. They know that Valent teleported, so that's what Alpha's also worried about. They think that Boaster, they think that Valent might be inside that smoke. He's miles away, he's all the way towards screens, but he is slowing Fnatic down and forcing them to use util.
तीसरे मैप तक जाएगी तो G2 नहीं जीतने देगी मेरे को लगता है.
Towards a ramp. Chronicle and Alpha, the two players of rifles in hand.
क्योंकि भाई पिछली बार फाइनल्स में आके हारी है
G2. Isolated here, isn't he?
Yeah.
इस बार इधर आके मुझे डाउट हो रहा है.
On island from this point, doesn't know if he's lost A heaven control, doesn't really know where to lay it down the smoke either. Actually trying to catch the cross. Fnatic are willing to play this one slowly. 45 seconds, that's a TP. Should be down to default. Taking a fight. Valent chopped down. Showstopper even expended. That's out the back pocket of Alpha. This is going to be quick scurry away. G2 do not want any part of this.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
they don't want to get caught by some kind of splash rocket that gets fired into heaven. Their A ramp fight is going to be crucial. Chronicle's just been amazing today.
He's going to try and do it all. Chronicle!
He's perfect!
Hitting shots like that! Boaster just supplements beautifully. Recall it a smoke Jorgamo.
That was a sexy shot.
Really going to commit into this. The money is low.
I think G2 lost every part of this round.
होगा रे comeback होगा. Trust करो
Lost
team पे. Trust.
Trent to that duel over towards A ramp. Didn't really adjust. Valent thought that he could hold A at least for retake on his own.
अबे ये क्या है भाई उसका बड़ी
perfect positions. And then they just lost every important fight to Chronicle too.
Gone here.
The combo once more, that 1-2 punch of Alpha and Chronicle. It's been immaculate today.
They haven't stopped.
And Alpha's going to open up a lot of these rounds. Kayak too. I mean, Kayak is certainly one of those players. He was lighting up the scoreboards, topping the rankings in EMEA for stage 1. But if you're looking for experience at global events, you can't go wrong with the duo of Alpha and Chronicle.
कार्यक्रम भाई सब बढ़िया रखना भाई कैसे यार आप ये बताओ बेंचो बोर्ड
Keeping that energy all the way up.
पोस्टर में
Yeah,
बेंचो
the disrespect with it. Hard commit by Kayak, just jumped straight past, and this duel that's taking place.
Yeah, Jorg's had the better end of it most of the time. But at some point, with how aggressive and timing-based Jorg has been playing, he could easily get punished. They're expecting Fnatic to be trying to take some A ramp control and holding the stun for it. Potentially a paranoia and a reclear of ramp. But nobody scaled off the back of the Prowler for Fnatic. Playing it slow, cautiously.
Valent takes a peek here. You could be in a world of hurt. That's just timings. Contacting, walking up onto the line. Valent wants a little bit more. It's good with a trade though. Crashes. Shuts that down.
Maybe an overpeak from Valent there. I think it's difficult to take one kill and make it into two against Fnatic when they're so disciplined. But still a player advantage.
3v4, wait, just see the barrel, just see the barrel!
Clumsy movement, arguably, from Boaster there, just as they were calling out G2 for walking around like bots. And G2 in a 4v2. These rounds, you know, Fnatic don't get something started early in terms of map control or picks. You get some of these dull endings to the rounds, but G2 will be very happy to have the momentum paused for a moment.
तीन स्टेज होते हैं ना VCT के, VCT Masters 1, Masters 2 और Champions. पोस्टर कितना अगरा है.
Often when I do watch Fnatic play on Split,
10 seconds left.
I'm hit by how nice the game plan is. I think often with how precise Boaster can be and how good the coaching staff is on this team, they often come out with some kind of immaculate read. I'm not seeing that just yet today. Leaf caught towards the end, but it's not going to do too much damage to G2's economy. It does put a bit of pressure down, but there's players that can drop. These kind of unfortunate situations, though, are just a killer for Fnatic. When you're playing slowly and you're trying to be disciplined and you just kind of get spammed through a smoke, it can throw a wrench in the works massively.
पता नहीं बेंचो ये हमारे जैसा
Like I
दिमाग
said,
लगा
though, I'm still
डायमंड
kind of waiting for that glimmer of brilliance that you often see from Boaster's calling on the attack side. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that G2 have been able to keep control of B main, and that's where the fight's going to happen again early on. Jorg getting posted.
Very early fault line. Joel trying to take this one with a little bit more aggression. Off-angle play. It's going to be Util News to try and clear him out. Aftershock to the corner. Kayak, his gate crash was set towards main. He's got no exit anymore. But Slusto towards the back of the side. Gives him access towards it. G2 himself is going to be backing out.
They chose not to try to combine that with the Fade ultimate. You know, you still got that in your back pocket over towards the retake.
Trying to take the fight forwards into their spawns. A flash and a play into it. Clone just eating a bunch of that damage. Jorgamo answers, drops down Kayak. Pit now into your face, and this dimensional drift needs to get value. Nightfall in through, into the back. Spam and a shorty. Jorgamo has got access now towards it, and Chronicle down. That means the Pit alongside with it. Jorgamo is no stopping him right now.
Booster mara game hai.
It'll do it all.
Booster mara game hai.
Indeed, to buy time for Alpha.
Nice.
Time for this guy to shine. 7 bullets left. Trent repositions.
6 bullets.
Leaves it into the 1v1, and time is ticking away from
Bad
Trent.
plan.
It's a bad plan. He's sticking
Lulu.
Alpha.
Have on it. Alpha wide. He's going to swing. He's going to swing now. Alpha.
Nice.
What an angle to be found from Alpha.
अबे बहुत पीछे है क्या मेरा?
He beefed it for sure
नहीं
there.
सही है.
Knew that
अरे
Trent was
सिटी
only
कंट्रोल
going to
ले
get
जाते हैं
half in
सारी
that
टीम्स
spot.
करती है.
And
अरे पर
still
वहाँ
have
जाके
angles
भाई
to be able
बहुत
to
रिस्क
swing
है
out
ना.
wide in B main. It looked like a horrid plant. And a really good combo. But considering the pressure that Jorgamo put down, getting 3 in the round, everybody else couldn't quite get it done.
भाई एकदम मैच
Look how
पे
tight that
भाई.
one is. Fnatic with a weapon advantage heading
भाई
into round
बेस्ट
8.
आईजीएल ऐसे नहीं बोलते भाई बूस्टर को भाई.
And a few really good tools to be able to work with.
देख रहे हो बैंचो औरा.
With an ultimate
भाई
as
उसको
well.
पता है 4-3 है हम.
Able to get in and run some kind of
और
set play with the
बैंचो डू और
ultimates.
डाई मैच है. माँ की आग भाई बकचोदी नहीं रुकनी चाहिए.
I was also talking on Lotus about the fact that G2 win almost 40% of their retakes. Fnatic are also our best team in post plants. Like one of those stats has to give up today. And at the moment it looks like Fnatic kind of coming away with the advantage.
Attempt by Fnatic here.
साला ऐसे ही एंट्री मारता हूँ बैंचो तारों में फंस जाता हूँ गेम
Kayak has that backside control. Jorgamo forced to give it up. They claim to the side. Fnatic not content with it though. Looking like they almost wanted to step past. And through the spawn, just the deep seas.
And once more, the best post plant team is playing against the best retake team.
We'll see what comes out on top. Fight forwards, out towards Pillar. The guns, the weaponry, not ideal for G2. Starting to at least drop down into the side to the feed. It's filled up. One shade of teal. Alpha standing alone. Chronicle. He's got to pick up these pieces.
Oh!
Like that, G2. Disrupt the hold completely.
With a Spectre, Bren, as well. From that range. I mean, G2 are masters of being able to get the best out of the light weaponry. But kind of incredible that they make that retake work and not the one before. That has flipped the eco situation on its head entirely. Around where it looked like Fnatic should have been able to come out on top. And equalize the game at 4-4. Suddenly, G2 are running away with things.
How he did the headshot on What is this luck, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. How is he hitting that with a Spectre from that range?
भाई ये हमारी लॉबी में ऐसे स्मोक कर दो साइड पे भाई गाली नहीं लगेंगे भाई ये क्या चूतिया स्मोक कर दिया भाई तूने ऐसा
Flipped 180.
And they're going to try to use this orb in mid. It's a really nice orb lineup from Chronicle, and it allows them to close the gap with lighter weaponry. So Kayak and Crashies.
Leaf. Under pressure, just spots the shoulder, gives up most of the space.
And ये कौन था मोनालिसा जैसा दिख रहा था.
Heavy emphasis being placed over towards A.
मोनालिसा.
No one B heaven.
These players could get pinched if G2 don't keep a ramp control. So that's why you see Trent maybe even overextending slightly to fight for this.
That's in the open.
I mean, throughout this all, Kayak inserted in vents with the Vandal. They're hoping that Leaf goes for re-exploration here, you know, with something, a stun, a paranoia, and Kayak can just grab one.
Ram take here from Fnatic, and this does put the squeeze now onto Leaf.
Kayak mareगा.
Trying to lay in wait, and they're already putting it. Drop on him! Bucky in hand! And Alpha obtains the upgrade.
Yeah?
That's beautiful.
Slowly but surely, Fnatic are dissecting this site. Taking the map control away. It's going to be ult expended. Just try to get themselves back in. But it's wasted. Sees his perfect Trent trying to stay tucked in, but the Horde reveals all. There will be no escape. Not this time. Not from what Fnatic are putting on show.
They cross every T and dot every I. When things work for Fnatic in this slow-paced style, it looks so perfect.
And it's desperation by G2, just wandering into that sight line. A thrifty win from Fnatic.
Alphajar on chamber, Alphajar
the economy apparently means nothing between these two teams. G2 cast down into the depths again.
No mukablas.
But I mean, look, they knew that Leaf was just pinned in that corner the entire time. Not been a re-clear. Kayak's just controlling that space, keeping him corralled. And once they have that pick, pushing into the site, the perfect seize onto Valin, the perfect halt onto Trent. I mean, it's all gorgeous. Every piece of util with purpose. And G2 take a tactical timeout for the last 3 rounds and a half. We had a dead even 6-6 on Lotus to open things up. And that, I think, is the absolute peak of both teams' map pool. But Split, it's more of an uphill battle, I would argue, for G2. Sealing up map 1 pretty here to be able to move on and face Wolves. I think G2 got to really dig deep. At the moment, they're in the lead. But their eco's shot. And this could easily be anyone's half. Yeah. And once more, by the way, Brent, it's that
actually team को need नहीं है ना भाई, टीम अच्छा खेल रही है भाई, मतलब सबसे बड़ा replacement हुआ भाई डर के. Then to भाई Fnatic आज स्टेज पे आके खड़ी है भाई बिना डर के.
They are putting on an insane performance. This deadly
नया duelist लाना भाई बहुत बड़ी बात है वो.
And this is why they win trophies.
ऐसा नहीं कि डर के ही पूरी जान था Fnatic की, काफी
pure domination.
Actually underrated हो रखे थे.
FNC वही है, Leo crashes time पे है.
Try and slow them down despite being around.
Leo आते ही replace हो जाएगा. अच्छा.
Money's not good here for G2. Scrap together a bit of a buy, TP disengage. Just try and get some information. Let's jog them out. Seeing if they're posted.
Alpha is so happy taking this duel. I mean,
और ये बोलेगी कि जब तक ये लाइनअप चल रही है चलने दो, जब कुछ दिक्कत होगी तो करेंगे ऐसा कुछ होगा शायद.
Alpha's the tip of the spear. He's the guy that can open things up, make the magic happen, and I think he's playing more confidently than Kayak is right now too, so he is actually taking more of those opening fights.
कभी नहीं पहुंची अभी तक तो.
A lot asked of him, but always ready to deliver.
But I hope
Leaf again has got stuck a little bit in back here.
एक इंडियन टीम BCT
gets
स्टेज तक पहुंच जाए यहाँ तक
बस. Trying to anchor over towards A. Side off angle, I think, trying to catch across.
सब बोलते हैं ना GT6 के पहले ये देख लिया वो देख.
The Sheriff does sing into his hands. Will be forced to try and back himself out and away. There are anchor players though. Onto the side, Trent doesn't have a lot to work with here. He needs some help, and he needs it now. After shot, trying to land it close to the corner alongside the C's. This is Fnatic that are getting stunted.
तो गया कहाँ है वो?
30 seconds.
Well, lines
30
out.
seconds left.
The spike heading up towards ramp. Surely not a pivot to B.
Dragon to leave. No shotgun into his hands, just the Sheriff, but
the time.
So much danger. 20 seconds
फिर
left.
ये बैन जो फिर ये 10-15 सेकंड वाला जो किया
Want to end it at this point, Fnatic. Anchor smokes are laid down. G2 trying to play that time. Kayak cracks it open. Cracks heads while he's at it. Moving forward, Trent has not been dislodged. Not been dislodged at all. The time is denied the plans. And the time is the worst enemy of this Fnatic.
भाई करना पड़ेगा Fnatic को जल्दी bro.
He stays alive in the final moments.
नहीं होगा भाई ऐसे.
Almost exactly the same as what we saw from Trent on the pistol. He is the anchor. He is in a crazy position, and yet he is the last one left alive. The clock has been a nightmare for Fnatic on their attack side. And this time it just happens again. The reason they're planning for Heaven in this spot, by the way, is so that this side player, Trent, can't deny. And yet, whilst trying to get the plant down, they get picked off from Heaven. Gaps everywhere.
Look at that timeline. Back and forth. It's a pendulum swinging.
And always the thrifties.
For these teams. So deadly, so dangerous. Jorgamo. Operator in his hands. He's been revealed. Get cracked. Out for the air like a rocket. In through the site, trying to roll out the red carpet for the rest of his team. I want to go one step further. Instant plant down for Fnatic. This is pacey.
Yeah, much faster round from them.
Completely overwhelming here, but at a night 4, Alpha is trying to evacuate, trying to back himself out. Crashes is immaculate across their placement yet. G2 not to be outdone, already in, through, onto the site. Crossfire setup is set up indeed. Alpha trying to back away, trying to play the timing well to pull.
Chronicle in heaven as well.
He's already taken out Alpha. Chronicle the heaven player. Late flank round. He's been taken out, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. The pull was used earlier.
अबे मुट्ठी मारना है जो कुछ तो मार दे.
Comes down to random spams, comes down to the clutch. And Boaster might have just done it all. No way! Insane! That's ridiculous!
It's Trent again! Boaster did everything he possibly could. He played it the best anyone could in that situation. And yet, flashbacks, deja vu to Forsaken spinning in circles earlier on to cast Sentinels out. He's just wiggling around and doesn't have the ammunition.
That's a heartbreaker now. G2 leading by 3 rounds.
Final
round for the first half of Split. Fnatic would love to make it a 7-5.
I mean, there have been so many moments where Fnatic arguably should have won. We're thinking Pistol, Trent Thrifty on the site, maybe even Boaster winning the clutch there. But they're all should-haves, could-haves. And G2, with that grit, are managing to find their way.
भाई अब इतनी बड़ी टीम्स में इतना deadly round नहीं होगा तो क्या मजा आएगा बताओ भाई.
He's once more over towards B. 5 and 9. It'd be a great thing for Fnatic to get him activated, especially before he has to be one of their big players on defense with the op, etc.
Shift up here from the defensive setup of G2. Valen is the one anchoring, and he's going to be feeling that heat. It's turned up, under scrutiny. Paranoia, still prime, still ready. Jonah P will have to let loose some util of his own, and they're looking for that refight up towards heaven. It's an important one. Valen has to reposition. He's in control out towards it. Jonah P with a flash, and backing himself out. TP to try and escape. The Dimensional Drift is going to be pointing all of this out. Kayak is getting the info for his team. Boaster trying to take that peek and that fight towards it. It's disjointed. Valen's doing this with just a Spectre in hand, but not for much longer. Time still playing against them. Tapping away, Jogma's now there. Ult of his own, he's straight into the fight. The peak from Trent dropped down to just 50 health. This damage done to a variety of them. And crashes.
भाई जीत जाएंगे भाई. पिस्टल निकाल तो जीत जाएंगे. Easy है.
Stands tall and finishes the half strong. That was a difficult one. Crashy's wiping sweat off his brow. There were so many moments where it felt like Fnatic should have been able to close, even in this round.
भाई मास्टर मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई वैलो में लेफ्ट हैंड खेल बैंचो.
हाँ मैं तो लेफ्ट हैंड ही खेलता हूँ
भाई. मैं तो क्राउच करना ही भूल गया हूँ भाई लेफ्ट हैंड खेल के. भाई होती ऑन है पर होती नहीं क्राउच. बिना क्राउच के ही मार लगता है भाई हेड पट 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 भैंस की. भाई हेवी मजा आता भाई उसमें खेलने में. आज एलएम भाई को जो टटो पे झुलाया ना भाई. ये शज़ाम है ना ये.
It is content creation, or content creator, sorry, it's Shazam!
ये कुछ अलग क्यों दिख रहा है?
I wasn't able to do that since like 2021.
मोटू दिख रहा है थोड़ा. गाल भर गए ऐसा लग रहा है.
Let's actually roll back the years because 2021 was, you were the first to ever do it. Hoist the Masters Trophy in Reykjavik in 2021. So talk me through what it means for these players and for these teams to compete for this trophy right here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, it means everything. It's like all you work towards, you know, like these guys scrim a lot and it's the only goal. It's your life. Your life revolves around it.
And your life is now around content creation. The last team that you represented before joining Team Liquid was G2. So do you still have a little bit of ounce for cheering into G2 in this series against Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, my time with G2, they were an incredible organization. And the guys on this team right now, I consider them good friends. And I'm like rooting for them to make it to the finals.
But Team Liquid right now is also fire as an organization, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. That goes without saying.
So another quick question here. So 2021 again with Reykjavik, you had a chance to IGL against Bolster as well on that stage. What's it like to play against Bolster and how can he carry the team over to the victory?
Yeah, Boaster is someone I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He is a talented player. He works on his own game. He works on his team. And I think he's like a natural leader. Like, you know, the antics on stage and stuff. it's like it's a good thing for a team. Like I'm sure they like laugh about it. It makes them happy. It makes people comfortable. It's like a really big thing. So
we definitely see them happy out there. And Shazam, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's always awesome to see you, brother. One more time for Shazam, everybody. And let's toss it back to the game.
Chaz was just mentioning, you know, the 10-year history. Played against Boaster himself many a time. Yeah, including Boaster's first Grand Finals appearance all the way back in the very first LAN event. It's incredible, the tenure, the amount of time that Boaster and Chronicle, for example, have been around. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here too. And I think one of the players to really take a look at is Kayak. Struggled a little bit on that attack side. We're going to expect him to be trying to invest into the operator as well. I would imagine that Fnatic are probably going to need a big performance out of him to recover. But they've been great in the pistol rounds, and that's where we're about to go back in. I think you could argue Fnatic should be 3-3 right now on pistols if they had somehow managed to allow Trent to pull off a miracle in round 1 here on Split. Let's take a look now. All grouped up here from G2. 4 players ready to pounce. Flash. The fault line. Chronicle's going to be stunned up, and it's a bit late, but it's a bit disjointed from G2. Still gets the 1 from that freebie. Alpha from behind, but be about to be backstabbed. Blink of an eye, dropping down silently. G2 are very aware of the fact. Surely hearing it, surely not. Might be able to claim this kill. Alpha out wide, and there it is from behind. Leaf. Let's get it. Boaster's there, instantly there with a trade-off, but a bit flustered in his approach. Can't take the clean fight.
They've done a lot of damage over here to Jorgamot, but the entirety of this site opened up. And Jonah P in a very safe position where he might be able to provide some information for them. He's at least going to be able to clear the flank and let them know that not too much is coming from that direction. Tough one for Kayak and Crashies. Both players not really had those opportunities to get online yet on this map. So this would be a huge one for them to convert for Fnatic.
Jonah P's going to be keeping his eye, at least a watchful, just takes a pot shot there, straight to the shoulder. Backs himself out, gets a bit of info for the team though. The fault line is good, Jorgamot takes the peak off of it. Crashies gone, Kayak, it's all on his shoulders. Heavy weight to burden to try and win this one with time ticking in the way that it is. G2 get their second pistol round.
So 2 pistol rounds for Fnatic on Lotus, and now 2 pistol rounds back the other direction for G2 here on Split. And this second one, pretty clean to be honest. Alpha was really trying to find that timing to be able to put pressure on the red players and still avoid getting backstabbed. And he did a great job. I mean, hitting a 180 to be able to deal with, or at least put pressure and damage onto Leaf is great, but overall the positioning and the setup worked better for G2. And now Alpha's going to go for a Bucky. The rest of the team of Fnatic not really with too much to work around.
All eyes on mid. Alpha straight through into sewers, just in case there was one player lurking, holding.
Do they have the information about this? It does feel like G2 are accelerating slightly, speeding things up to try to react into B.
It's propped up, horns in your face, and Leaf is looking for a timing. Just seeing it. Crashies, good C's, wall up.
This is going to help Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha's all the way behind. There's no timing to be caught here, so that's a beautiful kill.
Thing is, doesn't actually give any weaponry away. Leaves the one player allowed to be aggro on his lurk to give information.
Bit of pace behind this one. Could be gaps for Fnatic to play in. Could be mistakes that they could absolutely capitalize on. Just the pistols in their hands, and everything will work regardless. Jorgamot, just like that. Shoes on the other foot. He's the last one left to stand against this, and the damage being done. Indeed, already the net tightening. B-main control as Fanatics. They have almost the whole of the site. Jorgamot in a spot like this will have to do a lot. No free kills going to be given up whatsoever, and off of Boaster. Here comes the swing. Crashies. One more to the chest will do him. It's still the guessing game for Jorgamot. Does not know where this last player is.
And with time ticking down, surely it's not possible. A 1v4?
Surely not. Alpha, quite an upgrade in the midst of all of this one. Spectre in his hands. 10 seconds left. It's getting dire out towards the top. Just can't land a shot. Fnatic. Lifting them right back.
We've seen so many of these rounds here on Split, where the team with lighter weaponry is able to put on a big performance. And it is another MasterCard Thrifty. I think a little bit of a scramble, a little bit rushed.
One enemy remains.
The G2 players, we talked about this previously in one of the other games, who said we were playing scared and fast. I think that was in the game against Paper X, actually, that they were talking about that.
What are you doing, bruv? Hey! What is going on? You're getting classic!
And Valin, I think he made the wrong judgment call there to accelerate towards the end. Fnatic already had the read that they were going to collapse into B. If he'd taken a slightly faster timing on the reaction, it might well have worked. But that is going to get Fnatic straight back into this game. And anytime you have a thrifty like that, round 2,
nice,
you're allowing Fnatic to build up to these big ultimates.
Yeah, they're going to start farming. Orbs attempted to be picked up here, but just a random spam and spray. Fnatic.
अरे मैं जो गोटी वाले को भी मार दिया.
It's Boaster who's 2 away from getting a Cosmic Divide. Could be big for a retake setup. Kayak potentially looking like he might be able to work towards his as well.
Toxin screen down.
Though, to be honest, the ones you're scared of for the defenders to get online are Chronicles and Alphas. Not like they've had any trouble getting up to ults quickly, though, because they've been fragging like demons in this game so far.
And they've been ridiculous. The backbone for the team, Trent.
Where are you? 30 seconds left.
He's going to decapitate Chronicle in the midst of all of this one, but with 25 seconds left, a hard ask ahead of G2.
An upgrade, though, to a rifle.
It's like perch off angle. That's a paranoid. It's a decent connection. Kayak forced to be dropping off that one now, but with 14 seconds left, time is against them. It's kills that are being needed right now for G2, and Fnatic not in the mood to be offering them. Clone taking the bullets. Time getting against them once more. Kayak has going to be falling there, but Boaster in through behind. Easy with the cleaner. 8-7.
Fnatic should be able to grab upgrades at least on one of the weapons.
कभी-कभी Phantom है,
A little bit of
कभी-कभी
economic
नहीं है.
damage done there, but shouldn't harm
ये बहुत अच्छा
Fnatic
रीड
too
किया भाई
much.
इसने.
Ended up being an all-right eco round, but compared to the standards we've seen so far on Split, where people are winning with nothing. Our attention then onto the next, and Kayak has now gone for the operator. So here's an opportunity for the player filling Durka's shoes in this Fnatic core.
Looking for the setup over towards B. Found himself his place.
Early flash, and Kayak was still tucking Knife out into this deep angle. He's found the timing, but would have to deal against a stun potentially. A Prowler to try to push him off the line.
See what G2 have got.
He's got a great chance of landing the opening pick here, though.
Time being bled down. Gate crash. Expiring soon. Kayak. Locks it down. Yeah. Oh, wow. The timing on that one, right as the gate clash does expire. Forced to back away. A lot of damage done to Kayak in the process. 16 health.
Face your fear.
Gets away alive, though. Still can play his life into this one with the Nightfall. It's going to be colliding. Pulls going to be used out early. Jorgamo already dipping his way in through the back of the site. And a wonderful peek at that. Fnatic trying to make a go of this one here. Kayak with the operator in his hands on through the high ground. Kills are collected and claimed.
Nice.
It's 8-8.
Really solid defensive setup there. Love the timing on Boaster's peak. Kayak uses his clone. That gets popped. Boaster's in immediately behind to try to clear up Jorgamo. Here you see it on the replay again. Almost catching two as well. Huge amount of damage onto Valin, who was trying to teleport in. A great read as well from Fnatic in this round. They knew that this was going to be a B-pop. Of course, G2 had to give away quite a lot of what they were doing around the map just to deal with Kayak. So Kayak's up, finding a lot of passive value there, and he's going to keep it into the next. Fnatic may well have turned the tides of this one. Felt like they were on the back end of Split, every miracle moment going against them. And yet now, they're in the driving seat. Looking to try to close things out 2-0.
Master Paji abhi
ridiculous between these two teams. G2 themselves not even comprehending that they could be knocked out. They think of themselves as the main character, but the same could be said for Fnatic. Both of these squads looking to make history.
Got the spike. I do like the positioning of G2 though. I think you could argue that Fnatic are playing things a little too passive on their anti-ecos, giving G2 full mid control, just allows them to slice up the defenders. Double drop down, Alpha, he's up onto the ropes. And now to the head of Jogamo, but he is cleaned up. Look how isolated Crashies is now, because these defenders can't rotate through mid.
We'll do it all from this spot. We'll see what the call is from G2 though. Steady as they go.
And this is how you see these thrifty rounds crumble. Perfect pause as well to make Crashies wonder about whether or not they're actually hitting, whether he should call Boaster over as support.
Reveals his position, bit of spam, drop down, he hears it. Footsteps colliding with the floor. This is G2 with open access now towards the site and looking for potentially a refund and for main. Potential drift from Kayak. He's going to be getting a lot of information. A lot of ults expended, even that. It's a cosmic divide, and they're trying to take this fight forward. G2 with a lesser weaponry, not to be denied that space. In through spawn already, Jonah P picking up that upgrade, and it's a complete collapse once more.
Way too much space given to G2. You have to fight them at least a little, and not just to allow them to completely control the tempo. You saw there that G2, Valen calls that fight over towards screens. And it's set up secondarily with the stun from Jonah P. So they're already fighting, getting information, and then commit the utility. And Kayak, he's got no hope of winning that 1v3. Another MasterCard Thrifty to prop up. And G2 up straight back into things.
G2 लेके मुझे ये पसंद है. G2 आप G2 सपोर्ट कर रहे हो भाई? नहीं भाई.
Bit of a mid take here. Fnatic hold against this one, but a dimensional drift's going to be used nice and early. A TP even into spawn, but cancelled out. G2 throwing some fakes into the mix, trying to spot out some of these players. Kayak inserted, but reveals it. Just missed timing onto it. Jogamo had to exit out through T for Kayak. Puts it down. Alpha forced out now with the ult in his hands. It's a showstopper. And a scurry away from G2.
It's a good cancel call from G2, but really that execute is not what they were looking for. They were hoping that Fnatic were going to be looking in spawn for Valen.
Jiggle Crashies gets the info he's looking for. Flash and a repeat.
So now you've just got to try to call a pretty standard round, but 4v5. Difficult for Valen.
Gap here, there's pressure happening over towards A Heaven. Spike coming up over towards that area. G2 layering down a bit.
कल वुल्फ हराएगी. अरे बैंच क्या हो गया? हैं? Excuse me.
Util trying to keep players here. The barrel poking out. Doing up now, trying to set themselves up for a complete attempt and all the way through. This is Boaster back against the wall. A lot to do from this spot. Chronicle trying to dodge and juke and avoid most of it. The ire that's coming his way. G2 with that side control. Trent has to be that playmaker. What a swing and what a play. Chronicle single-handedly saving the day.
So nice from Chronicle. After he missed that kill up towards Heaven that he was eager for. 4 seconds किया था कि उससे एज किया था यार. Rips a wide swing against Trent. This early play at the start of the round may be a result of the Yoru nerfs. You know, a couple of extra seconds there on an ultimate, and maybe Kayak's position is scouted out, but as you say, it's all.
हाँ मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? यहाँ से समझ लो कि Fnatic जीत गई. वहाँ से वुल्फ ने हरा दिया Fnatic को. भाई वापस PaperX versus Wolf होगी.
At some point, surely Fnatic start to get a comfortable lead. G2 cannot keep doing this with bad buys.
It's been miracle rounds after miracle rounds. G2, as you said, they can't keep getting away with it. They do have the stingers. Good adjustment there from the spray down. Chronicle doesn't reveal much. Fault line into the corner. That's a clone to be tanking some of the bullets. Alpha evacuate. A lot of bodies though trying to make their way in through, and Chronicle has been overwhelmed. Boaster.
भाई क्या cover मिला भाई?
And this time Fnatic are actually
क्या cover मिला भाई? Boaster goat भाई.
A 3v3 and G2 have managed to gain mid control. It was contested, and at least it's given them information for somebody like Crashies to be able to wrap fully round on this flank.
Jonah does not have a gun to try and stop this. It's a classic in hand, and Crashies is going for it. It's a slight off angle, takes a ding to the head. Down, Trent.
साला दौड़ा के मारा यार.
Kill upgrades across the board now. It's 2 from Fnatic, Kayak and Boaster to do it all.
I think this read is really nice as well.
आराम से भाई
gets caught
रुक
here.
जाता ना यार उधर
Pretty confident there's not going to be as many players over towards B.
30 seconds left.
All still being used though. In the back pocket, Kayak's ahead of it. He's found that timing, he's straight ahead of it. Kayak needs some kills to be claimed though. Catches the first! We're not expecting a Jonah P! He's from behind!
How have they done it again?
Again!
It doesn't matter what Fnatic's game plan is. If they play passive to try to avoid the stingers, then G2 just take the site and play post plan.
भाई ये लोग
stinger,
भाई कैसे
they're losing the fight to the death ball, the brawl of G2.
Down B.
It is a nightmare right now, and you can see it writ all over the body language of these coaches.
No, we're winning every round, even though it's chaotic through mid. Just keep it up until they...
They're winning every round, but they're winning primarily when they don't have weapons.
Yeah, and the odds are stacked against them as G2 proved that they have grit from that last series, the run back against Gen G. Fnatic are feeling it now.
Big investment of Vikings in a round where you have bad economy.
Fnatic
do not want G2 to be able to get comfortably up to 11. Frankly, the weaponry hasn't made a huge difference here on split, so entirely winnable for Fnatic. But this death ball style has been the best thing for G2. Just having so many bodies there to be able to trade out individual stars like Alpha, who is positioned right now to try to catch people on the cross into A. So I think it's Crashy's job to try to draw attention, and Alpha, the dagger in the back.
Crashy's jiggling. Like you said, looking to pounce onto this one here to seize a nade. Only catching onto the clone.
By going for that seize nade though, Alpha's given up his position. So he has to relocate up to heaven.
Paranoia swings forward to get Crash in. Alpha is on the high ground, Guardian in hand.
And the time has not been a problem for G2 this series just yet.
25 seconds left, and you can hear it rumble of the footsteps, and there it is! Trying to make their way forwards. A bit of spam coming through, but still evens out G2 and spending everything.
Nice.
But can they remove Crashies? Finally, yes. Time. 11 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Utilizing the pit though against two players with light weaponry could be a disaster for Leaf.
Out forwards, trying to take that timing. Leaf, seeing if they've crossed past it already. Boaster can get in close and personal. Bucky in hand. All the way through, that's a bullet to the back. Pellets raining down and the pit falls because of it. Nothing to hide. Trent away. He's got to do it all from this spot here to jiggle the shots. It's immaculate for Boaster. The 2v1. Smoke up, full committal. The Chronicle sticking. Boaster.
भाई क्या कट टू कट मैच चल रहा है भाई. Fuck.
And another thrifty, of course it is. No team right now can win when they have rifles. And I think the big reason why is because the teams are willing to take more risks when they have bad weaponry.
Yes.
Fnatic is willing to gamble stack and go really fast just based on noise
change करता ना लग
willing
जाते
to
भाई.
take timings
पर मेरे को समझा नहीं इतना दूर से कैसे वो पड़ गया बे? इतना दूर से कैसे पक्की पड़ गई?
G2's economy once more is going to be on the ropes. Why do I even bother talking about it though? It was another Mastercard thrifty, so who cares? It's a scrap out here.
It has not mattered. The energy is just oscillating between these two teams, but Fnatic are the ones now in the driving seat once more. A map ahead. Looking for the round that's going to make a difference. G2 are forwards, the horn not broken, dropping down, no mistakes are being made. Alpha sends it flying forwards with the boombot in hand, wants to try and take it! It's a gun uploaded, Jonah. Happy to shut him down.
And even throws the weapon away to a teammate with slightly better health. Leaf, a monster. Another opportunity for another thrifty.
सीधा साइड जाओ, मेन मत जाओ. सीधा साइड जाओ.
Post-plan positions are even.
साइड वालों को मारो. एक बार क्लासिक है. एक बार फैंटम है पर शील्ड नहीं है.
Tucked in, rooted to the spot. Through heaven, that's going to be a haunt that has to be dealt with.
Too big. मरेगा वो.
Jordan's the one with a rifle. Fault line, Cosmic Divide even being committed. TP now into the back in the space. Right there, they have no idea. They are none the wiser. Kayak, it's your time to shine. And shine he does. Absolutely ridiculous.
Kayak, bhai. From a player that was struggling a little bit in the first half, he has come online and more in the second.
Mara, bhai.
He's making his way.
अरे बोर्ड क्या बकचोदी है यार ये क्या हो रहा है ये?
Firmly up and up the scoreboard. And Kayak's positive again after that one.
अरे तोड़ेगा क्या?
See how much it means to him.
Finally, stability. Because this match,
भाई ये देखो ये
like a double pendulum. It's
देखा कोच का बॉडी का वो मॉनिटर आर्म देखा भाई कितना डिस्टेंस है भाई मेरे में तो ये मेरा 70% ही मॉनिटर दिखता मुझे राइट वाला इसको वर्टिकल करूंगा तभी सही होगा हॉरिजॉन्टल में तो 70% ही दिखता है बस मुझे हम तो चले परदेस हम परदेसी हो गए
and both with players that are searching for records to be broken. Jorg looking to be the second ever player to win a Masters and a Champs. People on Fnatic, I mean Chronicle top of the scoreboard. If he's able to win this tournament, it'd be his 4th trophy, utterly ridiculous. And then on the other side of things, people looking for redemption like Crashies playing against his region, trying to eliminate them, and 2 rounds away from doing so.
अच्छा हाँ ना भाई क्रैशिस तो अमेरिका का है क्या?
Okay, crash away, won't be punished.
ये तो मैं भूल ही गया था.
Line expended there from G2 Chronicle. He's got to try and hold this one down. He's been good for it. It's a seize. Dodged alongside that aftershock. Another flash into his face with the power on top of it. Jorgamo.
That's a monster entry.
Lights out.
Timing.
Double reclear potentially into Leaf over towards A ramp, but Poster, he's backed up to cover vent, so it's actually just Alpha isolated here, trying to force the fight into Leaf.
This fight's happening on both sides of things here with the boombot instantly broken. Deep push from Crashies. Hyperextended. Now Valin, he heard the flash, he saw it. He's got to feel like there could be the possibility of a deep push up, but risks to be taken when you're a player down. Crashies is getting so much information for him, and Kayak, it's a cherry on top.
Yeah, he's expending this ult just for information. It would have been amazing for the retake, honestly, to combine with Crashies, but Crashies pushed up.
No way, Valin expects it, he doesn't. It's dropped.
It's a wild off angle, that one.
30 seconds left. B main control still there for Fnatic. They have a beautiful hold on this one. Even a Nightfall going to be expended. Flash up into the faces here. G2, a weakened, decayed down. Lee finds it.
Fuck.
Clears up that one question mark. Kayak answers again. 14 seconds. Layers them all down. Lines them all up and Leaf. Knife out. He's going to do it all now, but there's no chance in hell. Swarmed in his position. It's 12 rounds for Fnatic.
हो जाए भाई, हो जाए Fnatic versus Wolf. हो
We've been talking so much about the storied players in this. The IGL battle, Chronicle Alpha, yeah, the core, and yet it's Kayak in the final moments who is making the difference. Filling some gigantic shoes, was dominant in stage 1, and has now put together 2 huge rounds. And he's really getting into this. Fnatic 1 round away from sending G2 home.
Bring them down.
1 round away. Claiming
Bhai,
that
mat
spot
karo.
in the lower
Mat karo.
finals. Taking a quick peek. TP even committed there. Pokemon did not want to be caught into that corner. Deep mid control. Kayak not pushed back.
Where are you?
Finally will concede that space, but this is Fnatic on a tear. Looking to go further.
Valin under a lot of pressure, calling
active
for help.
Hyperactive as a seize and a nade. TP to disengage. Valin still has his life.
Nice!
But the timing is caught. It's a bullet to the side of the head from Leaf. And now he has to watch
no
in dismay
no pushing
from the spectator seat.
No pushing.
As your team's chances are dwindling, it's Fnatic entirely here. Kayak looking to trap, and Valin is gone. The captain removed.
Chalo,
Death from 1,000 cuts here. Fnatic are happy to deliver it.
teleport in onto the A side, but didn't have the spike. Every player from G2 trying to pull up 3v5 from inside the site. Nobody with heaven control, nobody on the flank. Should be a slam dunk retake for Fnatic with players up.
The wall, Crash is still alive. Ults are here, rolling Fundes, G2. They realize it. They have to try and fight tooth and nail for every inch of space, but Kayak is already wrapping. The discipline is here from Fnatic. You need a miracle if you're G2. Fnatic are not in the business of giving them out. Already to swing in the face. Alpha claims the space and more. Jonah P to last-ditch effort. That's all it's looking to be. Beautiful from Fnatic. And they sent G2 packing.
Fanboard.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core. With new pieces stepping up towards the and a masterful performance from Alpha and Chronicle today. Boaster 2, both in the calling and the fragging department, actually recovering really nicely after a slow start on Lotus.
दोनों 2-0 हुआ बे.
And these legends.
पर पहला 2-0 ज़्यादा मजा आया देखने में.
EMEA overall with a bit of a rough tournament, but the last team to have hoisted a trophy for the region keeps on trucking. What a match that's going to be as Fnatic move on to a lower bracket final to fight against Wolves. You couldn't get two teams on a different story, a different arc. But G2 today denied an opportunity for redemption from Bangkok. Their run ends here.
Fourth place exit for showmanship. It's always there with Fnatic.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of respect going back and forth across the stage, but Fnatic also, they live for these kind of moments.
Good night,
LMI.
Thank you so much for joining
the play into the crowd.
They are certainly doing it. There's only one more stop between them and a grand finals appearance. And they look eager to take it, dishing it out.
They destroyed Cuba and a hand in the L's to G2. They've slain the best prospects from Americas. And now, the best Chinese team could be next.
अगले साल चैंपियंस में शायद भुगतना ना पड़े अगर G2 आ गई तो.
A legendary lower bracket run that we are witnessing from this Fnatic squad.
And in the end, near the beginning, that tight, disciplined play eventually pushed them over the line. We saw some crazy stuff though in this game. The light weapon buys were difficult to put down, but I think overall, individual performances again just coming through from a star-studded roster.
Leaning hard on Alpha Chronicle to be that backbone for the team to pick up moments, rounds where time was getting away from Fnatic, whereas looking a bit dismal. They persevered.
Chronicle, what a game.
चलो भाई लोग आज के लिए इतना ठीक है मिलते हैं अपन कल तब तक के लिए अपना ध्यान रखो घर वालों का ध्यान रखो और माता पिता का ख्याल रखो stay safe stay healthy bye bye take care love you guys thank you so much for joining